Good morning and welcome to Kim Bolton for the the round of the Club Championships here. Circuit looking in cool conditions today, nice dry weather. My name is Chris Sora and I'll be taking you through all of the race action today. Joined today by a new commentator, Charlie Ellis, not with us here today. He's got some racing commitments, but one of our racers from the paddock is gaining some vital experience. John Richardson joining us today here on the mic. The red flag has been shown, the start has been called off, so John, you may have to forgive us. There has been one or two technical issues down here, so I hope we can hear you okay. But getting yourself settled into the mic here, and a bit of a delay before the first race gets underway.
Yeah, it's obviously a bit frustrating that the race has been delayed for whatever reason. Obviously, hopefully, whatever the issue was with the start, maybe the leaders weren't going at the pace they should have been, obviously gets explained and told to the drivers what they should improve on, and hopefully they will take up on the advice by the marshals, and we can hopefully get back to racing action as quick as possible.
Yeah, let's certainly hope so. So short pause here. The first race of the day scheduled to get underway very shortly is the Micromax UK and Honda 200s. So a brief pause on the grid at the moment as the drivers get themselves set into position. Just whilst we have this brief pause in activity, just to give you a rundown of the race action here today at this HKRC Kart Racing Club. Our round number 8 of the series for this year of 10 rounds throughout 2024. Micromax UK Honda 200's about to get underway. We've got our 3 heats and the finals for the respective races throughout the day. 36 races in total. Our normal classes all here today. KZ UK is coming up after this one. The 250 Monos new class. We'll talk about that in just a few moments. Junior Max, TKM Extreme Mini Inters, Rotax 177, Senior Rotax and Senior 30. All of the respective race classes. Our guest category here today, the 250 Monos, those wonderful 252-stroke machines that will be flying around the circuit in a couple of races' time. But we're going to kick things off very shortly with the Micromax and the Honda 200s, where we've had an unexpected pause. The drivers are out very shortly, just a few moments ago actually, just on their formation laps, but the red flag was shown. I hasten to add that is not because of an accident. There's some sort of issue with the starting here. So they are going into a grid position at the moment here, John. Just what do you think's going on here at the moment? It looks like some sort of issue possibly with the start, maybe.
I'll probably suspect that a lot of people are in incorrect positioning, as obviously there's 2 separate classes going on at the very same time. It obviously becomes a lot more difficult getting the start procedure correctly, and I'd probably suspect that many drivers weren't in their correct positioning, or maybe the leaders weren't going on the standard pace they should be going through Kim Bolton corner. But now that the marshals are getting it all solved, we should hopefully be able to race in action very, very shortly.
Yeah, let's hope so, because this rather unexpected delay here is at the moment it looks like the Micromax machines into position. The Honda 200's also being sorted into the correct order at the moment. The marshals very busy at work down on the grid, just making sure all drivers are in correct position. These, of course, are our youngest drivers of the day, I would say, but a little bit of confusion down here on the start line before this first race gets underway between the gate officials and the marshals, as there looks like there's some kind of issue with the starting grid at the moment. So just making sure everyone is in the correct position and the grid is correctly formed before we get things underway. As we say, KZ UK is coming up after this race if you're looking for any particular race class. 250 Monos, I did mention a few moments ago about that class being our guest category today. And those 252-stroke single-cylinder machines, and that looks like it's going to be the final round of their championship this year. They've been racing at Fulbeck, Shennington, Rissington, Three Sisters, and Rowra, part of the Northern Karting League. A lot of the famous northern circuits on that category at the moment. Lee Stamp and Jack Bliss battling it out for the title. Tim Woods, Martin Smith, Marcus Hudson, and Sam Harrison in for a fight for third in the championship, but that is a little bit later on during the day. As we say at the moment, we are here at the Micromax and Honda 200s, our first race getting underway at this famous old Kimbolton circuit, which is just over the Cambridgeshire border. It's a former, bit like Silverstone, which isn't too far away. It's a former World War II airbase, has its origins with the US Air Force back in World War II, and this is on one of the access roads that formed that complex all those years ago. It's a famous old track. Many of the top names in motorsports, British motorsport in particular, have raced here over the years. Just before things get underway, John, perhaps from a driver's point of view, can you tell us a bit about your feelings about the track and what you think of it?
So, Kimbolton circuit is usually it's a very quick track, especially like high and straight. You go around 60, 70 miles per hour here, and there's always really sharp braking going into Stowe Corner and going through the Willows. Obviously, there's a lot of G-force that goes on, even in like higher and bigger categories. You really feel it. And going through I can't pronounce
Yamitsu straight up.
Yeah. Through the
Don't worry, it does happen sometimes.
Yeah, through the back straight. Probably one of the best overtaking opportunities here at Kimbolton circuit. And going through the Derrick's Corner, it's very fast-paced through there. You have to get a really specific line through here, which helps you open up Dan Weldon Corner, which is a very good overtaking opportunity, as usually people don't suspect overtakes going through Dan Weldon, and you can really catch your person in front of you off by surprise. And going through the TKM straight, it's a very fast straight, as it's really vital for Sector 3, as most of Sector 3 is the TKM straight. And then you go through Kestrel Corner, which although isn't seen as an important corner, it is really vital for the last corner, as if you don't get that right, you won't be able to make a move at Kimbolton Corner. And Kestrel Corner is also a corner that helps you set up the Hines Straight, which is, I believe, named after...
Barry Hines, isn't it?
Martin Hines.
Martin Hines, my apologies.
Of the Zip Kart factory team, which are represented here today in many classes.
So the drivers firing the machines up. Tell us a bit, John, about your day or your season so far here at Kimbolton. You've had a few good results here, and how have you found your season so far?
I'm pretty good surprised of how well I've been doing here to the end of the season. Obviously, the first three races we've suffered from DNFs, mechanical failures, but we've always had the pace here. We've always been around the top 10 or in the top 10. I believe it was round 6 here we've had our best result here. We got a 4th, a 5th, a 7th, and 2 9ths, with one was a broken kart rod. As now we're getting underway for the Micromax and Honda Cadet race.
Yeah, the Honda's now making their way out on for their formation lap, so we'll get things underway in just a few moments' time for our first race of the day. So there was a brief delay before things got underway. The 7-minute plus 1 lap first race of the day. Drivers now on their formation lap. They're making their way through the Willows that John referred to a few moments ago. Just after the first corner coming out of Stowe, it's that flowing right, left, right section, and much like John said there, the G-force is going through. Even for some of the smaller karts, you really will feel that because they carry quite a lot of pace. The Micromax now making their way through towards the back straight now, heading through Dan Weldon Corner, down the TKM straight, where they will form themselves back into position right now. So getting into make sure they're in the tram lines, looking for a good clean start to get things underway. So that confusion at the start of the race has been resolved by the looks of things. And our first race is getting underway here, John. Over the line they go, and racing gets underway with the Micromax.
Mason Munson takes the defensive line through Stowe Corner, managed to take the lead of the race from the Synergy kart, managed to get ahead through the Willows, and now leads the race.
So at the same time as well, the Honda 200s making their way down into the first corner. Drivers to look out for here, including Jack Fulbrook-Harmer wearing the K-plate, of course, Theo Hamilton, Romy Start, Esme Rosie, Jack Weichsel, they make their way through the Willows for the first time, and the leaders making their way from the Micromax, heading down towards the TKM Straight for the first time.
Hold on, sorry.
So Mason Munster, I think.
There's been another change of lead out of positioning. I believe it is Harry Knight that leads the way through Hines Straight. Down the Hines Straight we go. Into Stowe Corner. He's got around a bit of a gap. Ooh, as Finley Beals attempts a really audacious lunge going into Stowe Corner. Doesn't get it done. But with that lunge, it didn't work. And Harry Knight now extends his lead to around 4 tenths now, going through the Derrick's Corner complex. Yeah, it's all looking very close on those opening exchanges there. And James Devroe, a moment ago, just took a little brief excursion onto the grass, but doesn't appear to have lost too much time. So Harry Knight, Finley Beals, and Mason Munster all looking very close. Further down with the Honda 200s, Jack Paul Bracama continuing to lead the way from Riley Blakemore, Ronnie Smart, Jack White, and Esme Rosie as the leaders make their way over the line. So it's Harry Knight's leading from Finley Beals, Munster, Darlow, Rudra Goldiath in 5th position. James Devroe, after that brief excursion off the course, has gone down to 6th place. Taylor, Armrit, as they make their way through the Willows, all looking very close here as the number 20 Finley Beals now into the lead. Fighting back is Harry Knight as they make their way through in towards Derrick's Corner, neck and neck as they go up towards the very top of the circuit. So Beals now into the lead, Knight in second, still a fight further back with the Hondas. Jack Paul Bracama fighting for the lead, but Harry Knight and Finley Beals as they make their way down towards Kestrel Corner, neck and neck, and it looks to me like Knight might be lining up for a pass here. Yep, Finley Beals managed to get Knight off guard going through Stowe Corner. It's a really good lunge he did and managed to force Harry Knight wide through the Willow section. But Harry Knight should try to stay behind Finley Beals and trying to push away from Mason Munster, who has been very competitive this race, running in a very good P3. As through they go, Finley Beals is not trying to give Harry Knight any room, go defensive through Derrick's Corner, and through they go, through Dan Weldon Corner. See the different lines going through there from the Micromax drivers. Finley Beals took a bit of a higher line through there, while Harry Knight took a bit of a lower line through there, which gave him a little bit more of an advantage. As through they go, Kimbolton Corner, Finley Beals still leads this. Down the Hines Straight, is Harry Knight going to attempt to make a move? No, he isn't. So he's trying to work with, hopefully, Finley Beals in attempts to hopefully get a gap to Mason Munster. But Mason Munster is catching very slowly. 48.38 he set, while the leaders are in the 48s around here. But this lap, in Sector 1, he's managed to gain around 2 tenths on the leaders. So the battle for this lead is not over yet. Yeah, look out for Mason Munster in 3rd place in the 1-2-7. Now, of course, the two leaders just trying to work with each other here. Not really battling for position at this stage, but Munster starting to drive quite well here and just starting to erode that gap ever so slightly, tagging on to 4th place Jensen Darlow. James Devroe up to 4th place now from Darlow. Gogolnath, Piers Taylor, Max Armret further back in the Honda 200s. Jack Paul Bracama still leading from Riley Blakemore. Ronnie Smart in 3rd, Theo Hamilton in 4th. Those drivers still a little bit further back as the fight for the lead goes on. Finley Beals just getting a little nudge there from Harry Knight down towards Derrick's Corner. Now trying to work his way through there, side by side through the corner, heading up towards Dan Weldon Corner. So Knight just having a look as they make their way down the TKM Straight. Look out for Mason Munster in 3rd place. Now into... Oh, he was briefly having a look on the inside. I thought he'd gone for 2nd there, but no, he's still in 3rd position. They're pulling James Devroe into this fight as well, so they're all starting to bunch up now as the race drawing towards its final 2 minutes, plus the extra lap, of course. And Finley Beals, little bit defensive there, going into Stowe Corner, just guarding that line, as Harry Knight just following in 2nd place all the time here. I think Mason Munster and James Devroe could sense they're working together here, trying to close up on the two leaders. Knight having another good line going through into Derrick's Corner, not close enough to go for the lead here. Oh, just a little tag on the back there as they get very close, making their way towards Dan Weldon Corner. Munster and Devroe still right in there as well, but Harry Knight keeping the
pressure on the race leader, Finley Beals. And to me, it looks like Harry Knight here, I think, John, he's just taking his time at the moment with a couple of more laps to go here.
Yeah, obviously he's taking his time here, as it's just only Heat 1. It's not like the final or any... not really. It's only just a it's not the final, sorry. As I was speaking of it, Harry Knight just goes down the inside of Finley Beals, and Finley Beals tries to hang it round the outside of the Willows section. As Finley Beals gets a very good run out of the Willows, tries to hang it round the outside, but Harry Knight takes a very defensive line through Derek's corner, manages to hold P1 off of Finley Beals, as Mason Munster, no, not Mason Munster, he's just been overtaken.
I think Munster's dropped to fourth. That's all very close. We'll pause to reset it, because it's all very close indeed. Munster's now dropping to fourth, and Debro may have moved up to third. All very close indeed here as they go over the line with 31 seconds on the clock. So next time around will be the last lap. And Harry Knight aggressively guarding the inside line as they make their way through Stowe. And can Beals get the cut back here? Oh, they're very close indeed as they make their way through the Willows, heading to the Yamitsu Straight. And James Debro looking threatening, as again you see Knight looking very defensive as they make their way through Derek's corner. So he's just got to hold on here now with 1.5 laps to go. The clock pretty much down to 0 right now as they make their way towards the Dan Weldon corner, heading down the TKM straight for the penultimate time. I think hanging on in there in fourth place, Mason Munster still could be involved in this one. This, of course, is the first heat race of the day. And, neck and neck here going through the Kimbolton corner as he has a look there. The number 20 of Finley Beals. One lap to go here, John. And number 46 down the inside, Devro. He had a look there, John, didn't he? They're all very close on the last lap.
Yeah, nearly went 3 wide through that corner. But with 3 wide going on, that's allowed Harry Knight to get a gap now. And all he has to do is just keep it on the road, as James DeVoe now in second place, but Finley Beals managed to get him back. This has now allowed Mason Munster to get in the play. This has allowed Mason Munster to get into the equation now for the top 2. But is James DeVoe going to try and make a move on Finley Beals on the Kimbolton corner? No, he had a sniff of it, but he doesn't go for it. But Harry Knight takes the win in Micromax Heat 1. Followed by Finley Beals, James DeVoe and Mason Munster, and a very good P4 for him.
Further down, Roger Gokulnath, Jensen Darlow, Piers Taylor a bit further behind. Jack Fulbrook-Harmer looks like he's going to take the victory. The K-plate over the line, he goes. 7th on the track to win in the Honda 200s. Ronnie Smart, Theo Hamilton, Riley Blakemore, Esme Rosie, Jack White's there in 12th. Sawyer Henderson, Noah Clare, Piers Taylor, Elliot Brock and Harry Grant a bit further back. So exciting opening race of the day. We had to wait a little bit of time there for it to get underway, but it was certainly worth the wait, with Harry Knight timing his move to perfection and being able to take advantage of that fight for second place to win the race by just under 1 second, which in karting terms, you say, John, that can be quite a margin, really.
Especially this track. This track isn't like as big as many tracks such as like PFI, so 1 second here can be very, very important here, as this track has many overtaking opportunities around here. And another really crucial thing of getting that gap here is that that the driver in second place will not get a toe off of you. The toe here is extremely, extremely powerful around here. If you could get a perfect toe around here, you could get around nearly a second advantage on your competitors ahead. And it really shows how important it is here to build a gap here.
It's just gaining that little couple of tenths of a second, it seems, just to get yourself away from the front wheels of the kart chasing. If you can get that advantage, it really counts for a lot on that final lap. We're going to move on to our next race of the day. Coming up very shortly is the KZ UKs, of course, and that means, of course, they run the full length of the Yamitsu Straight. The drivers just making their way out onto the course now for their formation lap. Willis Semititis, Sam Ward, James Baycroft, Bradley Calder, Simon Harris, James Harvey amongst those. So the KZ karts, of course, these are the shifter karts. Geared machines, 3 brakes on the kart as well, and they carry a lot of speed. As you may see, of course, they're running the full length. They omit the Derek's corner for the faster karts, as will the 250 monos coming up next. And this is always, I think, John, a great class to watch here. Very quick machines indeed.
They're very quick around here. I believe, I don't really know a lot about KZ UK. They do around 80, 90 miles per hour around here in a KZ here, compared to other classes. Maybe even 100 miles per hour here.
Yeah, they can. I've heard they've topped out towards 100 sometimes, towards the end of the Yamitsu Straight, depending on the weather, I suppose, how well the karts are running as well. They carry a lot of speed. One thing I would say here today, it's had some nasty weather recently, but it's been kind to us today. Looks like a good forecast. Quite cool temperature out there, though, John. And how will that affect the karts?
Obviously, at the very first session you go out, the track will be really bad. Even if it looks really, really sunny, this track will still be very, very poor. And this catches drivers off guard. Like me, in the first warm-up, I've made 3 mistakes going into the first corner because I kept on braking too late.
There is there might be a pause here because he was just speaking about embarrassing moments on the formation lap. I think it's the number 14 of Luke Fleming, just on the exit of the Willows, just got a wheel onto the curb and skidded onto the grass. We saw him punching his crash helmet there in frustration. There was an elementary mistake. I think he's trying to get the kart started here. So the other drivers on the grid, looks like the start hopefully should be able to go ahead as scheduled. There is still a kart on the track, just on the approach to the Yamitsu Straight. And from what I can see from the commentary point here, looks like the number 14 of Luke Fleming, who will be pushing the kart off the circuit. He's been trying to get it bump started, but not able to get the momentum. The marshal ordering him to get the kart off the circuit, which he does so, and the track is now clear, so there will be one space on the grid, which was the number 14 of Fleming. Unfortunately, looks like he could well be, well, he's pushing the kart away now in the infield, looking quite dejected. Small mistake there on just the maybe cold temperatures, lost the back end, and his race is over before it even starts. But everybody else, of course, we will get things underway as scheduled. Red flag is up. We are about to get things underway. Last moments on the grid to make sure drivers are in the correct position. And I'll have to say, poor Luke Fleming, head is in his hands. Even happens, I remember David Coulthard all those years ago spinning off at Monza in Formula 1, so it happens even to the best of them, but that is no consolation to a driver who makes a mistake on the formation lap. It's one of the worst things he could probably do. It's so embarrassing, and he knows it as well. He'll have other opportunities, though, later on during the day as KZ UK last few drivers are taking their positions on the grid. Lining up at the front, we've got the number 20 up there as well. Sam Ward, right alongside number 72, James Beecroft. This, of course, is a standing start. Pretty much all of the other classes, generally speaking, you would say have a rolling start. But stationary on the grid, last few drivers in position, the lights going up to lights out, and they're away. Oh, lovely start there, though, from James Beecroft. He absolutely nailed that. Should get them into the first corner through Stowe Corner. And yes, indeed it is. Will they get through cleanly? Yellow flags up there. One driver goes a bit wide and off onto the circuit. But a wonderful start there, though, John, from James Beecroft. It's
a very good start from him. KZ's classes are very competitive starts, as they do standing starts here, compared to most classes here that do rolling starts. And that means you have to get it perfectly. As the number 26... of, I believe... Oh, that'll be James Harvey, I think. Yeah, it's James Harvey, pulling over the side of the road. I think he was the person involved in the contact at Stowe Corner. But James Beecroft, a 2/10 gap here, going through Stowe Corner, as there's many action going down the pack, as the number 9 of... That'll be Ryan Green, I think. Ryan Green makes a very good move through Kimbolton Corner as yellow flags down on... driver in trouble on Dan Weldon Corner, I believe. I think that's... Can't really see from here. Looks like a Tony kart, perhaps? I'm not possibly, yeah. Sure. Looks the colours of it. So we shall find out in a moment. The race goes on, of course. The marshal's doing a great job of removing that stricken kart from the circuit. The race going on, of course, with James Beecroft just trying to establish a gap here at the front. The gap only 0.3 of a second. Ward tagging on into second place. We've got Bradley Calder, Daniel Tribula, Simon Harris, Ryan Green,
all fighting their way through. Very close battle towards the edge of the top 10 with Sam Johns, Nat Thomas, Derek Morgan, Isaac Smith and Jake Baker. But the top two just starting to break away slightly here as James Beecroft trying to break away here, but Sam Ward doing a wonderful job here, just tagging onto the back of that machine. Those two front of the grid. James Beecroft absolutely nailed that standing start, and they're just starting to pull away from the rest of the pack, very close towards the edge of the top 10. But the race still a long way to go here, just under 5 minutes plus the one lap, and settling in quite nicely here, John.
Yeah, it was a very good start from James Beecroft. It was almost perfect. Just managed to get on the inside of Sam Ward and just made the move on it through Stowe Corner. They've now managed to establish a 2.23 second gap to Bradley Calder and Daniel Kebler, as Daniel Kebler still in a very good P3. Managed to extend this gap to Bradley Calder, as there's not really that many moves going on the circuit at the moment. And just as I say that, the number 31 is it the 31?
Yeah, it looks like in the midfield.
No, the number 58 makes a move on the number 51.
So James Beecroft still leading the way. We've got Sam Ward in second, just starting to break away slightly from Jabula in third. Calder fourth, Ryan Green running up the top 5. And the rest of the top 10 still charging through. Isaac Smith moving through into 7th place right now from Sam Johns, Bo Phillips and Nat Thomas. Bailey Rigglesford 11th, Simon Harris, Jake Baker further back. KZUK heat number 1, 3.5 minutes plus the extra lap to go. It's all starting to settle down a bit now as Beecroft just controlling this heat race right now, but Sam Ward is starting to ask a few questions here in 2nd place. He's having a little peek on the inside as they went into Kestrel Corner. They go over the line with just over 3 minutes on the clock, plus the extra lap remaining. They're well clear of Trabilla in 3rd, Calder 4th. Still Ryan Green running up the top 5. They make their way through the Willows and heading down the Amitsu Straight. A little bit longer for these carts. As I say, these carts topping out, heading towards 80, 90. We've heard about 100 miles an hour before as a tail ender spins out just in front of them. That was a nervy moment there possibly for Beecroft. He had it well under control, so yellow flags are out. I think it may possibly be Aston Baker, but still tagging in there is Sam Ward. The gap remaining at 0.3 of a second. Chebula in 3rd, Calder 4th, Ryan Green still in 5th. And Sam Ward at this stage keeping up with the race leader Beecroft here and still looking a threat as we go into the closing laps.
Yes, Sam Ward is looking very close as a threat. Just a few laps ago, James Beecroft made a slight mistake going into Stowe Corner, especially in KZ classes here. It will greatly affect you going through the Yamayusu straight, as they don't actually do the Derek's Corner complex, and that's just managed to help Sam Ward get closer and closer to James Beecroft.
And moving through the field there, Isaac Smith putting a move on Ryan Green. Derek Morgan still very close on the edge of the top 10. Of course, other drivers will start towards the front in the latter heat races, so they will get the advantage of a front row start. We've seen a few drivers starting to make their way through the field. 1:30 on the clock or thereabouts with the extra lap to go. Sam Ward, as they make their way through Kim Bolton Corner, just starting to again put the pressure on Beecroft, but Beecroft running some nice lines at the moment. The gap remaining at 0.3 of a second. It's still Trabilla in 3rd, number 12. Bradley Calder in the number 19, currently 4th. Morgan, Green, 5th and 6th. Isaac Smith in 7th. The rest of the top 10 just starting to settle down a bit here. We had a couple of early retirements, of course. Luke Fleming going out. James Harvey. Hannah Lang, a notable absentee as well. I think one of the drivers caught up in the trouble on the first lap. But James Beecroft, as the clock ticks down, we've still got a couple more laps to fit in, I would say. Number 99 and 28. Now. Just starting to be lapped there. That's Stephen Logan and Aston Baker. So a bit of work here to do for Beecroft.
Yep, and with the blue flags, that's really helped Sam Ward to catch up to Beecroft as through they go for the Yamayosu straight. Sam Ward is all over the back now of James Beecroft. He's had a mega lap that past lap. He managed to gain around 2/10 on James Beecroft after having that amazing start as through they go. Kim Bolton corner. James Beecroft goes very defensive through Kim Bolton corner, as Sam Ward is all over the back of James Beecroft. Here goes Sam Ward round the outside, can't make it done, but he's got the switchback, and they make a bit of contact on the exit of Stowe corner. With that contact, that's really hampered Sam Ward's momentum. As now through they go, down Weldon corner. Different lines from both of them. Noticeably, Sam Ward taking a bit of a lower line, perhaps a bit of a lunge from Sam Ward. But with that bit of a lunge moment into down Weldon corner, that's hampered his progress a bit. And now we go on the last lap of the race.
Yeah, let's see what he can do here, because he's been looking at lines here, hasn't he? And he's just going to see what he can do going through the Willows for the final time. These two now well clear of the rest of the field. So Beecroft leading, Ward in second, Chebelin in third, Morgan Calder, Isaac Smith, Bo Phillips, as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner for the final time. Heading down towards Kestrel corner, and what can Sam Ward do?
Sam Ward is all over the back of James Beecroft, but made a slight mistake going through that corner. As what a move from Derek Morgan through Kestrel corner, just went round the outside of Daniel Kebiel, as Derek Morgan with that terrific move rounds out the top three.
Yeah, all shopping around there on the final lap. It was very good move there from Derek Morgan. James Beecroft then taking the win from Sam Ward and Derek Morgan. So we're going to John very momentarily, because he's got the important business of going off for his race, so we'll wish him the best of luck. So he's going to
I'll be back commentating after my junior Rotax heat. Thank you.
So thanks, of course, to John for stepping in on the mic. He's got his junior Rotax race to get underway with, so he's got to make his race preparations. That always reminds me of when I started commentary. I used to do a lot of commentary on club motocross races and shuffling it alongside competing myself. So it's a bit of a hectic day. I know where he's coming from there, so we'll certainly wish him the best as he makes his way down to the paddock, and we'll see him on the track a bit later on, of course, as there's a little bit of recovery work going on from the KZUKs at the moment. There was a early retirement for the number 26 and the 14. Fleming, of course, failed even to take the start, spinning out on the formation lap, and couldn't get the kart going again. Like I was saying at the start of the race, that's always a bad feeling. I can assure that it happens to the best of them. Like I was saying earlier on, of course, the David Coulthard, I notably remember in the Williams back in 1995 at Monza, span off on the formation lap in front of the world, you might say. So even though it happens to the best of them, I'm sure it won't be any real consolation. But there are still two more heat races to go, of course, as we pause momentarily before our next race gets underway. It's the 250 Monos, one of our guest classes here today at Kimbolton. Racing with the Northern Kart League. This is their 7th round of the championship. They've taken in Fullbeck already this season. Season starting off there, Shennington. Also went to Rissington, and well, it's called the Northern Karting League. Suffice to say that there's two of the famous northern circuits out there later on, of course, Three Sisters and Rowra across the summer as well. These karts running the 250cc single-cylinder two-stroke engines as they make their way out onto the course for their formation lap. Much like the KZs, they omit the Derrick's corner section. They run the full length of the Imitsu straight. Haven't had the chance to catch up with anybody from the paddock here from this class, but I would be interested to see just how quickly they can get up to speed going down the Imitsu straight. We know the KZ karts, they can top out pretty much towards 100 miles an hour. I would certainly suspect that these 252 strokes can get down there just that little bit faster as well. So 250 Monos out onto the circuit for their first heat race of the day. It's a packed race class is here today. Of course, 36 races in total. We have the 3 heat races, plus, of course, the finals later on today as the drivers make their way up towards Dan Weldon corner. and we'll be underway very shortly for our first race. This is much like the KZ UK's a standing start, and they'll be getting underway very shortly indeed. So we are about to get things underway with our 250 mono. First race today, 59 of Sam Harrison is on pole position alongside the 24 of Jack Rolfe, Dan Brown and Ryan Lawson alongside. So here we go, the 250 monos. NKL category about to get things underway. Last couple of drivers taking their positions at the back of the grid as just making sure that the drivers are in the right positions. They have got a slightly staggered grid here, of course, in case a driver hits trouble, just to make sure there's a bit of room for them to get through. So the officials happy that the drivers are in the correct positions on the grid now. We'll be underway with heat number 1. 4 lights for 250 monos. Lights are out. Away they go. You can see them struggling for traction on the cold surface, but 24... Jack Rolfe having a wonderful start there as they make their way into the first corner. A little bit of banging and buffing in the midfield, but they all get through cleanly. Look how quickly they fly through the willows on the first lap, and absolutely charging down the back straight. Number 24, Jack Rolfe had a wonderful start there. So some of the drivers to look out for. Of course, it's a shuffled grid in the heat races. Lee Stamp with the number 1, Jack Bliss with the O-plate. Those two drivers battling for the title, of course, as they are absolutely charging down. Less than 41 seconds from a standing start really shows the pace that these 250 monos carry as they make their way through the willows. And the top two just starting to break away. Tim Woods getting a good jump on the first lap, gets up to second place. Sam Harrison third, Matt Ulnett, Lee Stamp, champion-elect, up to 5th position with his title rival Jack Bliss right behind him. Down towards the Kestrel corner they go. Matt Ulnett in 3rd. A bit of a fight for 4th with Lee Stamp, Jack Bliss, Ryan Lawson all scrapping away. Over the line they go, so it's Rolfe leading, Woods in 2nd, Ulnett in 3rd. Lee Stamp recovering well here, so the 24 Jack Rolfe after that brilliant start coming under a bit of pressure from Tim Woods. Matt Ulnett still in 2nd. Lee Stamp started to close in 4th, and right on his tail is Jack Bliss. The O-plate, the rest of the field making their way through. Reese Woods, Marcus Hudson, Ryan Lawson, Chris Lawson in 10th, Martin Smith, Matthew Duncan, Paul Lawson and Kieran Metzen, Dan Brown and Chris Morris. So they go charging through. Jack Rolfe still leading. Tim Woods keeping that pressure on in 2nd. Ulnett 3rd as down the Imitsu straight they go, and Tim Woods having a look as they make their way up towards Dan Weldon corner, side by side into the top corner. Ulnett, Stamp and Jack Bliss, who incidentally has set the fastest lap of the race, 35.83. These 250 monos really setting a wonderful pace at the start. We're turning into a flyway fight for the lead. Oh, and down the inside goes Lee Stamp into 3rd place. Brave move from him. And still Jack Rolfe leads the way as they make their way through Stowe Corner. Keeping that pressure on in 2nd place is Tim Woods, but look out for Stamp in 3rd. Ulnett 4th, Bliss, fastest lap of the race, but he can't do anything in 5th place at the moment. Sam Harrison a bit further behind in 6th place, Reese Woods, Marcus Hudson, Paul Lawson in 9th place as they make their way down towards the Kestrel corner. And Rolfe maintaining that gap at the front, looking at the clock here, less than 4 minutes plus the 1 lap to go. Jack Rolfe after that brilliant start. It's all happening behind him though, as Lee Stamp has a look on the outside and goes to the pass, but he hasn't got the line coming out of Stowe Corner. Jack Bliss still there in 4th place, right on his tail there, Matt Olnett. And heading up towards Dan Weldon corner they go, down the TKM straight, all action here amongst the top 5. And a good bit of driving there from the 0 of Jack Bliss, who has moved up a position, getting past his rival. So Bliss up to 3rd, and Jack Rolfe defending all he can into the first corner. Having a look on the inside there was Tim Woods. Got cut off somewhat there going into the first corner. That might allow Jack Bliss into the fight here. And down towards the Amitsu straight they go. There are waved yellows. There's a cart on the entrance to Dan Weldon corner, so they will have to hold position for a moment. Now heading down towards the TKM straight into Kestrel corner. So that wave yellow just thwarting. Was down the inside. There goes Jack Bliss. He went for the lead. And he's going now side by side down the main straight. He'll have the line going into Stowe corner. And a brilliant bit of driving there from Jack Bliss to take the lead. He had that pass lined up going in towards Kimbolton corner. Got it absolutely nailed. And Jack Bliss, a few moments ago, he was struggling to get through this top 5 group of drivers. But now he has done it. This, of course, is only the first heat race, don't forget, of course. But this is going to be an early statement of intent here from Jack Bliss as he looks to try and snatch the title. Fighting his way through into 1st place. So the early leader, Jack Rolfe, now dropping to 2nd place. Tim Woods in 3rd. Still in 4th, the 24, as the E plate, I should say, of Matt Olnett. And the number 1. And notably, just looking up here on race control and on the gantry as well, a technical flag has been shown for Jack Bliss. Now, this is big news here. He's slowing down, so I think he's hit some trouble anyway. But Jack Bliss with the technical flag, that's the black flag with the orange disc. That means that the marshals, the stewards, have decreed that the kart is in an unsafe state to continue racing as he goes over the line. I'm just going to have a look at myself to see if there's any sort of visual impairment with that kart. Sometimes it's loose fairings or whatever, but for whatever reason, the technical flag has been shown to Jack Bliss. He saw that very early, slowed right down, and what a shame for the O-plate Jack Bliss. He is out of the race. And that misfortune means that Jack Rolfe, who ran so well at the start, dropped to 2nd, now finds himself back into the lead. He's having a lunge in 2nd goes Lee Stamp. Doesn't quite make the move stick though. Matt Olnett holds on to that position. And down the inside goes Olnett in towards... and in 3rd place, Lee Stamp spins out, keeps the momentum going and recovers very well back into 4th place. This is only the first heat race of the day, but they are really going for it. We had plenty of drama in this one. And there is a warning flag out for Lee Stamp as a result of that move. He came off worse though, as in 6th place going in towards the Kestrel corner. A kart has blown up good and proper there. Number 2 of Paul Lawson. Now that's going to drop some oil as wave yellows on the Kestrel corner. And trouble here as you head towards the final lap of the race. Number 2 blew up big style. Paul Lawson, it's dropped oil and the karts are skidding away. This could be dramatic here as they make their way down towards what will be the penultimate time. That's all, but they're all spinning off here. And drama at the end of this race. Now what's going to happen here, because they're all struggling on that oil. Last lap of the race. I'm just looking at what the stewards are going to do about this though, because that means now that Lee Stamp has emerged into the lead. Number 2 of Paul Lawson's machine blew up big style going down the TKM straight. He's dropped oil on the circuit, so the drivers will now be aware of it. It's claimed quite a few drivers. Matt Olnett still in 2nd, Jack Rolfe in 3rd. Drivers in trouble there though. We saw the 73, I think Matthew Duncan, Chris Morris, Chris Lawson I think also caught up in that one with Kieran Metzen as the race draws to a close with the number 1 of Lee Stamp crossing the line to take the checkered flag. 2nd for Matt Olnett in a dramatic race. Jack Rolfe has to settle the 3rd. He got caught up by that oil. Tim Woods in 4th, Sam Harrison 5th, Martin Smith and Marcus Hudson in 7th position. But a dramatic end, the 250 mono race. Reese Woods in 8th, and I think will be the final finish. Well, there is one kart left on the circuit, which I think may well be the... well, there's the 72 of Kieran Metz, and he escaped the trouble. And it looks like the final finish will be in 10th place. Dan Brown steering clear of the trouble and able to bring it home in 10th position. But a dramatic end to the 250 mono race. Quite a spectacular blow-up for the number 2 of Paul Lawson. Smoke and absolutely belching out of that machine. The engine letting go on the TKM straight. Very fast part of the circuit before they go into the sharp left of Kestrel Corner. And quite evidently that kart dropped some oil. We saw several drivers hitting trouble there. Everyone seemed to be okay. But there might be a pause here because there was quite a lot of oil on the circuit. The stewards now checking out the track conditions here. As you see, the drivers sorting their karts out. Everybody was okay, I hasten to add. There were no injuries. There were quite a few drivers spinning and hitting trouble on that penultimate lap there. Just a shout out, actually. Very poignant here looking at the live feed from Richard M. With a shout out here. Big thank you to all the marshals in this cold weather, which is very good point, I would say. The marshals hard at work now dealing with this incident on the Kestrel Corner. The marshals, of course, they not only here at Kimbolton, but they get involved in various kart meetings across the country, various motorsport events as well. And marshalling is not an easy job, to put it mildly. You have to be out there in all weathers. They do have the good fortune of having a little bit of shelter with the marshal huts out here, but it will still be cold out there. The temperatures here today, bright, crisp, autumnal morning here at Kimbolton. But the weather, the cool temperatures out there today compared to some of the summer rounds, of course. At the moment, just struggling to break into double figures. It has been a very crisp and cold morning here. We've already seen quite a few karts spinning off. Track temperatures, you would say, quite cool. And throwing into the mixture here, we've got this problem heading down the TKM straight into Kestrel Corner here. That incident in the 250 mono race with an engine blowout. And has dropped oil on the course, it would seem. So the marshals and the stewards... The trouble is they've got here is that it didn't exactly blow up in a specific location. The kart letting go on the TKM straight and dropping oil for several meters, I would say. So they're going to be working hard here to make sure the track is safe and clear to go. You will see here the marshals now hard at work. So whilst the drivers nervously wait in the Junior Max, of course, in association with Ainsbury Plantai, will look out for John Richardson, our co-commentator, who should be out very shortly as well. This always just adds to the tension, of course. The drivers, quite rightly, I would say here, being kept in the waiting area on the dummy grid before they get out onto the circuit. A lot of activity down on the track. You'll see the marshals working very hard with the cement dust. They've got to have some real work cut out for them here. Because when that engine let go, it was a big blowout. And hopefully he's got a spare engine or some parts to be able to rebuild that engine. That was a pretty spectacular engine blowout on the TKM straight. And it went on. Nothing the driver could do, I would say here, of course, because it all happened so quick. He'd already covered quite a fair distance down the straight before he realised that the severity of the situation. And a lot of track activity here at Kimbolton. So if you're just tuning in, this is the start of the Junior Max, about to get under the way, but the karts have not been on the circuit yet. There is a brief pause in activity here. There was quite a big blowout in the 250 mono, mechanical failure, the engine letting go and dropping oil on the circuit. Caught out quite a few drivers. Fortunately, of course, there were no injuries, nothing serious, but quite a few drivers crashing and hitting trouble. And the marshals putting the cement dust down just to absorb that oil and just to make sure that as best they can that the track is safe and ready to go. It might just be a case of looking for lines on that first lap, of course, because that's all being put down on a fresh race circuit. Brilliant job here by the marshals, I would say, though, because this is difficult work for them. And the action just drawing to a halt very momentarily here at Kimbolton. The drivers are on the grid and ready to go any moment now, just as soon as you get the all clear from the stewards. And I believe that the green flag is now being shown, so it looks like the stewards are happy that the track is safe and ready to go. Brilliant job there by the marshals and the track crews to get things underway and get the track safe and ready to go. So out onto the circuit now, we see the Junior Max. Thanks, of course, to Ainsbury Plant Hire for all their support. They help with the equipment to make sure the track is swept and ready to go after each meeting. And we, of course, revert back to the more technical layout as they make their way through Derrick's Corner. We see the Derrick's Corner reintroduced. You may see the oil flag, the red and yellow stripe flag being shown through Dan Weldon Corner, just to warn the drivers here there is the possibility of oil on the track. And you may see the cement dust flying there as well. So this first lap, there could be a bit of a, what you might say, an element of learning the track here, because it's the track service could be questionable. They're having another wave round, going out for another formation lap here, so makes sense really if the driver's not really in position to get the race underway. They've been stationary for quite some time, so it gives them the opportunity to get a bit more heat into the tyres as well. So no start this time. They are still under formation here, making their way back down towards the TKM straight. Dejon Bennett, Blake Southern, Toby Farthing, the 53, 111 Logan Hartshorn amongst the front runners. And we'll keep an eye out for, of course, our co-commentator, John Richardson, driving number 68 in this race. He'll be up here later on, I'm sure, to give us an insight from the track. It's his first ever live commentary, I'd say. He's done a bit of sim racing, I believe, but first time commentating on a live meeting. Here we go. And it looks like the start is good. Into the first corner they go. Bennett leading. Very tight into that first corner as they fight for position. One or two drivers pushed wide, but a bit of trouble at the back of the grid and trouble on the Willows on the first lap. A couple of drivers getting into trouble. Nothing serious. They all seem to have got back underway. Fighting through Derrick's Corner for the first time. One driver taking to the grass. Oh, he just about stays out of the way of the chasing pack. And here they come down the TKM straight for the first time. Drivers just very gingerly making their way into the corner. Learning the track here. There's oil on the circuit from the previous race, of course, so they can't be too brave on that first lap because they don't know the braking points are there. Over the line they go for the first time. Bennett leading. Oliver Meek on the 167 into second place. Blake Southern in third. Harry Russell, Owen Keenan, Teddy Cooper, Arthur Brownless, Toby Farthing, Mikey Walker and Joshua Smith rounding out the top 10. Lucy Wild in 11th. Logan Hartshorn, John Richardson, Joel Dixon Cohen, Charlie Fgrave, and a warning flag for Fgrave on that first lap as they all make their way through. Heading through Derrick's Corner. And Dejon Bennett, number 39, still leading the way. Here they come down towards the Kestrel Corner once again. The drivers now getting a bit more confident going into that corner. As down the inside, having a look there, is Oliver Meek. And did he make the move stick? Yes, he did, as they make their way down towards the Hines Straight. Bennett on his tail, having a look on the inside and goes back into first place. Nice little move there, going through into Stowe Corner. Blake Southern watching in third place. And the number 29 of Owen Keenan close behind as they make their way through towards Derrick's Corner. All very close here with Harry Russell and Teddy Cooper just on the back of that little group. 1 second covering the top 6 drivers right now. So a good, exciting start to this race. All running very closely indeed. We've still got 5 minutes plus the 1 lap to go. And again, you see the drivers just bedding themselves in a bit there going into Kestrel Corner. They're starting to be a bit braver on the brakes and carrying a bit more speed into the corner as the race goes on and the track gets bedded in quite nicely. And it is still Bennett that leads. So Bennett, Meek having a look on the inside. And a replay of what happened the previous lap, but this time with Meek taking the lead. Oliver Meek then into first place, Bennett in second, and Bennett down the inside into Derek's corner. Oh, bit of banging there. And it all goes wrong for Meek. He does not look happy with that one. They're going wheel to wheel into the corner there, and somebody had to come off first, you might say. And unfortunately for Oliver Meek, drops down into, I believe, fourth place. Whether he picked up some damage there, I don't know. So there is actually a warning flag out, though, for 167 Oliver Meek. So the race stewards, looks like they believe that Bennett was the innocent party in that move in Derek's corner. He actually pulls away now to 1.6 seconds. Smith in second. Southern third. Walker in fourth. Owen Keenan fifth. And the unfortunate Oliver Meek dropping to sixth position right now. But very good sequence of events here, you might say, for Dejon Bennett, number 39, who's pulled away quite nicely now as they make their way down in towards Kimbolton corner. Still with a bit of time to go in this race, though. 3 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. Bennett leads. And let's see if Joshua Smith can close up in second position. Mikey Walker still there in third. The top three just starting to settle down into position here. Number 26 then, Mikey Walker third. Owen Keenan still fourth as they make their way. The leading group going through Derek's corner once again. Blake Southam, Oliver Meek, Joel Dixon Cohen, Teddy Cooper not too far behind. As you might expect in a heat race, fast and frantic. Still a long way to go for these drivers, of course. They still have 2 more heat races to go before the final, but especially for those drivers who have had to start further down the grid in this race, there's still a bit of work to do here. Bennett looking good, as down the inside into second place, Mikey Walker going for the move as they make their way through the willows, and he has made the move stick. So Mikey Walker now into second position. Warning flag a bit further down for Aidan Mitchell, currently in 21st place. John Richardson, our co-commentator, fighting away in the midfield with Zach Starbuck for 15th place and Zach McDonald, number 80, just a bit further behind. Those drivers all running very closely. They're only about 5 seconds off the leaders. This is a classic karting race here, you would say. All very, very close indeed. And into first place now, going the 26 of Mikey Walker. So Walker leads. And up into second place now goes the number 15. Joshua Smith into second place. Bennett now the early leader dropping to third. Oh, a little bit of banging there going in towards Derek's corner. All very tight indeed. This is a very close race. And still with 1.5 minutes to go. So they will squeeze in a couple more laps here in this first heat race for the Junior Max. In towards the final corner they go. Walker leading, Bennett second, Smith in third, Keenan fourth, Southern in fifth position. Joel Dixon Cohen a bit further behind. And they're all running very closely indeed. 1:07 on the clock, so I think next time they come round it will be 2 laps to go here. Mikey Walker then leading. Joel Dixon Cohen, number 67, has been slowly but surely making his way through the field quite neatly and is now in fourth position. Bennett drops to fifth, and he is reunited, of course, with Oliver Meek, and they went wheel to wheel earlier on. So Meek, of course, adjudged to be the perpetrator, you might say, and he's still making his way through the field quite neatly here. 34 seconds on the clock, so this will be 2 laps to go. There is a warning flag out in the midfield for the number 39. Dejon Bennett, who is fighting, of course, falling down in towards the top 10. It just goes to show sometimes if you lose that momentum. Bennett was leading the race by nearly 2 seconds a few laps ago, but when you lose that momentum and just lose the rhythm, drivers just come streaming past. Now trying to recover as we go down towards zero. Next time round we get in the last lap. Mikey Walker still continues to lead the race with Joshua Smith in second position. Over the line they go, 1 lap to go. So Walker leads, Smith in second, Dixon Cohen having a brilliant drive through the field up to third position now. Oliver Meek now settled in fourth place in the 167. Blake Southern 100 in fifth place as they make their way through the Willows for the final time, heading down the Imitsu straight and up towards Derek's corner. So it's still Walker that leads. Smith second, Dixon Cohen third. The pack just starting to settle down on this final lap as they make their way down the TKM straight and heading into Kestrel corner for what will be the final time. And in this first heat race for the junior Rotax, it's going to be Mikey Walker. Out to the final corner he goes and takes the checkered flag. Joshua Smith in second position, Joel Dixon Cohen in third, Meek fourth, Cooper in fifth, Blake Southern, Will Archer, Jacko and Jawbridge, Charlie F. Brave, John Richardson rounding up the top 10 from Zach Starbuck, Zach McDonald in 12th, Lucy Wielden in 13th position, Dear John Bennett, the early leader, finishing in 14th for Finley Jones, Harry Russell and Archie Flint just a little further behind. So John Richardson, who was on the mic early, he breaks in towards the top 10 in the closing stages of that very close junior max race, which is only to be expected really when you consider how close that race category is. Drivers making their way through the field all the time. The TKM Extreme are coming up in just a few moments. So out onto the circuit now go the TKM Extreme drivers on for their formation lap. This, of course, is the first block of heat races today, race number 5 of our 36 race program. As the drivers now make their way in towards the TKM straight and slowing down, getting into position. Let's hope for a good, clean start. We had a couple of delays early in the race program. Of course, we're heading towards that time of the year, autumn, where the nights are a lot shorter, so the low sun could be a factor later on in the finals. Quite keen to get the meeting underway very quickly indeed. Good start. Over the line they go for the first time. And it's very tight into the first corner. Bradley Peck, Chris Whitten fighting away through the first corner they go. Good clean start through Stowe for the first time, heading through the Willows. And it looks like Oliver Bowen, I believe, has got the jump on the field as they make their way through towards Derek's corner for the first time. That bus stop style chicane really does invite some good overtaking opportunities. Very close in the midfield as they make their way through Dan Weldon corner for the first time, and down the TKM straight they go. You can still see the cement dust flying from that earlier incident in the 250 monos. Marshall's doing a great job of getting the track safe in such a short space of time. And you see Bradley Peck and Oliver Bowen gesticulating, trying to work together here. Now these two are just a little bit clear from the rest of the field, so the two drivers might be looking to work together just to pull away from the third place of Bradley Peck. Luke Jarman, Sean Abbott and Thomas Warner all very close behind, but at the moment Oliver Bowen and Chris Whitten do have the opportunity here to try and break away. What they can't afford to do here is race too closely for the lead. What they don't want to do is to draw Bradley Peck and Luke Jarman into this one as they make their way down towards our final corner, heading towards the Heinz straight to start another lap. So through they go. Chris Whitten, then your new race leader, just telling Oliver Bowen just to try and tag along here in second place, although he's losing a little bit of ground. Just look out for the third place, number 82 here, Bradley Peck, who is just starting to close the gap slightly in third position. Through Derek's corner they go, heading towards the Dan Weldon corner. Luke Jarman, Sean Abbott still right in there as well, all running very closely indeed. And down towards the final couple of corners they go. So still Chris Whitten leading the way. Whitten just trying to break away. The 55 Oliver Bowen charging in second place. just starting to settle down a little bit here amongst the leaders as they make their way through the willows once again. Heading down the Imitsu straight in towards Derek's corner, so it is still Witten leading, Bowen second, Peck in third, Luke Jarman fourth, Sean Abbott, Thomas Warner in sixth place. Rest of the top 10 made up of Ashley Ruggles, Patrick Leaf, Spencer Lane, Liv Jenkins moving into the top 10. Leo Robinson, Thomas Shaw and Jake Cox a little bit further behind in the midfield as they make their way down towards the Kim Bolton corner to complete another lap. We've still got 4 minutes plus 1 lap remaining in this race, still plenty of time. And look out for the third place driver, the number 82 of Bradley Peck, who moves into second place. Neat little move going in towards Stowe Corner. Stowe Corner, of course, you would say named after Stowe Longer, the nearest village to that side of the circuit. Kim Bolton sitting, you would say, in between the two villages, actually, of Kim Bolton and Stowe Longer, as they make their way down towards the TKM straight into Kestrel Corner once again. And at the moment, Chris Witten is just starting to establish a gap at the front here. Still 3.5 minutes to go in this race. Over the line they go once again. So Bradley Peck is now clear in second place. Now, can he close up in the leader with his closing stages? We've got Oliver Bowen still in third, Luke Jarman, Sean Abbott, and the number 18 of Luke Jarman trying to get involved in this battle. There is a bit of a gap behind Jarman with Sean Abbott, Thomas Warner, Ashley Ruggles and Spencer Lane, who has set the fastest lap of the race with a 42.84, getting involved in that battle for fourth position. Fifth place as they make their way down towards the TKM straight. The race leader is still Chris Witten, making his way through the final corner, and the number 1 of Chris Witten goes over the line. Just looking at the gap here, Bradley Peck just starting to gain a couple of tenths of a second here and there, but all very close now. Just keep an eye out here on the number 82, the black cart with the white helmet of Bradley Peck, just starting to try and close up on that race leader. He's looking at the lines here, trying to find a way that he can improve and get through as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner once again. Now down the back straight in towards Kestrel Corner, that left-handed flick, 90-degree left-hander, greater potential overtaking opportunity leading in towards the Kim Bolton corner. And down the straight they go once again. Time ticking down here. Less than 2 minutes to go, plus the 1 lap remaining. As moving into third place there, Luke Jarman, with a neat move going into Stowe Corner, goes into third place. Still chasing in fourth is Oliver Bowen. At the moment, though, Chris Witten appears to have the race under control. There's still a bit of time to go in this one, of course, but Witten running a nice pace out there, keeping Bradley Peck behind him by around 3/4 of a second right now, as they make their way down the TKM straight and heading towards the Kim Bolton corner. Witten still leading, 1:14 on the clock, still a couple more laps to go here. Peck in second place, the fight now on for third position with Luke Jarman and Oliver Bowen fighting for that third place. In towards Stowe Corner, no change, but having a peek on the inside, going through towards the willows there. Oliver Bowen just asking a few questions of the third place drivers. Sean Abbott, Spencer Lane, Leo Robinson, Ashley Ruggles, Liv Jenkins up to 9th in the number 48. Thomas Warner dropping to 10th position. Shaw and Patrick Leaf 11th and 12th respectively. Charlie Whitehouse, Jake Cox and William Bloom just a little bit further behind. Looking at the clock here, going down to 37 seconds left in this race. So this means it will be 2 laps to go here, as still the number 1 of Chris Witten, who took the lead fairly early on in this first race, controlling quite nicely. But Bradley Peck in second position. Number 82 is not giving this one up, though, with 2 laps to go. They make their way through the willows for the penultimate time. And still fighting for third is the number 18 of Luke Jarman from Oliver Bowen. Spencer Lane, Sean Abbott, Leo Robinson, Ashley Ruggles just that bit further behind. But the gap going down to 0.6 of a second here between Bradley Peck and the race leader, number 1, Chris Witten, as they make their way down TKM straight in towards Kestrel Corner. And Bradley Peck is really charging here. I think he has closed the gap slightly. They make their way over the line for the penultimate time. The last lap board is about to go out here. Let's have a look at the clock as they make their way through. and Bradley Peck's brought it down to half a second. There's still every opportunity here for Bradley Peck to try and have a go for a late snatch for the lead here, but I am sure that Chris Whitten, number one, will not give this one up as they make their way down towards Derek's corner for the final time. There's a fight for third, with Oliver Bowen fighting through into third place, all running very closely in that third place battle. The leaders make their way, having a peek on the inside there into Dan Weldon. Goes Bradley Peck. Down in towards the Kestrel corner for the final time they go. Can Whitten hold on? Bradley Peck closing the gap into the final corner. It's going to be a fight to the line here, but Chris Whitten has the line out of the corner and takes the checkered flag. Really great effort from Bradley Peck, though, to keep the pressure onto second place. And in that fight for third position, Oliver Bowen takes third, Luke Jarman in fourth. Bowen does have a investigation flag from the stewards, though. Luke Jarman fourth, Spencer Lane, Leo Robinson, Sean Abbott, Ashley Ruggles, Liv Jakins and Thomas Shaw rounding out the top 10 in this first TKM Extreme heat of the day. So whether there'll be any further repercussions for the 55 of Oliver Bowen, I don't know. There was an investigation sign there on that final lap as the drivers make their way back to the paddock. Next group making their way down towards the Parc Fermé and the assembly area. Plenty of investment actually going in towards the infrastructure here at Kimbolton over the year. There's been, ahead of the British Kart Championships last month, there were improvements to some of the off-track facilities, new toilet blocks, new paddock buildings as well. And Kimbolton has been in existence, of course, as a karting venue since the late 1950s. And even now, of course, the Hunt's Kart Racing Club continuing to invest money into the facilities and the track here. The race surface always in top condition here at Kimbolton, as the next group to make their way out, the Mini Inters, making their way out onto the circuit right now for their formation lap. So, trouble at the start of the Mini Inters. I think fair to say that start has been called off. A couple of drivers getting tangled in the midfield as they make their way through. Nothing serious. Everyone seems to be okay. But quite understandably, you would say the start has been called off here. The green and yellow, the chevron flag, just indicating that the drivers will have to go out for another formation lap here as they make their way through. And making their way back down towards the Mini Inters formation lap. In towards the TKM straight they go once again. So the drivers getting into position. So you may have seen a midfield tangle there at the start of that race. The start was called off. And the drivers just getting themselves back into position as they make their way down towards the Kestrel corner. The track looks well repaired, you might say, after that pretty substantial blow-up in the Junior Max race. Marshall's doing a great job of making sure that the track is safe and ready to go. Drivers are in position now, so let's hope for a good start here as they make their way towards the tram lines. Over the line they go, and into the first corner they go. Mini Inters, heat number one gets underway. It's a good start as they guard that corner going into Stowe, and it is Josh Cook, Oliver Barton, Lewis Everton all fighting away for the lead. Through the Willows they go for the first time, and the 114 of Max Jolly with a brilliant start there as they make their way through into Derek's corner for the first time. Bit of midfield jostling for position as you'd expect on the first lap. One kart in trouble on the formation lap. Try and pick that up in a few moments who that was, but the Marshals getting the kart safely into the infield and it does not affect the race. For a brilliant start there from Max Jolly, making his way through Kimbolton corner for the first time. Over the line they go to complete the first full flying lap. Josh Cook in second, Oliver Barton, Max Sweetley with the K-plate, Sebastian Behrman in fifth position, Ryan White, Ed Spain, Galegione in eighth position, Jensen Sale as they make their way through Stowe and heading towards the Willows. But Max Jolly, after that brilliant first lap of the race, makes his way through Derek's corner. Just trying to establish that gap at the front. It's about 0.6 of a second right now. So the question is here, is if Josh Cook, Oliver Barton or Max Wheatley can just start to close that gap on the early race leader. We've still got plenty of time to go in this race, 5.5 minutes plus the 1 lap. A driver in investigation is Lucian Smith, number 41, just on the edge of the top 10 as Jolly goes over the line. Just trying to establish that gap at the front. 75, still there in second place, Josh Cook. Oliver Barton, Max Wheatley just a little bit further behind as they make their way down towards the Willows once again. Sebastian Behrman, 137, moves into 5th place, trying to close up on the K-plate of Max Wheatley as they make their way through towards Derek's corner, heading towards Dan Weldon corner at the top of the circuit. Dan Weldon corner, of course, named in honour of the late Dan Weldon. IndyCar glories, of course, very sadly no longer with us, but one of the great British drivers to have raced here at Kimbolton in the past as the leaders make their way through to complete another lap here. And Max Jolly controlling the race quite nicely at the moment. 1.5 seconds between him and Josh Cook in second position. And you have to wonder here if the likes of Josh Cook, Max Wheatley might be looking to try and work together here. Wheatley's going to go and try and have a look on the inside going in towards the Derek's corner. That tricky little bus stop style chicane. Rest of the top 10 charging through. That's made up of Barton in 4th, Behrman in 5th, Sale, Ryan White in 7th, Ed Spain, Gioni in 9th, and Lucian Smith rounding out the top 10 from Benjamin Lawn. Adam Juditis a little bit further behind. As down into second place there goes Max Wheatley. And he's made the move stick. So we've got 4 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. Warning flags for Benjamin Lawn and the number 41, I believe, of Lucian Smith, a little bit further down on the edge of the top 10. So plenty of bumper-to-bumper action, you might say, on the edge of the top 10 as they all fight for position. But this does not affect, of course, the race leader, Max Jolly, who is leading quite comfortably by 1.8 seconds. But Max Wheatley has set the fastest lap of the race here, only just, I would say, 43.76. And let's have a look as the clock ticks down, 3.5 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. Let's see if Wheatley can close up on Max Jolly. Over the line they go to complete another lap. Jolly leading. The gap pretty much remaining around 1.5 seconds, give or take. Still plenty of action on the edge of the top 10 though. Cook in 3rd. Sebastian Behrman moves into 4th place now in the 137. Barton drops to 5th. Jensen Sale in 6th position. Ed Spain, Benjamin Lawn, Theo Bradshaw 9th, Judatis in 10th as Johnny drops to 11th. They're all jostling for position on the edge of the top 10. But for the race leader, Max Jolly, who took the lead with a brilliant first lap, number 114, he is controlling the race quite neatly here as he makes his way down towards Kestrel Corner, moves in towards Kimbolton Corner, and just ticking the clock down here, just running some nice neat laps. There's a quick glance over the shoulder just to check the progress of his rivals, but Max Wheatley is starting to charge here, 43.5, and Wheatley with the K-plate to set the fastest lap of the race here. We have 2.5 minutes thereabouts, plus the 1 lap remaining. And the question is here, can Max Wheatley close the gap? Although Sebastian Behrman has also moved up into 3rd place right now. And the top 3 are looking quite threatening here as they try and close up on the leader. Just looking at the clock, 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. And Max Jolly continuing to lead the way as they make their way down towards Kimbolton Corner. Out to the final corner he goes, and over the line. I'm going to look at the timing charts here as they make their way through. And Jolly leading, the gap down to 1 second. Max Wheatley has set another fastest lap of the race as they make their way down towards the Stowe Corner. You'll see just behind there Sebastian Behrman, Jensen Sale, all running very closely. Josh Cook and Oliver Barton right in there as well. There is the 114 of your race leader, Max Jolly, who is looking in great form here. But look at behind him. The K-plate of Max Wheatley is just chipping away at this gap for the lead. There is the 114 Jolly, still running quite nicely. Still time on Wheatley's side here in second place. Just over 1 minute to go, so they will squeeze a couple more laps in here. And Max Wheatley still charging. Over the line they go once again. Max Wheatley keeping that pressure on. Further behind, Sebastian Behrman, 137, the number 40 of Jensen Sale. They're fighting for third place, 75 of Josh Cook, closely followed by the 65 of Oliver Barton, as they make their way through Derek's corner. Leaders heading through the Dan Weldon corner. And there we see the 137 of Sebastian Behrman. And then, of course, of Ollie Behrman, of Formula One fame this year, driving for the Haas team in Formula One next year. And Sebastian Behrman has had some good outings this year in the mini inters. Over the line they go. 20 seconds on the clock, so next time round it will be the last lap of the race as the fight for third continues. Sebastian Behrman leads that group of drivers. Jensen Sale now move into third position, the number 40, so Sale up to third, Behrman fourth. Behrman trying to fight back as they make their way down towards Derek's corner. Through Derek's corner they go. Sale still there in third. Max Wheatley just starting to close the gap once again on Max Jolly as they make their way down the TKM straight. There is the number 40 of the Jensen Sale. Behrman having a peek on the inside. Fifth place, Josh Cook and Oliver Barton closing just behind as the last lap board goes out. And at the front, the leaders now making their way in towards Stowe Corner. And there they are, down the inside. Lovely move there from the K-plate of Max Wheatley. Has he made the move stick? No, he hasn't. So Wheatley having a look, but Max Jolly with the switchback as he guards the inside, going into Derek's corner for the final time. And again, having a peek on the inside there, Max Wheatley trying to find an opening here, but you can see Max Jolly driving defensive. Oh, but look at that though. Max Wheatley gets a line on the exit of the corner. Brilliant move there from Max Wheatley. Found half a gap there and made it stick. So it looks like Wheatley is going to snatch this heat win on the last lap of the race. Tail ender in front shouldn't affect things too much though, as Max Wheatley takes the checkered flag. The unfortunate Max Jolly has to settle for second place, but he really put up a good fight. Sebastian Behrman fights through to third on the final lap, getting past Jensen Sale in that close fight for third place. Josh Cook, Oliver Barton, Theo Bradshaw, Benjamin Law, Lucian Smith and Sebastian Clark rounding out the top 10. As I'm going to introduce back to the microphone now John Richardson, who fought through to 10th place in his first heat race. He was running well in the midfield there and made some places at the right time of the race.
Yeah, obviously the first heat went... it was all right. I think I should have finished a lot more higher, but some contact happened into the one of the... I forgot which corner now. And obviously set us back a few places, but to recover all the way up to 10th is pretty good for my standards.
Yeah, I'd say a good solid start today there for you. And we see one or two drivers just having the carts pulled away at the end of the race there. I think that might have been either Lewis Herbertson or Loman Wilcox. Lewis Herbertson was the driver who dropped out at the very start of the race. Rotax 177 is coming up in just a few moments. They're just having a couple of brief moments here before we let the carts out onto the circuit, just to allow the stricken cuts to be taken away from the track. Of course, they'll be retrieved back to the paddock. 177 is in association with Torp Motorsport, is about to get underway. No incidents out on the track, no drivers hurt, I hasten to add. It's just a couple of carts that suffered mechanical failure, and it's just giving the parents and the mechanics just a few moments to get those carts off the circuit, and they're now clear. The green flag is up, I can now tell you. You'll see the gate opening up in the dummy grid. The green flag goes up, and out onto the circuit they go.
The starting grid for this race is as followed. Gordon Chenry is on pole position for this Heat 1 of 177, with Liam Ferguson alongside him on the front row. Alfie Bray is on row 2, followed by Elliot Kennedy alongside him. Row 3, David German and Jack Taylor, Samuel Cornell and Josh Bass, Jimmy Galloway and Ollie Hancock, Lee Todd, Toby Case, Sam Dickens, Stravos and Thanos, apologies if I didn't get your name right, James Butcher, Simon Hilton, Simon Pugh and Andy Shennery line out this 177 Rotax Heat 1 grid.
Here we go. So the drivers now making their way. The grid is in position as they make their way through Kimbolton Corner. Looks good as the race gets underway. Good clean start. They make their way through into the first corner. Chenery and Ferguson guarding that inside line. Trouble at the back of the field, though. One or two drivers spinning out there. Doesn't look to be anything too serious. They all get back underway. They fight through the willows for the first time. With Gordon Chenery, Liam Ferguson and Alfie Bray all starting very well.
It was a very good start for the front pack, but the midfield and some back runners, backstarters, had a couple of issues out there. But it was a very, very good start from Liam Ferguson. Has a very, very big lead now. It's nearly over a second, maybe even second and a half now.
Well, we'll look at that when they come through, because if we look at the race leader going through, so it's Liam Ferguson leading. There's a very close battle for second place. Samuel Cornwell, Jimmy Galloway, Jack Taylor and Elliot Kennedy all scrapping for position here, John. And this is a brilliant start here for Liam Ferguson, because that's allowed him to pull away and first lap of the race establish nearly a 2-second lead here.
Yeah, it's a very, very, very good start from Liam Ferguson. You rarely see these perfect starts here at Kimbolton, but Liam Ferguson has just demonstrated to us what a perfect start should be, and he's just capitalised on the other drivers battling, and he's now just flown off into the distance.
So here they come out to the final corner, and Liam Ferguson, can he maintain that gap at the front? 5.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Still plenty of time for the chasing pack to try and get involved in this one as they make their way through Stowe Corner. So Ferguson leads, Cornwell second. Jimmy Galloway, Jack Taylor a bit further behind. You'll see the drivers now making their way down towards Derrick's Corner. Down the Yamitsu straight they go. Gets a bit more technical as they make their way through Derrick's Corner and up towards our camera point at the top of the circuit, Dan Weldon Corner. Through they go, the midfield runners charging through. We just saw in the midfield there Toby Case, James Butcher, Adam Chenery, Stavros Athanasopoulos also there in 13th position, number 55, as the leaders now make their way out to the final corner. Over the line they go. Liam Ferguson leads the race by 2.3 seconds. Now that is a lifetime on this Kimbolton circuit. Really huge gap at the front as the midfield runners make their way down through Stowe Corner. We see the pack now making their way through the willows. That switchback section, really demanding part of the circuit as they make their way through towards Derrick's Corner. And it's looking like a little bit of a tight battle here. Alfie Bray, Elliot Kennedy and Ollie Hancock all getting involved as they make their way through the Dan Weldon Corner and down the TKM straight.
Through Kestrel Corner they go. Elliot Kennedy has a bit of a lead going through Kimbolton Corner to Ollie Hancock, but no, can't make the move stick going through Stowe Corner. It was a good defensive move from Alfie Bray.
Yeah, Alfie Bray looking quite good here in 6th position. Elliot Kennedy, Ollie Hancock all fighting out as they make their way through the Dan Weldon Corner. There they go, the very top of the circuit, heading back towards the finish. It is 3.5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining in this race. Liam Ferguson leading quite comfortably. There is the number 51 of Ollie Hancock fighting for 8th position. Leaders now coming down towards the first corner as there's a bit of trouble on your inset there, a little bit further down. Didn't quite get the number. I think it may have been Josh Bass, 164, hitting trouble. That's just by Derrick's Corner. And they see, well, it is indeed the number 164, the stricken cart is on the infield. Driver okay, but all looking good.
I believe it was a mechanical failure as he slowed massively going through Yamayutu straight. It could have been potentially a carb issue with the engine, but the good thing is though that he's all okay.
Back on track here, having a peek on the inside, coming into the first corner. Wonderful move there from Samuel Cornwell. I don't think that Liam Ferguson was expecting that one. A lovely outbreaking maneuver on Samuel Cornwell. Had a nice bit of pace there going down the Hines straight and takes the lead. He really has done well to fight back and pull back that 2-second gap. There's still a bit of time here for him to try and break away. And a bit of an ambush there, I think, because Liam Ferguson wasn't quite expecting that one. Down the back straight they go, and Ferguson not giving this one up.
And a Battenberg flag is now out. I'm from a commentary box, we can't really see what it could be.
So just to establish there, of course, on the Battenberg flag, this is the, you may see it in a few moments when they go through, there's a kart well and truly nestled in the barriers there. Ooh. Number 54 is, I think, looking at our cameras there, that'll be Simon Pugh.
Seems to be all...
54, that is, of Josh Bass, well and truly buried in the barriers here on the, that's Kimbolton corner. Driver appears to be okay, but just to establish here, John, the Battenberg flag, this is your yellow, you'll see the marshal there actually, yellow and black diagonal flag there. This is tantamount, they are still racing here, of course, aren't they? This is tantamount to a safety car, you might say, where the race has been neutralised.
Yeah, so just a brief explanation, the Battenberg flag is just basically a safety car flag, but there is no safety car. The leader, which in this case would be Samuel Cornell, will be basically that safety car and has to maintain a slow and steady pace so that the marshals can recover the number 54 of Simon
Simon Pugh, isn't it? I think
Pugh. Apologies for that, Simon.
I have to say here, John, the race leader Samuel Cornwell, he's controlling the pace very slowly here with 48 seconds on the clock. I think he's just managing things now just to make sure what he wants to do is try and make sure it's 42 seconds on the clock now. He just wants to try and shorten this race as much as he can here, I think.
Yeah, it's a very classic go-karting tactic from the leaders. If there's only a minute to go, you want to slow down the race.
Oh, the finish flag's come out. So they've brought this one to the finish flag's out, so they brought that one to a premature end, it would appear. So Samuel Cornwell will be the winner from Liam Ferguson and Jimmy Galloway. Don't see that happen very often, do we?
No, I've seen that happen in the past, but it seems like the number 165 of, I believe that is...
That's Liam Ferguson.
Liam Ferguson is still continuing. I can understand why he's still continued, but it's a bit bizarre that if there was only 32 seconds on the clock, that they would stop the race.
Trying to see on the final corner. I think they are still just sorting out the barriers, so perhaps they believe there was no time to get that rectified before the race was finished. So
yeah,
Liam Ferguson, I think he was just maybe missed the flag, but carries on the track. That won't count, of course. It'll be Samuel Cornwell that wins, Liam Ferguson second, and Jimmy Galloway in third place. As a little nudge back to the line there, the 164 of Josh Bass. That was the kart that had the mechanical issues earlier on, so it looks like he's managed to get it going again, and we'll at least get it back to the paddock. There in the barriers is, we can see why the Battenberg flags came out. The driver appears to be just receiving some attention for the medics. If the driver does get a bit shaken up, they do, as a matter of course, take them to the medical area just to check that the driver's okay, but from what we can see on the camera, hopefully it doesn't appear to be anything too serious. So I think I'll let you take the lead on this one, John. Of course, this is the senior Rotax. This is the penultimate race in our first block of heats, and we are about to get things underway.
We'll now be moving on to the senior Rotax race. It's always a very competitive race, and especially on this grid, there's a really good drivers on this grid, like the likes of Luke Bate, Joshua Turnbull, who's now moved up to senior Rotax. Lucas Blanford has also moved up. Lucas Ellingham, current championship leader of the Kimbolton Championship this year. There's just so many good drivers, I can't actually name it, and you can expect drivers to move up the order and expect to be a very competitive race this week. Currently, some of the karts are getting pushed off the track. I believe it's all been sorted off now, and hopefully we should be getting racing underway shortly. With the current championship, though, as whilst we wait for the race to start, Lucas Ellingham is currently the championship leader with 762 points to Charlie Webb's 613. So Charlie Webb has quite a bit of a deficit to Lucas Ellingham, and he would hope to get a very good result for this heat, as he needs as many points as he possibly could get on Lucas Ellingham for the Kimbolton Championship. And below him is George Donald with 608 points, so don't count him out of the equation. very close to Charlie Webb, and we could expect a very big battle between these three brilliant drivers, as they're both really good here and all around the country. As hopefully we should begin underway, but no, I believe that is the kart of the number 54 that was in the barrier a few moments ago at the Gibraltar corner, but we're now underway with Luke Bate on pole position from Jack Spencer alongside him, Victor Finlater and George Hart round out row 2. Isaac Reynolds and Joshua Turnbull on the row behind, with Lucas Blanford just recently moved up to senior Rotax, and George Allen on the same row. Ryan Hedge and Lucas Ellingham, keep an eye on him. Joe Fox, Aaron Sarkis, James Tester, Ethan Martin, Joshua Burnett, William Pemble, Tobias Alvarez, a very good driver around here, keep an eye on him. Tom Pryor, Deacon Russell, Ralph Younglin, Cassius Diaz, Charlie Webb, Callum Ingray, James Habershaw, Ewan Richards, Harry Floor, and Michael Morgan. As here we go, underway. It's a good start, pretty clean start. Oh, there's chaos at the midfield. Tons of drivers go off the track. I hope everyone is okay. As Tobias Alvarez involved in that. Ralph Younglin also involved in that. But it's a very good start from Jack Spencer, who manages to take the lead away from Luke Bate, who is a very good driver here, racing with the, I believe, Jack's Motorsports machinery, as Joshua Turnbull goes down the inside of the number 64 of Jack Spencer and takes the lead of the race. So Joshua Turnbull, just recently moved up to senior Rotax, is now in the lead of the race. Yellow flags in the first corner, so there should not be any overtaking here, but hopefully no drivers are going to overtake through that section of the track. But Joshua Turnbull had a very good start from P6 and manages to take the lead off of Jack Spencer, who both had very good starts. And Joshua Turnbull is a very quick driver around here. Finished 10th last year. Oh, this year, but 6th last year. In the British Kart Championships. As through they go. Heinz Straight just extending that gap to 50.9 he's managed to set. From Lucas Ellingham's 40 point... no, not... Sorry, I'm not... It was... Joshua Turnbull said 40.59, not 50.59. That's my fault. But ultimately, very good driving from these drivers, with Lucas Ellingham, with his teammate behind him of Jack Spencer and Luke Bate just right behind him. Through they go. Kestrel corner. Down the inside goes Luke Bate on Jack Spencer. A very crucial move because Lucas Ellingham is getting away from him and he needs to get on the pace. And currently Luke Bate is around, lapping the same lap time as Lucas Ellingham, but with that overtake, you could he should now be able to try and aim to catch up to the number 99 of Lucas Ellingham. As now we see Ethan Martin behind Jack Spencer. It's been a very good race for the DHR drivers, with current Joshua Turnbull in the lead, and now Ethan Martin's in the equation, and does manage to get the move on Jack Spencer through Kimbolton corner. And now he's going to try to aim to catch up to Luke Bate. He's doing a very good job, Ethan Martin. Slowly catching Luke Bate, and sets the fastest Sector 1, which is a quite competitive Sector 1, I'm going to be honest. A 14.75 through that sector. It's currently Joshua Turnbull just extending that lead. Nearly now second to Lucas Ellingham. As currently we are now watching Jack Spencer and George Allen. No, we're not. We're no longer watching them. as Ethan Martin has now rapidly catched up to Luke Bay. He's done a brilliant job to catch up to Luke Bay. Through they go, Derek's corner, just edging closer and closer to Luke Bay. And what a lap that Ethan Martin has set, a 40.09. This track has now become electric, and down the inside goes Ethan Martin on Luke Bay. What a brilliant move from Ethan Martin. As now Ethan Martin's going to aim to catch up to Lucas Ellingham, and with momentum on his side, we can expect that to happen very, very shortly, as he's setting very competitive lap times. That's nearly the 39 margin, which is around, I believe that was the lap record set by Archie Walker at the round before British Championships, I believe. But as now we see Ethan Martin hasn't lost Luke Bate now. Very quick driver around here, so we shouldn't expect him to lose Luke Bate that easily. But Ethan Martin and Luke Bate should try and attempt to work together, should try and catch up to Lucas Ellingham, and they have caught him a bit. They've gained around 2 tenths on him that lap, has Ethan Martin, but Luke Bate has lost around also 2 tenths to him. It's currently Ethan Martin slowly but surely catching Lucas Ellingham through these corners. As here we go through Laser Straight and into Kimbolton Corner. Joshua Turnbull still leads it out. Lucas Ellingham in P2, and Ethan Martin with that superb drive is catching Lucas Ellingham, as he's now nearly within really good toe range of Lucas Ellingham. The current driver that most gained positions, Harry Bloor, gained 15 positions, and he's just under the top 10. But now, moving on to the battle for second place, Ethan Martin is having a very good race here. Gained 11 places, has the DHR driver. As through we go, high and straight. He's getting closer. He's getting closer, but he's not going to try and make a move through Stowe Corner. Through they go, the Willows. Is he going to try and make a move into Derek's corner? I think he's just a bit too far back, getting so close under the brakes. Seems so confident on those brakes, but Lucas Ellingham managed to get a bit of the exit out of the corner, and now tries to solidify his gap to Ethan Martin. But as I say that, Ethan Martin is just recoiling back up. Looked so confident in that kart, and we should expect him to hopefully maybe make a move into Stowe Corner, but he's not close enough. Going through the Willows we go. He's just getting that ever bit so closer, as Lucas Ellingham does go a bit defensive, maybe a half defensive move from the Jack Dex driver. As through they go, down Weldon Corner. Ethan Martin is just getting so close, but just can't get a move done. It just seems to be where Ethan Martin gains, Ellingham managed to gain back on the exit. It's now on the last lap we go. Joshua Turnbull still leads. Lucas Ellingham goes defensive. Can Ethan Martin make the move stick? No, he doesn't. He doesn't make the move stick, as Lucas Ellingham does superb driving on the exit of Stowe Corner. As through we go, Lucas Ellingham does a half defensive move again through Derek's corner. That's one of the major overtaking opportunities managed to be blocked off. But now we go through TKM straight. Luke Bate has now catched up to Ethan Martin. Is he going to try and go for a lunge? No, he isn't. But Joshua Turnbull takes the win in Heat 1 of Senior Rotax, followed from Lucas Ellingham, Ethan Martin, Luke Bate, Lucas Blanford with a very impressive drive to round out the top 5. Jack Spencer had a very good start, but I bet he'll be happy with a 6th place. George Allen finishes 7th. from Deacon Russell, gaining 11 places in that race, finishes in 8th. Ryan Hedge in 9th, and to solidify the top 10, which is all provisional, George Hart, who had a pretty decent race, with Charlie Webb gaining 11 places, just outside the top 10. Harry Bloor in 12th, gaining 14. Ewan Richards, 13th. James Tester, 14th. William Pemble, 15th. Ben Horner had a very good drive from the back of the grid, finishes 16th. Tom Pryor, 17th. Callum Ingrave, 18th. Victor Findlater, apologies if I've said your name incorrectly. And Michael Morgan rounds out the top 20 of this senior Rotax grid.
When we have the next standing start race, I can get the lights if you want to pick them. I'll have to double up and mess with my iris. But yeah, it's an option.
So well done to John Richardson there with his first solo attempt. He's going to join us for the Senior X30s, of course. He'll be out in action a bit later on today. So Senior X30 is taking their way on towards the formation lap now, and we'll have a look at how they line up. Of course, it's Samuel Cook from Morgan Hill, Kieran Barber Jack down on row 2, Sam Branston, Matthew Morgan, row 3, Josh Jones, and Luca Mann running up the 4th row of the grid. Row number 5, Katie Ashford from James Henson, Noah Osbaldeston from Ty Stansfield, Alan Eckberg, Keon Geraghty, Oliver Harris, Sam Falconer on row number 8. Row 9, Aaron Ask from Tristan Powell, Monty Braithwaite, Joey Brown, row 10, Peter Jurovic, Tiger Dixon, row 11, Barack Roy Barco, Reese Barber on row number 12, and rounding out Zach Whelan and Matthew Jones at the back of the grid. Of course, these are randomly allocated. The drivers towards the back will have a better run of things in heat number 2, of course. So it's a bit of a mixture of defending from the front and fighting from the back as they make their way over the line. One driver going off wide there, number 43, I believe that was, as they charge into the first corner. A bit of banging and buffing. One driver going wide there. But I think it was the 43 came off worse on the start straight. Relatively incident-free start, though, as they make their way towards Derek's corner for the first time.
It was a very bit of a chaotic start from the front leaders. Oh, and there's a spinner as someone goes spear in the air, and drivers cut.
Trouble a bit further back on Derek's corner, that is. So 1 or 2 drivers in trouble in the midfield as they all go fighting. So I think we'll have to have a look at it's been a bit of a dramatic first lap here, John, isn't it, as they make their way through.
Yeah, very chaotic start. Usually don't expect a very chaotic start from these experienced drivers, but it proved otherwise.
Jack Dan was going wide there, a little bit pushed out there, the 106 of Samuel Cook, who was in second. So Jack Dan, after that eventful first lap, leads the race by 7/10. Samuel Cook, we just saw pushed wide a bit there in that coming off worse in that fight per second. A bit of banging and buffing going through Derek's corner. As we look at the number 122, there is a technical flag for Noah Osbaldeston down in the midfield. 19th position, so must have come off worse in some of the first lap antics, as the number 29 of Morgan Hill still charging in 5th position. Sam Branston, Tristan Powell charging through out of Kimbolton corner, and Jack Dan here has got a nice little lead.
Yeah, he does. A very big lead as well, nearly 2 seconds now. Yeah, nearly 2 seconds now with the sector times. Morgan Hill having a very decent first half of the race, has set a very competitive sector 1 time of a 15.25. But looking a bit further into the midfield, Joey Brown, who recently moved up into Senior X30, and this is his, I believe, first ever race in the senior class, is now on board with Kean Geraghty, the GP plate holder, and a very, very quick driver. He's managed to gain now 10 places.
Yeah, he's coming through quite nicely, isn't he? Because, of course, he's one of the drivers in this first heat who have started further back. So it's a bit of a busy race from here, trying to gain those positions.
The random heat allocation can really help the driver, but also can really hinder a driver. Like, for an example, let's say you're starting very exactly in the midfield, and the midfield always seems to be chaotic. You might have a chance of being involved in an incident, but at the same time, it gives the race some more fun, and the drivers enjoy it.
So it's Jack Dan looking good, 0.7 of a second, making his way through the willows. The investigation flag going out for Morgan Hill.
And he's got a warning flag as well.
Yeah, and warning as well. So he's hitting a bit of trouble there, but looking quite good at the moment as they make their way through towards Derek's corner, up towards Dan Weldon. Down the back straight they go. Jack Dan looking good as they make their way down towards the final corner here, this right-handed Kim Bolton corner, last corner, as we look at the 29 of Morgan Hill, keeping that pressure on. Kean Garrity with the GP plate, not too far behind. Monty Braithwaite, Ty Stansfield, Luca down and still make their way through. Lovely weather here at Kim Bolton. Good weather for a 9-mile run, you might say, this morning. But on the track, Jack Dan is looking very good, but closing up now, Morgan Hill, Sam Branston and Kean Garrity all running very close here as they make their way up towards Dan Weldon corner. And for Jack Dan, who has been running so well, the final 3 minutes of this race could see him coming under some real pressure here.
Yeah.
Oh, down the inside, there he goes.
Down the inside goes, I believe, Morgan Hill on Jack Dan. It was a very good move from, I believe that's the, apologies from there, I believe that's a Jack Dex Racing car, but Kean Garrity is now in this battle for the lead. I'm really sorry. Gained 11 places now and managed to do a brilliant switchback on Jack Dan to solidify his second place, and now is catching Morgan Hill. And now there's a back marker. Is that going to hinder? It does hinder a bit of Morgan Hill. Kean Garrity goes past the back marker. It's now through Hines Straight we go.
Yeah, we got
Garrity's all over the back of Morgan Hill. He's going to try and make a move. No, he isn't. Makes a big mistake on the exit of Stoke Horn, and through the willows we go. Now onto the Yamadushu Straight.
So
Garrity
Morgan Hill
just getting closer and closer every single time.
Morgan Hill coming under a bit of pressure here, though, from Kean Garrity, who did set the fastest lap earlier on, 40.68, having a nice line out of Dan Weldon corner. And just starting to ask questions here of the race leader, Morgan Hill. Down into Kim Bolton they go. Is there a line there? Here he is, the GP plate of Kean Garrity. Out of the final corner they go, heading down the straight, and look at Morgan Hill guarding that inside line, making Kean Garrity work here, but Garrity's got the line coming out towards the willows, and a brilliant move there from Kean Garrity to make that move stick. Morgan Hill made life very difficult for him. Oh, it's down the inside, and they lock wheels. Morgan Hill.
Contact between Kean Garrity and Morgan Hill. What dramatic race we're having from these two drivers. But I believe Kean Garrity didn't came off worse, and I believe that will be
Morgan Hill's got a technical flag. So, yeah, he's out of contention here. Over the line they go. We've got 44 seconds on the clock. So Kean Garrity continues to lead the race. Sam Branston is the new challenger. Morgan Hill has got a technical flag, so he will be out of the race. Jack Dan, early race leader, in third. Ty Stansfield in fourth. Monty Braithwaite, Tiger Dixon, Joey Brown, Rylan Ekberg in eighth position. Ninth for Morgan Hill, but he will be out of the race. Peter Jurovic running up the top 10 from Luca Mann. So Kean Garrity withstanding the challenge from Morgan Hill. They locked wheels on the previous lap. Racing incident, I think, but unfortunately Morgan Hill comes off worse. And Kean Garrity with, it'll be tight here, 7 seconds on the clock. Marshall keeping a close eye on the timing charts. Over the line they go, and 2 seconds left. So effectively here, John, this race goes on for one more lap.
Yeah, this would be pretty bad for Kean Garrity, as Sam Preston has the momentum on his side, as getting closer and closer through Derek's corner we go. Just getting so really closer now. Seems to be more confident than Garrity after the incident move. as the back marker does get out of the way, which is very good driving from that back marker. It's always good to see drivers not really get in the way of other drivers that might have other issues. As now through Kim Bolton corner to start the last lap of the race. It's number 58 of Sam Braston, close enough to get to Kean Garrity. No, he isn't. As Garrity now going through Yamaguchi Straight.
So Kean Garrity, of course, is essentially crossing the line with 2 seconds left on the clock. Means this race goes on for one more lap. So he's having to work a little bit harder here to battle with Sam Branston, who's keeping the pressure on as they make their way down the TKM straight for the final time. But it looks like Garrity may just have this in the bag.
Yep, I believe Garrity now has the bag. It's gone through Kim Bolton corner. Kean Garrity with a very good drive gets heat 1, sorry. Senior X30 win.
So it's Kean Garrity, a race winner. Sam Branston second from Ty Stansfield. Monty Braithwaite in fourth position. Jack Dan, Roland Ekberg, Joey Brown, Tiger Dixon, Piotr Jurovic, Katie Ashman rounding out the top 10 from Luca Mann, Aaron Lass, Samuel Cook, Matthew Morgan and Sam Falcon. They're taking this a bit further down towards the midfield. And that brings to a close the first heat of races here at Kimbolton. We're going to move on to our Micromax and the Honda 200s, the cadets, of course, who started off the event earlier on this morning as the last few drivers make their way over the line. Senior X30, busy race schedule here at Kimbolton, this track which has been here since the late 1950s, and generations of top British drivers, of course, raced here over the years. It's very much, if you're not familiar with the geography here of the Kimbolton circuit, we're just on the outskirts of Huntingdon, you might say, not too far from there, or St Neots, Cambridgeshire, fairly close to Northampton as well. It's very much in the centre of the UK, and there we see the banner for Promise Dreams, one of the supported charities of the Hunts Kart Racing Club. 10-round series, of course, going right the way through into December. And this Kimbolton circuit, a bit like Silverstone and various other motorsport venues in the UK, has its origins in World War II. This was the US bomber base. Don't forget, of course, plenty coming up on TNL Sports. The British Supermoto round number 8 at Three Sisters up by Wigan on the 20th, next weekend, 20th October. My friend and colleague Phil G, I'm sure, will be taking you through all the action on the weekend. HKRC, we're back here at Kimbolton on the 10th of November, and the Brawl on the Wall final, 17th of November at 5:30 p.m. Check it out on YouTube, TNL Sports. But next weekend, Phil G, I think, will be on the track as well. He'll be taking you through some of the Supermoto action at Three Sisters. Meanwhile, back on four wheels in association with iZone Driver Performance, the Micromax UK Honda 200s are out onto the grid for heat number 2. So out onto the track they go. That's, of course, the Micromax and the Honda 200s. There they are. They'll get the green flag and out onto the circuit now. And we'll look how they line up in just a few moments. This, of course, is the second heat race of the day at this cool day at Kimbolton. Piers Taylor from Finley Beals, row 1, Roger Goldcath and James DeVroe on row number 2, Jensen Darlow, Harry Knight, row 3, Mason Munzer, Max Armit on row number 4, Komatsu and Harry Grant, row 5, Soy Henderson, Noah Clare, row 6, Esma Rosie, Theo Hamilton, Elliot Bork and George Wielden taking us down to the 8th row, Riley Blakemore, Jerry Dufficy, Ronnie Smart, Reggie Dufficy, row 10, Jack White, Jack Fulbrook-Palmer on the K-plate and Edward Munns rounding up the field.
Yeah, just unrelated.
So the 200s are, the Micromax are underway for their first race. They're already making their way through towards the Willows, that complex after the first corner, and here come the Honda 200s. Over the line and into the first corner. Harry Grant leads the way. Soy Henderson, Noah Clay. Oh, and trouble as the 27 of Soy Henderson gets nerfed into the infield, but the driver okay and continues in the race.
Yeah, it was a very costly, I wouldn't say mistake. I believe he maybe had a nudge from behind. But is glad to see the driver is all okay, as he's still continuing and should hope to catch to the pack.
Yeah, looks like a fight for the front here between Pierce Taylor and Finley Beals as they make their way over the line. Oh, and looking down the inside here, James Devroe going for the lead as well as they go into Stowe Corner. And they fight their way through, 3 drivers fighting for the lead here. They make their way through the willows. Oh, neck and neck through the willows. And it just about looks like Finley Beals has taken the lead.
It was a really good move from Finley Beals going into Stowe Corner. Managed to make it stick as it was going 3 wide into the Stowe Corner. As now we go through Derek's Corner. And Dan Weldon, Finley Beals still leads this heat 2 of Micromax. Points forward to try and let James Devoe to try and work with it, but James Devoe takes no notice of it and just overtakes him going through Kestrel Corner.
Here they come over the line to complete the second lap of the race, all very close at the front here as they make their way down towards the first corner. Any one of these 3 could win the race. James Devoe, Finley Beals, Harry Knight all fighting for the lead. This could allow the chasing pack, though, of Mason Munster in particular. Look out for the 127 here at the back of your screen. You see him there. He's already caught up as we look on the inset at the Honda 200s making their way through. Noah Clare, Ronnie Smart, Theo Hamilton, all fighting for the lead. Those drivers going through Stowe Corner. This, of course, is essentially 2 races in one. As we cut back to the Micromax, who make their way down towards the left-hander, in towards Kestrel Corner. Further back there on your right-hand side, you see the Hondas still fighting away. Noah Clare, Ronnie Smart, 30, Theo Hamilton right in there. Over the line they go once again with the Micromax.
As Finley Beals still leads this race, doing a very good job to keep Harry Knight, who started 6th at this race, at bay. As you see him go through Yamauchi Straits, getting closer and closer, but down the inside goes James Devoe. Can't make the move stick as Harry Knight just cuts him off and manages to take the place back off of him. But now he's still catching Finley Beals through the Dan Weldon section. He's doing a very good job, especially that he started in 6th place to catch Finley Beals. As through they go, Kim Bolton Corner. He should get a decent run out of this corner, and he has the toe from Finley Beals. He's getting closer and closer. Finley Beals takes a look behind, but Harry Knight does not get through. Finley Beals still continuing, though, in the lead, going through the Willows section. As we see now, the Honda 200 with Ronnie Smart still in the lead of the race.
Yeah, here they come. This is all very close to the Hondas, and we have still got Ronnie Smart, Theo Hamilton, who's run so well in this class throughout the year. Of course, they're all fighting their way through the Willows, and Hamilton just starting to look as we go back to our leaders of the Micromax, and Finley Beals, who has come under so much pressure in this race, but he's withstanding it quite well. Harry Knight keeping that pressure on. There's the Hondas on the right-hand side, making their way through towards Dan Weldon Corner. Still that fight for the lead between Ronnie Smart and Theo Hamilton. As down into the first corner, having a look on the inside, Harry Knight goes for the lead. Can he make that move stick? Covers the exit neatly. And, well, you have to say there, Finley Beals trying to fight back, but a nice little move there from Harry Knight. And he has to hold on as they make their way through Derek's Corner.
It was a very good move from Harry Knight going through Stowe Corner. This is probably the main overtaking opportunity here at this brilliant circuit of Kim Bolton. As now Harry Knight goes defensive from Finley Beals, going through, about to enter Kim Bolton Corner. Bit of nudging going from Finley Beals, maybe trying to push Harry Knight. As now we go onto the Hines Straight, in commemoration from Martin Hines. Here goes Finley Beals. He's going to try and go round the outside. He doesn't make the move stick. As now I see on the right-hand side of screen, the Honda 200 race with Ronnie Smart and Theo Hamilton still in the front two. As Harry Knight is still holding off the pressure from Finley Beals. He's doing a very good job and a very good defensive work with all of the pressure that he has.
Yeah, Finley Beals having a real look here at Harry Knight, your race leader Knight, just checking the shoulder, checking his progress here as they make their way down towards Kestrel Corner. And Harry Knight, as you can see, covers that line quite neatly. trying to prevent the pass. Oh, but look at that in third place. That looked like James Devereaux finding half a gap as they make their way down towards the Kimbolton corner. Still with a bit of time to go here as they fight down in towards Stowe corner. And this is all going to benefit Harry Knight, one would say, as they make their way through the Willows. And just starting to settle down a bit now with James Devereaux with that great move into Kimbolton corner, going through into second place. And Devereaux, all of a sudden, is starting to pressure Harry Knight. Further back with the Hondas, Theo Hamilton, number 30, leads the way from Ronnie Smart, Noah Clare, Riley Blakemore and Elliot Bork. But it's Micromax just a little bit further down the track, of course, looking very close as we head towards our final couple of laps.
Yep, that was a very good move from James Devereaux. Just went down the inside of Kimbolton's corner, Stowe corner. As now we go through Kimbolton's corner and onto the hind straight. Harry Knight still leads us out as James Devereaux goes down the inside of Harry Knight. It's a very good move and a very tight move. And through they go through the Willows and onto Yamauchi Straight. Apologies if I am getting that straight name incorrect. Tries to go to...
Looking further down here with our Hondas. Into the first corner. Looks like Theo Hamilton, Riley Blakemore and Noah Clare all very close as they all make their way down. There we go, looking back towards our Micromax. Now, this is going to be the penultimate lap of the race. They went through just before the last lap board went out. So we are going to go for one more lap here as we cut back to our Hondas. Theo Hamilton, Riley Blakemore. They all fight away as they make their way through Dan Weldon corner. In the meantime, the Micromax over the line for the final time. And look at James Devereaux guarding that inside line. Is he going to leave an opening coming out of the corner, though? Through they go in a line as they all make their way through the Willows for the final time as Finley Beals finds half an opening. Going down the Amitsu straight. Back is the 63 Harry Knight. Through the Derrick's corner they go, and this is all going to benefit James Devereaux here as they fight for second place. There is the 63 of Harry Knight still fighting for second. Bit further back with the Hondas, Theo Hamilton looking to take the lead. But can James Devereaux hold on here?
Yeah, I believe James Devereaux has managed to take the lead from Harry Knight. As down the inside goes Finley Beals on Harry Knight. It's going to be a drag race to the line. But James Devereaux takes the win. And Harry Knight just barely gets second place.
Here come the Hondas. So Honda 200s coming through. Theo Hamilton looking to grab the checker flag. Here they come out of Kimbolton corner and heading up towards the finish line. It's going to be the number 30 of Theo Hamilton that wins from Max Armit, Riley Blakemore in third. Fourth for Noah Clare, Elliot Bork, Ronnie Smart, Harry Grant, Esme Rose, Jack Paul Bracama, who's got an investigation flag, and the number 13 of Jack Wykes, just a little bit further behind as our second race of the first heat draws to close.
Sounds like it would be an alt jazz band. Strain Relief and Donuts. Almost, there's nothing interesting in my shot.
Our second race of the block is about to get underway. KZ UK, we're back, of course, to the shifter cart. Shout out, of course, to Talk Motorsports for their support of this race class. The green flag is out. We've got a nice clear track out there. So the KZ UKs are out onto the track now for their formation lap. This is, of course, a standing start, not like the other classes that have the rolling start. These are the 250 miles. Starting from the grid, Jake Baker from Charlie Flynn, row 1, Hannah Lang, Stephen Loggin, row 2, Daniel Chibula and Bo Phillips on row 3, Isaac Smith, Bradley Calder, row number 4, Zilvinas Klimas and Nick Thomas on row 5, Palmer and Ellis Bouchier, row number 6, Edgaras Masevich on row 7 from Ryan Green, Baycroft a bit further behind, James Harvey, Sam Ward, Luke Fleming, Derek Morgan, row 11, Sam Johns, Velas Zematitis, Bailey Reelsford and Jed Dufresne on row 12, Aston Baker and Jason Baker rounding out the grid. So again, we're going for another formation lap. The KZs with that extra speed and of course the brakes as well. They have an extra formation lap just to get a bit more temperature into the tyres and the brakes. What I would say here, of course, John, is it's difficult to describe if you've not driven one of these karts before, but people always see the karts swerving around to get some temperature in the tyres. If you have to drive straight out onto this track on cold tyres and attempt to turn the wheel, it just understeer off the track, basically, when they were stone cold tyres.
Well, yeah, obviously you do want the kart to understeer, or obviously not into a barrier, but understeering does help warm up the front tyres, and as you see drivers that are really giving their car a workout by flicking it left and right, helps heat up the rear tyres, and especially in KZs, you really do need warm tyres and very warm brakes to efficiently get your braking correctly and to get the starts very good.
So here they come. This, of course, like the 250 monos, is a standing start. So number 96, Jake Baker, will lead them away. 62, Charlie Flynn. Hannah Lang, we've seen so much of her this year, of course, here at Kimbolton, but had a difficult first race. She is in third. Stephen Loggin, Daniel Tabula, another driver, I should say, who has run very well indeed. Bo Phillips, Isaac Smith, Bradley Calder a bit further back. Sylvanus Klimas and Nat Thomas taking us down to the midfield. So as you can see, the drivers now gathering into formation. The front few rows are already nicely in position. Further back, the marshals and officials working hard to make sure that the drivers are all in place in the right position on the grid. Tense moments as our second heat of the day is about to get underway for KZ UK. And the last two drivers towards the back of the grid are starting to get into position. This all adds to the tension, of course, for the drivers at the front. They're going to get another wave round, though. It's a bit of trouble at the back of the grid. So away go the KZ UK karts, but this is not a race start. Little bit of time there, wasn't it, John, to keep them on the grid? It's a little bit of time there to keep them underway, so they'll get back underway. And so this is basically another formation. The drivers at the front of the grid there, they were there for quite some time.
Yeah, it was probably because of the two karts at the very back. It was probably potentially because of them being in the incorrect positioning. This obviously might not be their fault, but could be other drivers' faults. But obviously, we want to see the racing happen, and hopefully, with this start, we should be able to see it.
Let's hope so. And you'll see the drivers at the front there, yet again, like John was saying, weaving about quite aggressively, getting some temperature back into the tyres. Now, they have been quite some time out on the track without getting in towards race mode, you might say. So it's very important, especially for these drivers at the front, to get that temperature into the brakes and into the tyres. Jake Baker and Charlie Flynn will again line up on the front row of the grid, closely followed by Hannah Lang and Stephen Loggin. So these drivers already going into position. They'll have to wait for quite some time now, of course. Got a big entry this weekend of KZ UK karts. Great to see so many KZs here this weekend. But for the drivers at the front of the grid, all this waiting just adds to the tension. Further back, they are making sure the drivers at the back are in the correct position. There was a bit of a mix-up, I think, a few moments ago towards the back of the field with one or two drivers in the incorrect position, so that was why we had the delay. And the marshals and the stewards, you may see the steward in the orange jacket on the left-hand side of your screen working hard to make sure the drivers are correctly lined up, safely in position on the staggered grid, to make sure they all get a good, clear start. The last two drivers, I believe, are about to go underway as the lights go out and they go charging away. Nice start from Hannah Lang, and 62 as well. Charlie Flynn as they charge into the first corner. Who's it going to be? As they run, out on the outside line there, trying to get the number of that kart. Somebody span off on the outside at the front. Going to guess at Charlie Flynn, but we'll find out when they come back towards us.
It was a very good start from Hannah Lang. Managed to take the lead from Charlie Flynn and Jake Baker. Jake Baker. I'm really sorry. I've mistaken him from another driver.
That was a lovely start there from Hannah Lang from the second row of the grid. Just trying to identify one driver span off on the first corner from the outside. Well, was a bit of riding of the wheels there in the middle of the pack. Through they go for the first time, so they all go charging through. There's the stricken driver from the first corner. It was Stephen Loggin, number 28, who was on the outside, just ran out of grip and span off. So Hannah Lang, who has had a difficult start to the day here, but she's fought back very well at the start of heat number 2. Jake Baker, Bo Phillips, Charlie Flynn and Bradley Calder just a little bit further behind. So over the line they go. KZUK is on lap number 2. Thanks to John Richardson there for joining us on the mic. John Richardson, he's done a bit of sim racing commentary, and I think he commentated in the one of the Formula One sim races at Abu Dhabi last year. I think I saw some video footage of that earlier. So he's getting to learn the ropes of live racing, you might say. I think he's looking to try and get in with the Young Presenters programme. So we wish him the best of luck and get some experience here this weekend here at Kimbolton, as well as racing on the track as well, you might say. Back on the circuit, of course, Hannah Lang just loses the lead to Bo Phillips in the number 18, who very neatly goes through as they make their way through the willows down the Imitsu Straight. This is where the karts can top out into the high 80s, 90 mile an hour plus. I've been told they can potentially get up to 100 miles an hour down there. Down towards the TKM Straight they go. Wonderful move there from Bo Phillips, number 18, to snatch the lead from Hannah Lang. And Lang is trying to tag on to the back of the number 18 because Phillips really has got that absolutely nailed as he goes over the line and into the first corner through Stowe. A bit further back, the chasing pack there, Bradley Calder, Nat Thomas, Jet Baker, Daniel Tabula and Isaac Smith with the K-plate, of course, the winning driver at the Kimbolton Festival. Ryan Green, Derek Morgan, Ellis Bourchier, Sam Johns just on the edge of the top 10 as the leading group make their way through Dan Weldon Corner once again. But there is the race leader. Number 18, Bo Phillips, round the final corner. Hannah Lang, number 91, in second, still charging. Lang had a brilliant start from the second row of the grid to snatch the lead into the first corner. But you have to feel for Stephen Loggin, number 28, who went a little bit wide on that first corner. And the back end stepped out, pushed out wide and failing to continue in the race. 3.5 minutes to go as they make their way up towards the top corner. Number 70, Nat Thomas, Daniel Tribula, Bradley Calder, right in there as they make their way down towards the final corner. 3:14 left in this race. Coming up next, we have the Junior Max, of course, the 250s. There's still plenty of K's action here as they make their way down towards the first corner. And at the moment, Bo Phillips is controlling the race quite nicely at the front. Hannah Lang still charging in second. There she goes out of shot there in towards the top as we focus on the battle for third place. Bradley Calder, Nat Thomas, Isaac Smith with the K-plate there. And at the back of that little group of drivers is the number 12 of Daniel Tribula as they make their way down towards the final corner. All gets a little bit tasty, but they're all line astern going through that corner. Derek Morgan, Ryan Green, Jake Baker still charging away. That battle still raging as they make their way into the first corner at Stowe. And Tribula trying to get through, but it looks like Isaac Smith, the K-plate, has gone through as they make their way down the Imitsu Straight in towards the Dan Weldon corner. And heading back down the TKM Straight to complete another lap, there is the number 70, Nat Thomas, holding on. Just starting to put the pressure back on Isaac Smith, who's now moved into third place. Here they come down towards the first corner. All getting very close. The top two breaking away quite comfortably now. We are looking at the battle for third position here, as the number 70 just losing a little bit of ground there to number 12, Daniel Tribula, Derek Morgan, Ryan Green, James Beecroft, who incidentally set the fastest lap of the race, number 72, moving in towards 9th position. And look out for Beecroft in these closing stages. Ran very well, of course, in the first race, starting from the front of the grid. Beecroft now starting at the back. There's Hannah Lang in second place, number 91. And she's just maintaining that pace, keeping up with Bo Phillips, just losing about a second so far. But Phillips is still your race leader. Lang in second. There she is, number 91, Hannah Lang. Down the TKM Straight, the front two now well clear of this fight for third that we fall back to now. Isaac Smith, Daniel Tribula, Nat Thomas, Derek Morgan, Bradley Calder, and Richard Palmer right in there. Look out for the earlier winner, James Beecroft, who started at the back and is fighting through quite nicely here. Beecroft over the line, closely following the number 17 of Richard Palmer. Down into the first corner they go through Stowe. And look at that from the number 12 of Chabula down the inside and moving now into 5th position. But, down the straight they go. Chabula losing a lot of pace there. Quite inexplicably as well. So whether he had some sort of mechanical issue or just had a bad line coming out of the willows, I don't know. We'll see if he recovers the pace now. I think he has done. Over the line they go as the fight for third. There is the 72 of Beecroft starting to get involved in the fight towards the lead. 8 seconds on the clock, so next time round they'll get the last lap flag. Here is this battle for third place. Isaac Smith just starting to pull away. The number 99 is in that as well. That's a driver that's a lap down. Aston Baker currently a bit further down. Here they come down the Mitsu straight once again. There is the number 6 of Derek Morgan. Still there in 5th, Richard Palmer. James Beecroft fighting to the field quite nicely. Look out for the number 72 here. The leader, meanwhile, going over the line for the final time. But there is the number 17 of Richard Palmer, who's fighting through quite nicely in this very close battle. Bo Phillips, Hannah Lang and Isaac Smith are well clear. As the back end steps out for the number 17, Nat Thomas. And the unfortunate Richard Palmer gets collected as they make their way through to Stowe. Very unlucky there for Nat Thomas. The back end just stepping out on him there under braking. The field there, the unfortunate Palmer also caught up in that one, but the race goes on as the checkered flag goes out for Bo Phillips taking the win. Brilliant drive from Phillips. Lang in 2nd, Smith in 3rd. And in that roaring battle for 4th place, Derek Morgan from James Beecroft, who fights through to 5th place at the line. Sam Johns, Ellis Bourchier, Bradley Calder in 8th, Ryan Green, Daniel Chabula lost a bit of pace a couple of laps ago and drops down to 10th. Jake Baker, Sam Ward, Charlie Flynn, Luke Fleming, of course, who had trouble in heat number 1, span out on the opening on the formation lap. And number 14 finishes in 14th position, so a much better result for him this time. The unfortunate Richard Palmer has to settle for 15th place after that spin out, and Nat Thomas was unable to continue in the race. And we will move on very shortly. Our second heat of the day for the 250 monos getting underway in just a moment.
I am back. Yes, sorry. It's just you know that sign that's next to me. One of the kids had knocked 2 of the tyres out from underneath it, so it was becoming a decapitation risk. Didn't really fancy seeing that. Depends how sexy you find this Marshall. Not okay. I think he's my best option. Can offer you crows.
So in association with Ainsbury Plantai, we will get things underway with our second race of the day for the 250 monos. This is part of the Northern Karting League. A guest class here at Kimbolton today for the final round of their championship.
I've actually got 2 crows.
As we check out some of the nature here at Kimbolton, this, like we say, is we're in Cambridgeshire, not too far from the North Hants border, very much in the centre of the UK, you might say. It's a very popular circuit, and it's one that's really steeped in karting history. Some of the alumni of great names in British motorsports. Obvious one in recent years, I have to say Lewis Hamilton, but that's the tip of the iceberg, you might say. As we look at Marcus Hudson from Jack Bliss, Kieran Metz and Lee Stamp on row 2, Martin Smith, Paul Lawson making up the 3rd row, Jack Rolfe and Ryan Lawson. Sam Harrison, Dan Brown on row number 5, Max Snell, Reese Woods row 6, Tim Woods and Matt Olnut on row number 7, Chris Lawson, Matthew Duncan, and the 54 of Chris Morris, the 9th and final row of the grid. These karts, 250cc, single-cylinder engine, derived from 252-stroke motocross bikes, and I would say from personal experience, a lot of my background is in motocross. For much of my racing career was spent on the 252 stroke, and it's a formidable machine, I can tell you. So can only imagine what it's like to be just a couple of inches off the ground racing one of these around a karting track. There's some fantastic YouTube footage out there of some of these karts racing on the Isle of Man street circuits. I think it's over at Peel on the Isle of Man, if I recall correctly. And we're on a nice karting track here with tyre barriers and grass and stuff like that to run off to. These are literally racing on the streets where there's maybe a couple of hay bales guarding them from somebody's front wall. They're threading these karts at breakneck speed, and so if you've got a bit of time later on this evening, have a look at that. Some of the 250 karting action from the Isle of Man, I would certainly say that's well worth a watch. They sound wonderful, lovely bark of the 252 strokes. I only wish I could bring you the smell from the grid as well, from the premix as well. As they line up, last few drivers are in position. Don't forget, of course, this also incorporates a title battle between Lee Stamp and Jack Bliss. Stamp number 1, Bliss on the O plate, separated by just 1 point. Tim Woods, Martin Smith, Marcus Hudson and Sam Harrison all fighting for third in the championship as well. So the grid is ready, and 250 monos are about to get underway for their second heat race of the day. Marcus Hudson on pole from, oh, look at that, in second place. Jack Bliss away like a missile. Trouble further down the field as they go into the first corner. We also saw, as they can make their way through the willows for the first time, 1 or 2 drivers caught up in a melee on the first corner, one of those being Lee Stamp. Lee Stamp, the championship leader, is down the field. There was trouble further down as well with Chris Lawson and Max Snell on the grid. And number 1, further back down the field, Lee Stamp is out of the race, it appears, going down into the infield. I'm not sure if Jack Bliss knows about this, who leads them through Kimbolton Corner. And the Battenberg flag is out here, so there is a driver in a bit of discomfort on the first corner on the infield. I'm wondering if it's that possibly. There was a bit of bumping and banging on the first corner, and a driver out of the kart on the infield. You might just see the camera pan towards it as they go through the first corner, just on the infield. You just saw the marshals there. There is a driver. I can't tell you the number right now. I'm not going to try and identify that driver. It is out of my viewpoint. And there was some trouble on that first. That number 59 there, Sam Harrison, one of the drivers fighting for third in the title race, is coming down into the first corner at the moment, and the back end of that kart is vibrating away at a rate of knots. I think that kart has taken a whack on the first lap. There is the stricken driver, number 73, that is Matthew Duncan, who was in a bit of trouble. He was on the floor and a bit winded. It appears he's okay. The race is still going here, I hasten to add. We are under the Battenberg flags. When you look at the marshal points there, that is the yellow and black diagonal flag. If you missed John's explanation earlier, this is tantamount to when you see Formula 1, for example, you get the safety car where the race is neutralised. The drivers have to reduce their racing speed, and then we'll go back to race settings just as soon as possible. This essentially neutralises the race. And you'll see, I can tell you the marshal on the finish line has got the green flag ready. So we are expecting to go back under race conditions very shortly. So the race leader, of course, is Jack Bliss. His main title rival, Lee Stamp, it appears, is out of the race trying to run some repairs onto his kart. I don't know if he'll be able to get back into the race. But look at this now. You see Jack Bliss just bringing the pace right down as they make their way through Kimbolton Corner. The green flag is ready, so we are expecting to go back into racing. Green flag goes out, and we are back under race conditions. And Jack Bliss times that perfectly as they make their way in towards Stowe once again. So dramatic start to this 250 mono race, and notably, one of the main title contenders, Lee Stamp, is out of the race. So that could really affect things in terms of his grid position later on for the final. And this could be a brilliant opportunity for the O-Plate, the leader of the race right now, Jack Bliss, to try and pull away somewhat now and make this advantage stick. Here they come. Through Kimbolton Corner, so Bliss leading. Hudson in second place. Kieran Metzen, 72, goes into second position now. Fight for third. And down the inside there, looked like Tim Woods going through. So number 4, Tim Woods, with a great move there into third place, 56 close behind. Martin Smith, though, coming under some pressure. They make their way down the Mitsu straight through Dan Weldon corner. There is the number 4 of Tim Woods, who ran very well to get through to third place and is on the move right now. There is the number 2 of Paul Lawson. That, if I recall correctly, was the driver who had some trouble in heat number 1. The kart blowing up somewhat as they make their way through into the first corner. Jack Bliss still leading, Kieran Metzen in second place. Tim Woods keeping that pressure on in third position, and number 4, Martin Smith, Paul Lawson, Matt Olnut and Marcus Hudson all right in there as they make their way down Yamitsu straight in towards Dan Weldon corner. '72 coming under a bit of pressure though. The number 4 here of Tim Woods driving very well here. Tim Woods looking to try and wrap up third in the title race, going down the inside of Kieran Metzen and makes the move stick. Your classic out braking manoeuvre into Stowe corner. It's very easy to make the move into Stowe corner down the inside. You've really got to be careful to make sure you don't get repassed on the switchback going through into the Willows. But Tim Woods doing very well there. There is a slow kart on the circuit on the TKM straight. And I think the yellow flag out to warn the drivers so they all get past that slower kart that's hit some mechanical trouble. And I think it might be the race leader. Yes, indeed it is. So that was Jack Bliss, number 0, who is out of contention down by the Kestrel corner. So this is a bit of a let-off here for, of course, Lee Stamp, who is still on the infield out of the race. And the advantage that the 0 of Jack Bliss would have had there by winning the race has been blown apart here, because now leading the race is Tim Woods. There he is, number 4. There's the number 2 of Paul Lawson, who is now in third place. So plenty of drama here in this 250 mono race. Over the line goes Tim Woods to lead the race. Kieran Metzen, 72 in second position. Paul Lawson, the E-plate of Matt Olnut in fourth. Martin Smith, Max Snell in sixth place. Marcus Hudson in seventh position. Reese Woods, Dan Brown and Chris Morris rounding out the top 10. This is turning into a race of attrition here. There's only 11 karts left in the race of the 17 that started. Be it through accidents or mechanical issues, they've been dropping out of this one. And this could really shuffle things up when we come into the final later on today. There is a stationary yellow. I couldn't see any officials on the track there, just going over the line, so I wonder what that was for. But doesn't appear to be anything issues with the karts. Kieran Metzen losing the position there to Paul Lawson and Matt Olnut. Meanwhile, Tim Woods, who drove so well to get up to what was second position, now finds himself in the lead, of course. Chris Morris dropping back into 11th place. Jack Bliss then is out of the race. So the two main title rivals are out of contention in this second heat race. But great news, of course, for Tim Woods, who leads the race quite comfortably as the clock now goes down to 0. Next time round, they will get the last lap board. So Woods leading, Lawson second, Olnut in third, fourth for the 72, Kieran Metzen, Martin Smith, Max Snell. Max Snell currently number 6 in sixth position. Marcus Hudson, Reese Woods, Dan Brown, Chris Lawson still as you were, really, as we head towards the final lap of the race. There is the number 2 of Paul Lawson. Lawson still looking good in second place. Into the final corner, and there goes your race leader Tim Woods through the Stowe corner for the final time. He's already clear and through the Willows, heading towards the Yamitsu straight. And there he goes, speeding away at the front of the field, as still Paul Lawson in second place, coming under some pressure here. Oh, lovely move on the Yamitsu straight by the E-plate there of Matt Olnut, just making sure that I didn't see Paul Lawson come through there. I think he was still there, whether he hit some trouble. But in the meantime, of course, Tim Woods takes the second heat race of the day. Matt Olnut, it was in second place, Kieran Metzen third. And something happened there to Paul Lawson on the final lap. There they go through, and Paul Lawson in the meantime is currently on the TKM straight, heading towards the penultimate corner. And late drama there. We saw Chris Lawson going through. He goes up into 9th place. There is the number 2 of Paul Lawson, who really did seem to drop back when Matt Olnett went through into 2nd place. And Lawson, on the final lap of the race, has hit trouble. Good news, of course, for Chris Morris, who sneaks into the top 10 on the final lap. But a dramatic race there with the 2 main title protagonists, Lee Stamp and Jack Bliss, both dropping out of the race. So I'm sure for Jack Bliss, he'll know that's an opportunity that's gone begging for him. We're going to move on, of course, very shortly to our second heat race of the Junior Max action throughout the afternoon here at Kimbolton. We are currently halfway through our heat processes at the moment. Each of these classes have 3 heat races, plus the final later on in the afternoon. So Junior Max is about to get underway. As we mentioned before, of course, our co-commentator John Richardson is also taking to the track today. He's a bit further down in this one, I think, in the grid. Only 14, of course, so great to see. Not too often you get somebody so young being able to commentate, you would say. And he's having a good go at it. There we see some of our spectators here at Kimbolton checking out the action. If you are local to the Kimbolton area, you're more than welcome to come down and check out the action live here at the circuit. Get some karting experience firsthand, of course. There's 2 more rounds to go this year. We've got the 10th round of the championship back here at Kimbolton on the 10th of November. And the final round of the championship will be on the 8th of December. It's year-round action here at Kimbolton. It is quite close to the villages, so they do race just once per month. All through the year, though, of course. 10 rounds of the Club Championship. There was a round earlier in the year of the British Kart Championships and the Ultimate Kart Championship to make up the 12-meeting programme here at Kimbolton. Junior Max on the formation lap with Oscar Keane from Will Archer, Kevin Ivanov from Jack Stimson, Aidan Mitchell, Devon Taylor, Jack Owen Drawbridge and Charlie F. Grabe on row number 4. Harry Fryle, Finley Jones on row 5, Teddy Cooper, Harry Russell on row number 6, Joel Dixon-Cohen, Logan Hartshorn, Toby Parthin and Lachlan Homer on row number 8, Zach Starbuck from Dear John Bennett, Dominic Parabuck, Joshua Smith, Zach McDonald, George Phillips, Archie Flint and Noah Sales on row number 12. John Richardson from Arthur Brownless, Lucy Wilden, Blake South on row 14, Oliver Meek, Owen Keenan, Mikey Walker and Connor Large on row number 16 as they make their way over the line. And away we go for Junior Max, heat number 2, charging into the first corner, although no, I don't think it's gone through actually. There was a call there and the start has been called off. We're going to go through for another formation lap. So here we go, up towards the Derek's corner. So the start called off there. The drivers back under formation conditions here as they make their way through up towards Dan Weldon corner once again. Heading down the back straight. And we'll be back underway very shortly indeed, of course, for our second heat of the day. This is race number 13 of the programme, and it is the Junior Max heat number 2, which is about to get underway. Drivers now making their way down towards Kimbolton corner. Through the, bringing it right down. Nice and slow, nice and smooth, making sure the drivers are in position. Everyone looks good as they make their way out to Kimbolton corner. Over the line they go, breaking up a bit now as they jostle for position, all getting tight into the first corner. Will they get through safely? Very tight first corner, and they all get through okay. And it's Will Archer that leads the way as they make their way down towards Derek's corner for the first time. This could be tight in this fast, furious opening lap. One driver going onto the grass a little bit further behind there, but it's still Oscar Keane leading the way. Will Archer, Kevin Ivanov. We saw him running so well in the cadets earlier in the season. He's up at the sharp end in this opening heat race. Here they come. Down towards one driver going a bit wide there through Kestrel corner. Down into Kimbolton corner. And behind straight, so 61, Will Archie or leader, Oscar Keane in second, Jack Stimson in third position, Finley Jones, Ada Mitchell, Charlie Fgrave in 6th place, Harry Russell, Devin Taylor, Joel Dixon-Cohen, and Zach Starbuck rounding out the top 10. Logan Hartshorn, Jack Owen Drawbridge, Dejon Bennett, and Lachlan Homer just a little bit further behind. But still early stages here in this second heat race. Wave yellows through the up towards Dan Weldon corner, but these drivers seemingly not affected by that one. There's trouble a little bit further behind as they make their way down towards the Kimbolton corner once again. Will Archer, the race leader, notably getting a warning flag according to the timing systems here. Oscar Keane in 2nd place, Jack Stimson, they're all bit of banging there as they go through. Finley Jones, Aidan Mitchell and Charlie Fgrave all running very closely indeed as they make their way through the willows. Harry Russell, Joel Dixon-Cohen and Zach Starbuck, Teddy Cooper right in there as well. Here they come through Derek's corner, number 37, Oscar Keane, coming under a lot of pressure here. They go through Dan Weldon corner. Stimson, Jones, Mitchell, Fgrave all right in there. So there is the number 37, Oscar Keane, looking to hold on to that 2nd place as down the inside goes the 23 of Finley Jones. So Jones into 2nd place now. Will Archer leads the race by just over 1.5 seconds. Technical flag going out for the number 72. That's a little bit further down the field though. That's Jack Owen Drawbridge, who was in 15th place, so he will be out of the race. So this battle for 2nd place, what are they going to do here? Because they're losing a bit of ground on the race leader, Will Archer, who took the lead nice and early. And let's see what Finley Jones can do. Can he pull away and start bringing the leader under some pressure? Will the chasing pack work together here to try and close up on that race leading? Just see them being very cautious with their moves. A neat move down the inside there, coming out to the final corner. I think that was Aidan Mitchell would have gone through to 3rd place. Yes, indeed it is. Going to the right-hander they go. 74. Charlie Fgrave, we just saw there. The rest of the top 10 making their way through towards the willows. Will Archer leading the way. Finley Jones still there in 2nd. 1.5 seconds the gap between 1st and 2nd place as they make their way through Derek's corner, through towards Dan Weldon corner, and back up towards us at the finish line. The 67 of Joel Dixon-Cohen has fought through the field quite neatly here and is now clear in 4th place. There is the 67, not quite close enough to go for the pass there on Aidan Mitchell for 3rd. Leaders over the line to complete another lap. There's your race leader, Will Archer, who has controlled the race quite neatly so far. Although Finley Jones is slowly closing the gap in 2nd place. You've got Aidan Mitchell, Joel Dixon-Cohen not too far behind. Charlie Fgrave and Zach Starbuck right in there as well. Oscar Keane, Joshua Smith, Harry Russell and Jack Stimson still rounding out the top 10 as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner. And it is still Will Archer that leads the way, coming down towards Kimbolton corner for another lap. But all the time looking at Finley Jones in 2nd place and the rapidly advancing Joel Dixon-Cohen, who I think is now clear in 3rd place. So there they go. Look out for this driver here in 3rd, just going through. 67, Joel Dixon-Cohen, fastest lap of the race, 41.36. He is on a late charge here. 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go here at Kimbolton. And Joel Dixon-Cohen is starting to close the gap on Finley Jones. This man here, number 61, Will Archer, who has controlled the race so well. Can he get this 2nd heat win here today for the Junior Max? Through Kimbolton corner they go. Archer looking good so far. 67 in 2nd place. That is still Joel Dixon-Cohen, of course, in 3rd. Finley Jones, 23 in 2nd place. Rest of the field making their way through. All very close in the midfield as they go charging through. There's 71, Jack Stimson fighting with Logan Hartshorn, Owen and Keegan. Teddy Cooper was in there as well as the leading group make their way through Derek's corner. But there is your race leader, number 61, Will Archer, just looking out for Finley Jones in 2nd, who is starting to close the gap here. Time counting down here. We've got about 1.5 minutes to go, plus the 1 lap remaining in the chase as the leaders go over the line. Will Archer through the 1st corner. He goes through Stowe, heading towards the willows. That sort of right, left, right fast-flowing, really quick, sweeping section of corners here. And at the moment, Finley Jones is just starting to slowly close the gap here. And could be hit. Well, let's have a look at the clock. 54 seconds on the clock, so they'll have 2 more laps to go after this. And he could be starting to put the leader, Will Archer, who's controlled the race very well so far. And Archer is going to come under some late pressure because Joel Dixon-Cohen is in 3rd position, number 67, and is closing on both of these drivers. Joel Dixon-Cohen again with the fastest lap of the race, 41.33, and closing up on the 2 leaders. Will Archer has led most of the race. Next time round it will be the last lap board, and the question is here, can Will Archer hold on? Trouble further back, just down a camera shot for the 114 of Devin Taylor, but Taylor gets back underway. Battenberg flags are out. The problems here, there's trouble on the final corner. Just there we see, just on the bottom of the shot there, a couple of drivers in trouble. Drivers appear to be okay. And one of those, I think, was Jack Owen Drawbridge, who was running well. So the last lap of the race will be completed under the Battenberg flags here, it would seem. Of course, they are still racing, so they've got to make sure they keep that pace, not make a mistake. Silly as it sounds, it would be very easy to lose concentration and just spin off on the cold racing surface. But the drivers just looking to bring it home now. This is the last lap of the race, so Will Archer potentially saved by the bell. There is a rather bent-looking kart there. The front wishbone, I think that's the 1, 2, 3 of Noah Sales. One of the drivers caught up in that melee. I think it was Archie Richards and Jack Owen Drawbridge in that one as well. So karts on the track, bent up karts, and marshals on the circuit as well. So the race has been neutralised here with the Battenberg flags. So last lap of the race here, and Will Archer, under the Battenberg flag conditions, come out to the final corner. And it's going to be a race victory for the number 61, Will Archer, Finley Jones, Joel Dixon-Cohen, Aidan Mitchell, Charlie F. Graves, Zach Starbuck, Joshua Smith, Oscar Keane, Logan Hartshorn, and Owen Keenan rounding out the top 10 as the rest of the field make their way through. Teddy Cooper, Mikey Walker, Harry Russell, John Richardson, and Jack Stimson rounding out the top 15. So some late drama in that Rotax Junior Max second heat of the day. Late collision there with Noah Sales, Archie Richards, and Jack Owen Drawbridge. As you can see, the tyre barriers taking a little bit of damage there. So the race ending up finishing under the Battenberg conditions. We'll be underway very shortly with the TKM Extreme. Thanks, of course, to Ainsbury Plant Hire, to Clarzen Racing, Talk Motorsport for all their support in 2024. And a shout out, of course, you'll see on the graphics on your screen occasionally throughout the afternoon, the banner for Kart Mania. Very popular karting show, of course, and that is taking place on November the 30th and December the 1st, taking place on November the 30th and December the 1st, 2024, just before the final round, incidentally, of the HKRC Championships. That's going to be at Silverstone, at the Wing at Silverstone, the Wing section. 3 exhibition halls, and it's the biggest karting show in the UK. So in association back here at Kimbolton with Clarzen Motorsport, the TKM Extreme are out onto the circuit for their formation lap. This is the second heat of the day for the TKM Extreme. Luke Woodward will lead them away from Gemma Kiddie, Harry Higgs and Spencer Lane, row 2. Kian Bennett, Ashley Ruggles on row number 3. William Bloom, Thomas Shaw, row 4. Row number 5 for Jake Cox, Leah Robinson, Jessica Fitch-Hall and Charlie Whitehouse, row 6. Row number 7, Chris Whitten and Luke Jarman, Sean Abbott, Thomas Warner on row number 8. Rest of the field made up of Patrick Lee, Bradley Peck, Liv Jakins, Oliver Bowen and John Stafford, the final driver in this 11-row grid of drivers, as they make their way under pace conditions down towards the Kimbolton corner, hoping, of course, for a good clean start as TKM Extreme heat number 2 is about to get underway. Into the final corner, Luke Woodward, 46, Gemma Kiddie, number 52, just up alongside as they make their way. Another wave round here. The Battenberg flag is still out here, so we're going to go for another lap here. can see the drivers furiously weaving about here. The temperatures here at Kimbolton fairly cold, even by October standards. Still struggling. It's been a nice clear morning. The threat of rain very low indeed, but it's a crisp, dry day here at Kimbolton, but it's fairly cold. Temperatures struggling to get into double figures this morning, and you'll see that it is a real task to make sure that the tyres properly heated up before the racing gets underway. You'll see the drivers now making their way down through the Dan Weldon corner, heading towards the TKM straight, and there was quite a bit of furious weaving a few moments ago to make sure the temperatures are in those tyres as they make their way through, so it looks good. Track is clear, and we should be able to get racing underway. TKM Extreme Heat number 2 is about to get underway. Through the final corner they go. And away we go. TKM Extreme Heat number 2 gets underway. Luke Woodward and Gemma Kitty side by side into the first corner. Kitty going for the line. Oh, but she spins out. Back end stepping out for the number 52, and Gemma Kitty back underway. There was another driver just caught up at the back there as well. Couldn't quite get the number, but another one of the front runners also spinning out, avoiding action. So with the unfortunate Gemma Kitty dropping to the back of the field, and there is a warning flag for Luke Woodward, 46. So whether the stewards felt he was a bit too aggressive into the first corner, but he will get a warning flag. You don't quite see it on the camera shots here, but there is a marshal board on the finish line. So if the driver gets a warning flag or a technical flag, they will see that when they cross the line. The flag is displayed with the driver's number. Also includes the clock, so the drivers know how long is left in the race as well. But now in the lead is Spencer Lane. Through the Derrick's corner they go, up towards Dan Weldon corner. One driver avoiding action, breaking themselves into Derrick's corner. And onto the escape road. Down towards the TKM straight they go, and leading the way is the number 11 of Spencer Lane. Right on the tail there, it looks very close indeed. Second, third and fourth, very close, fast, furious start to this race. Over the line they go once again. Spencer Lane, Thomas Shaw, Luke Woodward, Luke Jarman, William Bloom, and Leo Robinson right in there. Thomas Shaw going for the inside as they make their way through towards Derrick's corner, and makes the move stick. Nice move there for the number 42. Thomas Shaw through into first place. Lane in second. Woodward still third. Jarman and Bloom rounding up the top 5. Here they come down towards the Kimbolton corner. Through that left-handed flick through Kestrel, in towards Kimbolton, out to the final corner they go, and your new race leader is the number 42 of Thomas Shaw. Over the line they go. Move on for third place there. Looks like Luke Jarman neatly going down the inside into Stoke corner, goes through into third place. Down the Mitsu straight they go, and in towards Derrick's corner. Still your race leader then, number 42, Thomas Shaw. Spencer Lane, though, right on his tail here as they make their way through towards Dan Weldon corner. Trying to get that better drive out of the corner. Should they get the momentum down the TKM straight? Here they come in towards the left-handed Kestrel corner. And having a peek on the inside, river tap there. But, oh, down the inside there. Nice move for, I think that might have been in the number 3 of Leo Robinson going through. Luke Jarman also goes through. Luke Woodward dropping a couple of positions down to 5th position right now. And Thomas Shaw, 42, is still your race leader as they make their way once again through the Willows, Yamitsu straight, and into Derrick's corner. Spencer Lane, number 11, is still right on his tail though, trying to find a line as they make their way out of Dan Weldon corner towards the TKM straight once again, down towards Kestrel corner. And here they come through the left-hander. Let's see what Spencer Lane can do. Nothing going right now. Is he going to try and line up for a pass going down in towards Stoke corner? All very tight with the leaders. Shaw knows he's there. Guards the apex as best he can. Lane still in second. So it's Luke Jarman, Leo Robinson fighting for third place. And now Robinson's gone back through to third position. Luke Woodward, Cian Bennett, Bradley Peck, Chris Whitton, Oliver Bowen, Charlie Whitehouse rounding out the top 10. William Bloom, Liv Jenkins, 12th Ashley Ruggles, Sean Abbott a bit further behind, but it's still Thomas Shaw that leads the way. And heading down towards the right-handed Kestrel corner they go. Once again, Spencer Lane trying to find a way through here. Has a peak on the inside all the time here, though. Look out for Leo Robinson, number 3, and the number 18 of Luke Jarman. They are closing up with 2.5 minutes on the clock. Rest of the top 10 go charging through. Liv Jenkins, Ashley Ruggles, Sean Abbott all going through. William Bloom losing a few positions down to 14th position. Patrick Leave, Jake Clocks, Thomas Warner, Jessica Mitchell, Gemma Kinney, John Stafford and Harry Higgs rounding out the field, but it is still the number 42 of Thomas Shaw that leads the way as they make their way through Dan Weldon corner. Still Spencer Lane can't find a way through here, and Leo Robinson, number 3, number 18 Luke Jarman, all trying to get involved in this one, as this time down the inside goes Lane. Gets the elbows out, as it were, makes the move stick, and over the line he goes. So new race leader, number 11, Spencer Lane, is in the lead. And Leo Robinson's gone through into second place. Robinson now into second position. Dropping to third is Thomas Shaw. Here they come towards Derek's corner. So the shuffling of the pack here with just a couple of laps to go. New race leader, Spencer Lane. The pressure pays off for him after several laps of fighting for the lead, and now can he make the advantage stick? Although Leo Robinson looking very strong, and he was very quick going down in towards Kimbolton corner before. He has dived down the inside, not quite close enough to go for the pass here, but he could line himself up here as they make their way down towards Stowe corner. But your race leader, Spencer Lane, very aggressively guarding the inside. He has to open up a little bit now, and that's all that the number 3 needs. And look at this, 2 abreast going through into the Willows. But Leo Robinson just about holds on, and coming back into the fight now is Thomas Shaw as they make their way through Derek's corner up to the top of the circuit and Dan Weldon corner. And the new race leader, of course, is still Leo Robinson, but this race is still wide open. 38 seconds coming up on the clock now, which means that there will be 1 lap to go next time round. So they start the penultimate lap of the race. Anyone could win this one out of this top 5 or 6, you might say. And Leo Robinson guarding the inside. Does a good job there, but backing everyone into each other now. Of course, if you're so aggressive guarding the racing line, it does mean that you don't really get the opportunity to pull away. So at the moment, it looks like Leo Robinson going full defensive here as he makes his way through Derek's corner. So he's making himself very difficult to pass here, but the disadvantage of that, of course, is that he's backing the pack all together now, and we have got around 7 or 8 drivers here fighting for the lead. Here they come, down towards the final corner. No one really going for an overtaking move just yet. They need to time it right. Oh, as one driver goes wide into the tyre barriers, getting pushed wide. Driver appears to be okay, but the race goes on. 1 lap to go, as that unfortunate driver, just trying to get the number on the timing charts here, might have been Oliver Bowen, I think, number 55, who dropped out of contention. But Leo Robinson, can he hold on? There is going to be a yellow flag on the final corner here, so Leo Robinson just trying to bring it home. He's pulled away slightly on the final lap. It is still Thomas Shaw, Spencer Lane fighting for second place. Here they come down towards Kestrel corner for the final time. Leo Robinson holding on to that lead, and round the final corner he goes. 1 more corner to go, and it looks like he's going to hang on here. Brilliant drive from Leo Robinson to take the checkered flag. Spencer Lane in second, Chris Whitton in third, Thomas Shaw and Luke Jarman running up the top 5. Bradley Peck, Charlie Whitehouse, Liv Jenkins 9th place, all covered by less than 2 seconds. Sean Abbott, Ashley Ruggles, Patrick Leave, Jake Cox and Luke Woodward just a little bit further behind. So TKM Extreme heat number 2 drawing to a close, as the rather unhappy looking, I think that might have been Oliver Bowen. Yes, indeed, it was the number 55. His kart went off into the tyre barriers just coming out of Kimbolton corner whilst he was battling in the top 10. So he doesn't look too happy. You can't really blame him, because that's a race that's gone begging for him, unfortunately. But that's the way it goes sometimes. And he'll be back later on, of course, for heat number 3. We are 15 races into the 36 race programme, halfway through our heat races. John Richardson is back on the microphone here as we're about to start the mini inters. And a midfield race there, John. How did it go for you?
I'd say it went all right. It could have obviously gone better, but because we weren't really in the pack, we was just on our own, it was a bit difficult to catch up. But in the final laps-ish, we managed to catch up and made an overtake. But unfortunately, the Battenberg happened, which ultimately cost me maybe a top 10.
So, yeah, still coming through quite nicely, and it looks pretty cold out there trackside. A lot of spectators wearing their winter coats at the moment. What's the grip like out on the track and the running conditions out there?
Obviously for my race it felt pretty decent. Obviously braking points were a little bit behind than usual, I'd say, but apart from that the track's in pretty good conditions, as lap times say otherwise.
So here we go with our mini inters. Jackson Hilton will lead them from Benjamin Lawn, Sebastian Behrman and Oliver Dawson row 2. Max Wheatley, Loman Wilcox on row 3, Adam Judatis and Nelson Taylor on row number 4, Max Jolly, Jackson Heath row 5, Lucian Smith, Akhil Nanajioni on row 6, Hayden Fisher, Theo Bradshaw row 7, Sebastian Clark and Teddy Higgs on row number 8, Logan Baker, Ryan White, Lewis Herbertson, Emily Davey row 10, Jensen Sale, Ed Spain row 11, Oliver Barton, Josh Cook on row number 12, and further back Toby Wortley, Arthur Brooker, Ryoma Komatsu, William Horton, Thomas Baker, Ellie Rideout, and the 16th and final row made up of Jack Charles Bailey. So some drivers who ran very well in the first race, of course, with these randomised grids. They have to start a bit further back in heat number 2. There was a driver went off the course on the formation lap, but it looks like it's going to be another way round here, though, John, I think. Yeah, it's they called off the start. I think there was a driver, maybe number 70.
Number 71 that
71, wasn't it, I think? Further back, Toby Wortley span off. So, in any case, just looking to get another lap here by the looks of things. So, this is our second heat race of 3, of course, throughout the afternoon. 36 race programme in total here on TNL Sports Kart Racing Club 2024 season. And this is the 8th round of the Club Championships here at Kimbolton, going right the way through to December. 27, Jackson Hilton on the inside, first place on the grid. Rolling start, of course, for these classes as they make their way out to the final corner. And we're about to get things underway.
Seems to be a relatively clean start from Jackson Hilton.
Jackson Hilton, they had a bit of a tap there, I think, didn't he, into the first corner, but nothing too serious, and gets things underway.
It's been also a very good start from Max Wheatley on the 3rd row, I believe, but battling with Jackson Hilton, and he's had a very tremendous start, as not seen on the footage, someone's gone off and cut the Derek's corner complex.
Yeah, like I said, just on that first lap, as you might expect, always a bit of trouble on the first lap with everyone on the ring so closely together, as the K-plate of Max Wheatley very deftly going through into first position, and the 137 of Sebastian Behrman is in second place. So some of our big hitters, names you might say in this class, getting to the front nice and early. Benjamin Lawn in 3rd, Adam Judatis, Lucian Smith, Max Jolly, Jackson Hilton right in there, Nelson Taylor, Sebastian Clark and Theo Bradshaw rounding out the top 10 as they make their way through Derek's corner. All very close, very fast and frantic at the start of this race. Still got quite a way to go in this one, but Max Wheatley and Sebastian Behrman clear at the front in these early stages.
It was obviously a very good start and very clean start from Max Wheatley and Sebastian Behrman. Sebastian Behrman, his second time in an Inter, showing a very strong race so far, running in second place. But the K-plate of Max Wheatley is just driving superbly, setting the fastest lap of the race, a 44.09, and he's extending his lead ever so more.
Yeah, Max Wheatley looking very neat as he makes his way down towards the Amitsu straight. Through Derek's corner he goes. The gap was half a second on Sebastian Behrman in second place, but Wheatley 44.09, fastest lap of the race. Through he goes out of the Dan Weldon corner and the TKM straight. Look out for Behrman in second place though, number 137. Trying to keep that pressure on. We're going to wait till they go around the final corner. We'll have a look at the lap charts here when they go through, because Max Wheatley really has started strongly here and is leading by 0.6 of a second. Benjamin Lawn in third place, but 85 Lawn has set the fastest lap of the race. And Lawn, number 85, look out for him as he is starting to put Sebastian Behrman in second. The green kart 137 under a bit of pressure.
And that lap, Benjamin Lawrence, a very good time, a 43.79, fastest lap out there, and has caught Sebastian Behrman, and through the TKM straight we go, all over the back of Sebastian Behrman, and through they go, through the Kestrel corner. Down the inside goes Benjamin Lawn, a very good move, but Sebastian Behrman, beautiful switchback of Benjamin Lawn, denies Benjamin the second place, but Max, with this baton, this is going to help Max Wheatley to extend his lead.
Yeah, Max Wheatley has increased the gap now. I think he's almost a second ahead. Neat little move there for Sebastian Behrman to get back into second place. Look out for Max Jolly, who ran so well in heat number 1. He's had to start further down the grid. Had a good grid position on heat 1, a bit further back in heat number 2, but he's already fought back into 5th position, keeping Lucian Smith under a bit of pressure. We look at our leader, Max Wheatley. There's Sebastian Behrman in second place. And, he's having a peek on the inside there, isn't he, John? But doesn't quite get through this time.
No, Sebastian Behrman managed to get a very good run out of Dan Weldon corner. And with that run out of Dan Weldon corner, it gives you a very good chance of keeping your position through TKM straight and through the Kestrel corner. As now we go through Willows and onto the Yamiyachi straight.
Oh yeah, having a nice sweep through here. All the pack, see how close they are running in midfield. The likes of Hayden Fisher, Oliver Barton fighting away, Jackson Heath, Lomond Wilcox, as you see Behrman carrying a lot of speed into the Dan Weldon corner. Left an opening there, but he had the momentum to come back and reclaim that racing line, but Behrman 137 in second place, coming under some real pressure from Benjamin Lawn. At the moment, Max Jolly not really able to close up. He's managed to get past Lucian Smith, who's having a look down the inside. There's the rest of the top 10 coming out of the Kimbolton corner. The rest of the field go charging through, all running very closely in the midfield. But Sebastian Behrman trying to put the pressure on the 85 of Benjamin Lawn. Lawn holds on. Behrman trying to find an opening here, but Benjamin Lawn now through to second place.
An investigation flag for the number 65 of Oliver Barton is just shown. It was a very good move from Benjamin Lawn. Went down the inside, going through Stowe corner, and now aims his sights on the K-play of Max Wheatley.
So Benjamin Lawn out to the final corner. We have 1 minute and 50 on the clock here. Max Wheatley leads the way. Benjamin Lawn trying to close up in second. The gap is 1.4 seconds between first and second place, but the 137 of Sebastian Behrman still keeping that pressure on. You see them riding the curbs as they make their way out of the Willows up towards Derek's corner. But these two, crucially here, are staying well ahead of the charging Max Jolly and Theo Bradshaw, 4th and 5th, having their own battle for second place. Max Wheatley clear out in front of the moment. Here they come, heading down towards the Kestrel corner. And it looks like Benjamin Lawn guarding the apex there, trying to stop them from getting through. There goes Wheatley out of shot, well clear at the front. Over the line he goes with 1 minute on the clock, plus the 1 lap remaining, of course. Sebastian Behrman not really able to find an opening at the moment, and Max Jolly closing ever so slightly.
Yeah, Max Jolly gained around nearly 10th round on the pairing of Sebastian Behrman and Benjamin Lawn. It's been good showing from Benjamin Lawn, as this is currently running in his best place so far over the course of this weekend, as Sebastian Behrman and Benjamin Lawn should try to push to try and catch and close the gap to Max Wheatley, but they're slightly dropping through sector 2. Max Wheatley's gained nearly 2 tenths on each other, and with under 20 seconds on the clock is Sebastian Behrman going to try and make a move on Benjamin Lawn. No, it doesn't. Through Stowe corner they go and into the Willows. Benjamin Lawn still remains ahead of Sebastian Behrman. It's been a very good showing from these two.
Yeah, he's Behrman really keeping the pressure on, but Benjamin Lawn, having grabbed that second position, is still looking very good. He's Getting those lovely lines into the corners, making sure that Behrman really has to work to try and find an opening here. Max Wheatley, incidentally, well clear of this fight for second place. He's having a race of his own. This is the perfect race, really for the K-plate of Max Wheatley. There he goes, just out of shot. You can see the gap between first and second place. Wheatley can afford to run his own race here as they come through into the final lap of the race. Benjamin Lawn guarding the inside line. Behrman trying to switch back here, coming out of the first corner here, out of Stowe corner through the Willows. But Lawn has got the momentum as he makes his way through the Willows, heading down the Amitsu Straight and into Derek's corner.
As they go through Derek's corner, it's very good defending from Benjamin Lawn. Covers the inside line through the first part of Dan Weldon corner and into the second part of Dan Weldon corner. Through the TKM Straight we go. Benjamin Lawn goes defensive against Sebastian Behrman. Will Behrman make a move into the Kim Bolton corner? No. Oh, there's a bit of nudging, and it's going to be side by side onto the line. Who's going to come out in front? Benjamin Lawn comes out in front.
So it's Max Wheatley that wins.
Behrman.
Good race there, wasn't it, from Lawn, and Sebastian Behrman just about being fended off for third place.
Yeah, it was a very good battle from the pairing. It was a very clean and a very fun battle to watch.
So just to recap, Max Wheatley your winner, Benjamin Lawn, Sebastian Behrman, Max Jolly, Theo Bradshaw, Jensen Sale in 6th, Lucian Smith, Sebastian Clark, Akil Nanjioni and Adam Judaitis rounding out the top 10. And of course, as you can see on the finish line, proud to support Promise Dreams here at the Hunts Kart Racing Club here at Kimbolton for 2024. That is race number 15 in your programme completed. We're going to move on very shortly to the Rotax 177 for their second heat race of the day.
As we now get the Heat 2 of the Rotax 177. And now we're going through the starting grid. Jimmy Galloway and Stravos Anthonicolo, I can't pronounce the name, sorry, on row 1. Simon Poosh and Ollie Hancock on row 2. Simon Hilton and James Butcher on row 5, Gordon Chenery and Alfie Bray on row 6, Josh Bass and Lee Todd on row 7, David German and Jack Taylor on row 8, Samuel Cornell and Andy Chenery will complete starting grid for this Rotax 177 grid. Now this grid is extremely competitive with the likes of Ollie Hancock, who had a very good Heat 1, finishing, I believe, 6th place, and Elliot Kennedy, who also had a very good race. But most of these drivers are so close together, you can't really predict who will be the winner of this extraordinary Rotax 177 Heat. So now we go through into Kim Bolton corner. Drivers just going slow for the starting procedure, as we're now we go into the tram lines. We go, are we going to go racing? Yes, we do. It's a good start from Jimmy Galloway. Is he going to keep the lead? No, he does. Yes, he does. Forces Stravos and Thantopoulos. I apologise if I'm getting your name right, but it's a very good start from Jimmy Galloway. Just flies past into Stowe corner and into Derek's corner. It's a perfect start from the number 132 as we watch the number 165 of Liam Ferguson. Had a perfect start. He's just getting these, I believe he's getting these starts really, really well done. As into Kim Bolton corner we go, and onto the Heinz Straight as the number 45 is shown an investigation flag. Down the inside goes Liam Ferguson on Ollie Hancock. It's a very good move from the 165. And now he sets his sights on the very fast Jimmy Galloway, who has set a purple sector 1, which is being did set a purple sector 1 before it's been taken away by Toby Case in 10th place. As we see going through Kestrel corner. Very fast corner it is. As down the inside, what a move from the number. If we could actually be able to see the very good move from the number 60, but the lack of momentum out of the corner couldn't make a way through. It's now on board watching this battle for third place. Ollie Hancock and Sam Dickens showing a very good race so far, running in a very respectable P3 and P4. Can Sam Dickens get any closer to Ollie Hancock, as Alfie Brain, the number 43, is shown a warning flag. Under 5 minutes to go. Jimmy Galloway still leads away from Liam Ferguson, but the really fast driver of Sam Dickens is catching Ollie Hancock. Is now through. As now watching the number 65 of Simon Hilton. Simon Hilton's had a pretty good start. Good start actually. He's gained 4 places so far. As now onto the Derek's corner we go, and into Dan Weldon corner. Still Sam Hilton lead. Still Sam Hilton is ahead of Simon Pugh. He's having a very good race, both of these drivers have. Although Simon Pugh would have been hoping for a better result, he's running in a very good P7 with Elliot Kennedy just overtaking him. As now we see on board back with the leaders, and while we off camera with them, Liam Ferguson has catched massively to Jimmy Galloway. Liam Ferguson set a 41.21, while Jimmy Galloway set a 41.57, a very big and important lap for Liam Ferguson. Down into Hines Straight, as the number 87 of James Butcher is shown a warning flag, but Liam Ferguson is getting ever so closer to Jimmy Galloway, but Jimmy Galloway had a very good exit out of the Willows corner, as he now extends his lead just ever so slightly through Sector 2, as a yellow flag is shown into the Hines Straight. Don't really see anything going on here. It may have just been a brief yellow flag for something, but obviously not 100% sure. As we now go back onto the front two, as I think there might be an issue. There is an issue for the number 165. Slowed down massively going through Sector 3. He's lost 7 tenths of leaders. I believe he suffered some mechanical issue. Maybe he has it. Not 100% sure. But as we see going through Sector 2, Jimmy Galloway going through Dan Weldon corner, absolutely just dominated this race. A superb drive in that Tony Kart machinery. Going through Kestrel corner and into Kim Bolton corner. So fast they go. It's amazing to see how they manage on for this long. Now with nearly under 2 minutes on the clock. Jimmy Galloway still leads this race from the newly promoted Sam Dickens. He's having a very decent race, these drivers are. Sam Dickens is currently running in a very good second place. He started 6th and is now running second place. And apologies for that. As we're now watching Jimmy Galloway still commanding this race. He's having a superb race right now, but Sam Dickens is getting closer. He's managed to gain around a 10th now in each sector, as the gap is now 1.12 seconds. So here we go through on the screen, watching the rest of the top 10 go through. It's been still a very good race so far from these two. Sam Dickens sets the fastest sector 1, a 1 minute 15.12 in the first sector. He's getting ever so closely to Jimmy Galloway. It's now into the TKM straight we go. Jimmy Galloway still commanding out in the lead. We're just under 50 seconds on the clock. We might have 3 more laps remaining, including the last lap. As through onto Hines straight we go. It's been a very good race so far from Jimmy Galloway, but that lap, Sam Dickens has managed to gain 3/10 on Jimmy Galloway, and this is very good pace from Sam Dickens. It's good to see that he now has found his pace. Potentially the team or his dad has put him on very low tire pressures to help him get help him have more, I'd say, better tyres near to the end of the race, as a yellow flag is shown on the Heinz straight, but it won't matter for. We see the rest of the remaining drivers all batting away with now on board with Sam Dickens and Jimmy Galloway. Sam Dickens has done an incredible job to catch up to Jimmy Galloway, but Jimmy Galloway has time on his side. It's the last lap. No, it's not the last lap. As Sam Dickens is getting really close through Kestrel Corner and into Kim Bolton Corner. Will he be close enough to make a last lap move? As we see the number 168 of Samuel Cornell as the last lap is shown. Jimmy Galloway still leads this, and Sam Dickens has absolutely brought that gap down from 2 seconds to now just under a tenth. Here comes Ginny. Oh, they make a bit of contact going into Derek's corner, but Jimmy Galloway still leads. Sam Dickens is all over the back of Jimmy Galloway. Through they go down Weldon Corner, but with that line, Sam Dickens has made a slight mistake, and Jimmy Galloway still leads. And going into Kim Bolton Corner, Jimmy Galloway will keep this race lead, and for Heat 2, Jimmy Galloway wins the Rotax 177 Heat. Brilliant race. We see on the bottom right hand corner of your screen the rest of the grid going through. What a brilliant race we had there, and Sam Dickens nearly caught up to Jimmy Galloway with a 1.1 second gap.
So well done to John there for that fantastic commentary for the Rotax 177 heat number 2. We're going to move on to our penultimate race of the second group of heats very shortly, of course, with the senior Rotax drivers now in the dummy grid getting out underway very shortly. Don't get, of course, plenty of action throughout the season here on TNL Sports. The racing season drawing to a close, but there is still plenty of action to be had here on TNL Sports. Next weekend, British Supermoto round number 8 is at Three Sisters up at Wigan. Action throughout the afternoon with Phil G at the fantastic Lancashire circuit. We're back here at Kim Bolton for round number 9 of the HKRC Championships on the 10th of November, all day, and Brawl on the Wall, 17th of November, 17:30 throughout the evening on TNL Sports. Drop a subscription to TNL Sports for all of the action, starting next weekend, of course, with the British Supermoto Championships at this dry but cool afternoon here. Senior Rotax is about to get underway for their second heat race of the day, of course. Tobian Alvarez will lead them away. Drivers now just getting some temperature into the tyres. Tobian Alvarez from Zav Chapman-Lewis, Tom Pryor, Adam White, Ralph Youngling and Callum Ingray. Ralph Youngling, German father, of course, and as you may suspect, the name Ralph, named in honour of Ralph Schumacher, none less. As they go over the line, and the senior 1-7 Rotax getting underway. Senior Rotax into the first corner. Oh, very tight indeed, as they all filter through. One driver left behind at the start, but off the circuit, safely out of the way, and it looks like Tobian Alvarez has held on to the lead.
Yeah, it was a very good start from Tobian Alvarez. Tom Fry nearly got a run on him going into the Willow section, but Tobian Alvarez managed to hang it round the outside and managed to keep the lead and is now extending his lead.
So Tobian Alvarez with a neat start there, just pulling away slightly from the second place in towards the Kim Bolton corner they go for the first time. Brilliant first lap there from Alvarez, though. Over the line he goes, so up to second place goes Callum Ingray, Tom Pryor, Adam White Richards in 5th place, Ralph Youngling in 6th, Lucas Blanford in 7th as they go charging through Stowe Corner on their first flying lap, early stages of this race. And at the moment, Tobias Alvarez just trying to break away at the front of the field. I think there was 2 drivers in trouble. Lucas Ellingham notably in trouble at the start of the race, and Zab Chapman-Lewis, both drivers out of contention right now. But at the moment, Tobias Alvarez just trying to break away, but the charging pack not too far behind. Callum Ingray, Tom Pryor, Adam White in there as well. There they go out of the final corner, out of Kimbolton, up toward the Hines Straight. And Tobias Alvarez just trying to pull away at the front of the field.
Yep, Callum Ingray is getting closer and closer though. Had a very good start, managed to gain 4 places on that start, and is slowly but surely catching Tobias Alvarez through Derek's corner and into Dan Weldon corner. But as we see, Tom Pryor is all over the back of the fast-charging Callum Ingray through into the TKM straight. Callum Ingray has a look behind over his shoulder and sees the fast-arriving Tom Pryor. As down the inside goes Tom Pryor, but Callum Ingray gets a beautiful switchback on Tom Pryor. As now through we go into Hines Straight. Callum Ingray goes defensive into Stowe Corner, but Tom Pryor is all over the back of Callum Ingray.
So, John, looking at this right now, Tobias Alvarez just trying to break away from the rest of the field here. Would these guys charging behind him here, Ingray, Pryor and so forth, would they do well here to try and work together and try and catch up with the leader?
Well, absolutely. It's only an 8-minute race, and with 4 minutes on the clock, they really do need to get themselves organised and to catch up to Tobias Alvarez. Tobias is a very big driver around here, but so are these drivers, and they need to work together to prevent Tobias Alvarez from getting away, which he has with nearly a 1.4 second gap.
Yeah, Tobias Alvarez is really controlling this race quite well. He's put in some nice laps so far, lapping very consistently, 40.82. Fastest lap of the race, incidentally, is Ralph Youngling in the number 125, currently in 8th place, 40.44. Just out of camera shot, 1 or 2 very sick-sounding karts making their way off the track and out of the race. I think that may have been Joe Fox dropping out of contention as the leaders go charging through. So Tobias Alvarez leading the race now by 1.7 seconds, which is quite some margin on such a short race, you would say. Ewan Richards has now moved into 2nd place and is closing slowly on the leader. Will there be enough time for him here? So look out for the 2nd place driver. There he is, number 29. Ewan Richards looking good here.
Yep, Ewan Richards also had a very good start and is lapping faster than Tobias Alvarez in front. But also watch out for the very fast arriving Joshua Turnbull. He's gained 23 places from his original starting grid and is now running into 5th place. We've seen them go into Stowe Corner, breaking really late into this corner, and into the Willows we go.
Yeah, Joshua Turnbull there, you would say, after the starting further down the grid. Oh, very neatly there. You see him going through into, what will be 3rd position now, going down the inside of Callum Ingray. And Joshua Turnbull looking very good indeed. Here he comes out of the Dan Weldon corner, down towards the TKM straight. And the man on the move very much here is Joshua Turnbull, number 25. We've got just over 2 minutes left on the clock. So the question is now, will there be enough time for Turnbull to try and battle for the lead? They are all starting to close up on Tobias Alvarez. The gap is now half a second.
Yep, Ewan Richards managed to gain nearly 6/10 on Tobias Alvarez. This really shows that how competitive this grid is. Maybe Tobias Alvarez went on higher pressures and gave him a perfect start, but now he's really lacking towards the end of this race, with Ewan Richards slowly closing in, with Callum Ingray running in a very decent 4th place. Also, don't count out Joshua Turnbull, started 28th in this race, is now running 3rd and has set the fastest lap.
And you have to wonder here if Ewan Richards and Tobias Alvarez start fighting for the lead. Could this allow Joshua Turnbull into the fight very quickly? Let's have a look at the 29 of Ewan Richards as they make their way through Derek's corner. Still your race leader, 86 to be in Alvarez. He ran so well at the start of the race, but now starting to come under a little bit of pressure here. But he still leads the way with just over 1 minute plus the extra lap to go. They should squeeze through here just before 40 seconds, which will mean they will have 2 more laps to go. Just looking very closely at the timing screens here as they make their way through. So 50 seconds, they will get through one more time before the last lap board goes out, which is good news for Joshua Turnbull in third. But at the moment, Ewan Richards just trying to pick his moments here as they make their way through the willows. Still Alvarez leading the way, and guarding the inside line is getting defensive now. This is really allowing Joshua Turnbull into the reckoning here. They make their way through Derek's corner, up towards Dan Weldon corner once again. And Richards just tries to find half a line there, can't find a way through. Alvarez holds on to the lead. Here they come, down towards Kim Bolton corner, and having a peek on the inside there goes Ewan Richards. But here they come with 2 laps to go.
This race is getting ever so more tense, but here comes Ewan Richards. Down the inside he goes on Tobias Alvarez. Can Tobias Alvarez get a switchback on Ewan Richards? No, he doesn't. And through into the Yamiyotsu Straight. Tobias Alvarez defends against the very fast Joshua Turnbull, but Joshua Turnbull is all over the back of Tobias Alvarez. And through he go. Can he get a run through Dan Weldon corner onto the TKM Straight we go. Joshua Turnbull was edging just ever so closely to Tobias Alvarez, and down the inside goes Joshua Turnbull. A super move, but that switchback through Kim Bolton corner is so powerful, and it just helps you so much if drivers make such lunge with like that. As now Tobias Alvarez goes defensive. This allows Callum Ingray to get involved. Does he get the place on Joshua Turnbull? Yes, he does. And now he goes defensive. As now Lucas Blanford, new in senior Rotax, as now we see him joining the back of this train. Tobias Alvarez is still in second place, but with all of this battling, this allows Ewan Richards to stay in first place.
So Ewan Richards, 29, I think he timed that move to perfection. Out to the final corner they go. It's all very close behind him. Checkered flag goes out, and Ewan Richards takes the second heat win of the day. Tobias Alvarez holds on to that second place. Ralph Youngling on the final lap moves up to third position. Joshua Turnbull has to settle for fourth place. Lucas Blanford, Callum Ingray in sixth. Tom Pryor, Deacon Russell, James Tester and Ethan Martin rounding out the top 10 as a driver hits trouble on the final corner. Just trying to get the number of that one. Showing on the lap
number
chart.
18.
Number 18. Well spotted there, John. That's Ryan Hedge, who was just on the edge of the top 10 but spins out on the final corner. But brilliant move there from Ewan Richards on the penultimate lap to take the lead. And with that fight between Tobias Alvarez and Joshua Turnbull allowed him just to hold on to the lead. But good final lap there from Ralph Youngling to get into the top 3.
Yeah, it was a very good drive from Ewan Richards. Just absolutely timed that move perfectly. When you're in the lead of this race, you always want to hope that the drivers behind you are battling, especially from a driver's perspective, because once the drivers start battling, it's really easy to build a big gap.
We're going to move on then to our final race of the second block of heats here. It's the Senior X30. Right after this, of course, we will move on to our third block of heats with the Micromax and Honda 200s, but our final heat race is about to get underway. It's the Senior X30 as the hard-working marshals once again are deputised to go down to the final corner by Kim Bolton and repair that tyre barrier that has seen a bit of action this afternoon. In association with Talk Raceware, the Senior X30 is about to get underway. This, as we say, is the final race of the second heat. 18 races completed out of 36. So we're at the halfway point of this 8th round of the Hunts Kart Racing Club 2024 Championship here at Kim Bolton. Kean Geraghty will lead them away from Oliver Harris, Noah Osbaldeston from Tiger Dixon, Ty Stansfield, James Henson row 3, and row number 4 Monty Braithwaite and Aaron Lask. Sam Branston on row number 5 from Joey Brown, Piotr Jurovic and Luca Mann on row 6, Sam Falconer, Tristan Powell on row 7, Matthew Morgan, Jack Dan on row number 8, Josh Jones, Kieran Barber, row 10 is Katie Ashman from Ryland Ekberg, Morgan Hill, Samuel Cook row 11, Matthew Jones and Zach Whelan on row number 12, and the final 2 drivers Barakroy Barco, and Reese Barber, 193 on the 13th row of the grid. So drivers in position and should be out on track in just a few moments. As we say, of course, this is the 18th race of the 36 race calendar. Plenty of action throughout the afternoon here at round number 8 of the HKRC Kart Racing Club 2024 Championship here at Kimbolton. This famous old track dating all the way back to 1959 as the spectators prepare. There is a little bit of a spectator grandstand here just going into the first corner, and a few spectators getting the vantage points on the final corner. When you get down there trackside, really do get an impression of how much speed the drivers carry coming out of the final corner, heading towards the Hines Straight. And the last preparations being made. I think there was a stricken kart out on the circuit, but all looks good. Green flag is out, and here we go, John. I think the drivers coming out onto the circuit.
Yep, the Senior X30 is a very competitive class, especially here at Kimbolton Circuit. We've got the likes of Cian Geraghty, Ty Stansfield with a very good start at the heat in Heat 1. Joe Brown moved recently to Senior X30 as a stranded card, spun at the start. Not quite sure who that is. I think that is maybe the number 40 something. I'm not 100% sure.
Just a little bit further back, you may just see them at the back of that grid when they make their way through Derek's corner. One driver just going a little bit wide onto the grass. Not the first time the driver's made a mistake on the formation lap. The weather conditions a little bit cold today out on the track, so maybe Matthew Jones also cut adrift at the start as well, just making his way around the back of the circuit. So let's hope that we get the start underway, although there are a couple of karts a bit further back. Here they come out to the final corner, heading towards the start line, and Senior X30 gets underway. They charge into the first corner. Looks good for the start here, John.
Yep, it's a very clean start, but believe someone from the midfielders ended up cutting the pack, and someone's ended up in the barrier. I hope he's okay, but it's a very good start from Cian Geraghty. Just perfected that start, and he's really good at these starts with no
in trouble here in the midfield. You may see one or two karts going off onto the grass there, just going through Derek's corner. So one or two incidents in the midfield. One kart absolutely walloping the tyre barriers coming out of Stowe Corner for the first time, but by and large, they all seem to have got round, and there is the race leader, Cian Geraghty. A bit of a spinner further back down in the midfield. So we're going to reset now and have a look at how the lineups are. So Ty Stansfield, Cian Geraghty not showing up on our lap charts right now, but we should see him very shortly. Oliver Harris, Monty Braithwaite, Aaron Last, Joe Brown, Morgan Hill going through, Tiger Dixon, Sam Falconer and Tristan Powell. Here we are.
As Cian Geraghty is still in the lead. Please excuse the technical issues, but Cian Geraghty still leads from Ty Stansfield. Is in second place. He's having a very good race so far. Ty Stansfield running in second place, managed to gain 3 places. But Cian Geraghty is absolutely leading this race right now. Round a 2-second lead he has to Ty Stansfield, with Oliver Harris in third place, having a very good drive.
So they make their way through, and there is your race leader. As I say, not showing up on the timing charts right now, but the GP plate there of Cian Geraghty is leading the way. The second place driver coming through very shortly should be, there he goes, Ty Stansfield, Oliver Harris, all very close in the battle for third, as Josh Jones receives a warning flag, number 84, a little bit further down in the midfield, number 84. Was father and son team there, Josh and Matthew Jones. So father and son out there in the Senior X30 today. They're a little bit further down in the midfield as they all go fighting away through the Derek's corner, heading up towards Dan Weldon corner. Still Geraghty leading. Stansfield second, Braithwaite in third, Harris, Brown, Morgan Hill, Aaron Last, Tristan Powell a bit further behind. There's the second place driver, 1-2-2. Ty Stansfield looking quite smooth at the front of the field. He is showing us the lead on your timing chart, but at the moment, the driver out in front on the track is the GP plate of Kieran Geraghty. As you look at the 292 there of Monty Braithwaite fighting with Morgan Hill. Hill has got through back into third place. Joey Brown, Aaron Lask just a little bit further behind.
It's a very, a very dramatic battle going on with Joey Brown, Monty Braithwaite and Morgan Hill. But these three drivers should not be fighting, as up in front, Ty Stansfield is just pulling away from them, and from Ty Stansfield, Kieran Geraghty is just running time trials out there, continuously saying fastest lap after fastest lap. And he's just saved 40.69 on that latest lap.
Yeah, so we got the issue here, of course, with the battle for third place. Morgan Hill, Monty Braithwaite, Joey Brown. Like John said, this is all allowing Kieran Geraghty and Ty Stansfield really to break away. Not too often we see this happen in such a sprint format in karting, but it is happening at the moment as the midfield still battling away. There they go, just on the edge of the top 10. Aaron Lask, Oliver Harris, Tiger Dixon, Tristan Powell all in there. The leaders now making their way down towards the final two corners. Kieran Geraghty is already over the line. Stansfield still second. So there's the battle for the remainder of the top 10. They're all charging through a little bit further behind there. Joey Brown, Aaron Lask, Tristan Powell has moved up a few places now into 6th place. Oliver Harris, Tiger Dixon dropping a couple of positions. Katie Ashman in 10th position from Sam Falconer. And Ryan Eckberg just a little bit further behind there. Ryan Eckberg currently in 12th position.
As it's so far been a very competitive and clean race in the mid-half of this race. We're watching the number 53 of Katie Ashman fighting Sam Falker and the number 51 with, as we now go on board with Joey Brown and Monty Braithwaite. This is Joey Brown's first ever time in a senior X30. He's showing extreme competitiveness as we now go into slow corner. Joey Brown is just getting ever so closer through the corners, as through the willows we go, and onto the Yamuchu straight, and into Derek's corner we go. As we're now watching the number 63 of...
That's Oliver Harris, currently in 9th place.
Yeah, Oliver Harris has shown a very good pace so far, and having a decent race, I would say, for him.
And Katie Ashman starting to make a move, breaking into the top 10, as we just saw there. Oliver Harris coming under some pressure as the leading group make their way through. Still, Kieran Geraghty comfortably ahead of Ty Stansfield, Morgan Hill, Monty Braithwaite, Joey Brown, as we look at the number 11 there of Joey Brown, of course, who's in 5th place. Aaron Lask close behind. You'll see Kieran Geraghty at the bottom of your timing screens. The transponder dropping a lap there, so the manual lap scorers, they will be aware, of course, that Geraghty is leading the way quite comfortably. As we look down the inside, running a bit wide there, going through the Dan Weldon corner. I think, was that Morgan Hill, possibly?
I believe that was Morgan Hill, and this has allowed Joey Brown and Monty Braithwaite just to get ever so closely to the third place driver of Morgan Hill. So now we see the rest of the drivers going in their camera shot, but tried round the outside, attempts Joey Brown, but doesn't make the move stick. Monty Braithwaite does excellent defending to deny Joey Brown 4th place. It's now through into the Yamuchu straight.
Yeah, Monty Braithwaite, he's doing very well here to fend off the advances here of the number 11 of Joey Brown. Brown really asking a lot of questions here, but Monty Braithwaite doing a great job of not only defending his line, but being able to fend off the number 11 as the race drawing to its final few seconds here. Kieran Geraghty has just gone over the line with a few seconds left on the clock, so we'll have 2 laps to go here. And it's still Ty Stansfield in 2nd place, Morgan Hill 3rd, Monty Braithwaite and Joey Brown having this fantastic battle once again. Braithwaite tries to guard it, but no, going through into the willows. Joey Brown finds half a gap there and makes his way through. So after all that effort there from Monty Braithwaite, Joey Brown doing very well there to make the move stick, but Braithwaite fighting back here. Monty Braithwaite not giving this one up. They're having a fantastic battle here, John.
It's true, but yeah, brilliant battle they're having. Joey Brown is really showing his racecraft at excellence. As the last lap now starts as Kieran Geraghty crosses the line, but on board with Joey Brown, but with the battling from behind from Monty Braithwaite and Tristan Powell, this has allowed Joey Brown just to extend his lead, as we see apologies. Trisha Powell goes down the inside. Monty Braithwaite makes a bit of a mistake on the exit, clips the curb, and has cost him 2 places now. With his defence going invade, I believe he's lost a bit of his head. And he goes spinning. He's just going into a half spin. Did Monty Braithwaite. As we now see.
Cian Geraghty is about to take the checkered flag. Over the line they go. So Cian Geraghty taking the checkered flag. There he goes. Quite comfortably at the drop of the flag. Ty Stansfield ending up in second place. Both those drivers with a quite comfortable drive to the checkered flag in the end. Morgan Hill taking that third place. Trisha Powell, Aaron Lask, and the unfortunate Monty Braithwaite with that half spin on the final lap has to settle for 8th place. He'll be disappointed with that. That's a shame for him. Katie Ashburn battles through to 9th from Oliver Harris in that fight for the remaining positions on the top 10. Rylan Ekberg in 11th place. Peter Jurovic in 12th. Sam Branston, Noah Ross Balderston, Matthew Morgan, and Sam Cook a little bit further behind, although just noticing on the final lap there, Rylan Ekberg 273, who finished in 11th place, currently under investigation, so this should look into that in a bit more detail as our second heat race block draws to a close. Heat number 3 are about to get underway. The number 14 is crossing the line there, and 51 Sam Falconer dropping out of contention on the final lap has to push the kart back to the infield. So of course we're moving on to our third heat here. Of course, John, you're looking to maybe move in towards the young presenter program with Sky, so a bit of Formula One interest there for yourself. And we'll divert from the karting just for a couple of seconds here before the Micromax get underway. Tell us one or two of your thoughts on the Formula One season as we go towards the final few races of the championship.
Obviously, the start of the F1 season was pretty much boring, with Max Verstappen just winning and winning. But around Austria, it's just starting to become more and more exciting with the rise of McLaren and Mercedes and the likes of like Aston Martin, which I'm a fan of, getting up there. And it really shows how much more interesting the F1 season is getting, especially with the 2026 regulations that are coming out. It'll be really exciting to see what the regulations will do to affect different teams. Like, for example, Aston Martin just recently signed Adrian Newey, and it'll be exciting to see what happens. But overall, I believe this season has been going very well.
Looking good for that as well. And of course, one of my favourites, we're going to Austin in Texas very soon, which is, for the spectators, a great circuit.
Yeah, it's a really good circuit. It's really fast, and it's really excited to watch it, actually. I'd want to see that track in person, but obviously we're not going to go there today.
It's a little bit warmer in Texas than it would be right here at Kimbolton as we move through to our third heat, which is about to get underway. Harry Knight from Jamestown Road, Roger Gollangath and Jensen Darla, row number 2. Mason Muncer, Finley Beals on row 3. This, of course, is the Micromax. Pierce Taylor and Seiki Komatsu, row 4. Row 5, Max Armit and Reggie Dufficy. Moving on, of course, to the Honda 200s, row number 6. Jerry Dufficy from Jack Wykes, Elliot Bourke, Ronnie Smart, a bit further back, Harry Grant, Noah Clark, Esme Rosie, Theo Hamilton, Riley Blakemore, George Wheeldon, Edward Munns rounding out the field. So the Micromax are currently on the track. The Honda 200s, we should see them any moment now being waved onto the circuit. This is essentially 2 races in one. So a little bit of toing and froing as the race goes on, as we look to move between the 2 respective race classes. Of course, they are in their own separate races. They tend to bunch up a little bit closer together. The faster Hondas usually start to catch up with some of the Micromax that may drop off the field. But this, of course, is the first of the final group of heats. It will be very important in determining the grid positions for the final later on this afternoon. Here they come then for the first time of the third heats. Micromax getting underway. Over the line they go, and a good start there from Harry Knight.
No, it's just became a false start.
Oh, my apologies. Well spotted.
The whole side of the grid, I believe, just had a very false, they weren't all properly organised. And same with the Honda grid, they're not all organised, and they should try and get into their respective grid positions and into the tram lines as the regulations follow.
Of course, for anybody who's new to karting, the most of these classes, the exception being the KZs and the 250 monos, majority of the classes have a rolling start, your kind of IndyCar, NASCAR style, And it's very important for safety and to make sure they get a good, fair start. You'll see the painted yellow lines on the track. Those are called the tram lines. And as you say, of course, John, very important. We'll see this now, actually, that they stay in position here.
Yeah, obviously it's very important for the drivers to stay in position, as they both have to be really close and like that, which was a good demonstration of a proper start. As you see, Harry Knight now leads this away from the very fast starting of, I believe that was Jensen Darlow.
Jensen Darlow, I think, as the Hondas get underway. Reggie Dufficy from Jerry Dufficy, Jack Wykes as they charge into the first corner. That's on the right-hand side of your monitor, of your screen, as Dufficy goes through. Jack Wykes with a good start. All of the Hondas getting through cleanly. And these, of course, John, these are our youngest drivers here at the meeting. Not very old, of course, but some good racecraft out there.
No, the driver age of these classes are between, I believe, 8 and 12, and some of these drivers are really young, and it just shows that like these younger classes help them prepare for like other classes such as Mini Max and Junior Rotax.
Yeah, you can see, even though, like I say, these drivers still very much at school age, primary school age, you might say, the very oldest in this category would be 12 years old, but as this race gets underway, I hope I don't invoke a commentator's curse here, but just watch some of the racecraft of these young drivers. They know about getting the kart in the right position, about working together sometimes. Sometimes drivers, you may see a little bit of a nudge sometimes when they're pushing a slower kart down the track. As we have a look at the leading group of the Micromax making their way down towards the Kimbolton corner. Through Kestrel they go. There's the Hondas on the right-hand side of the screen as the leading group of Micromax making their way through. Harry Knight, Finley Bills, James Devroe all running very strongly as they make their way heading towards the Heinz Straight. I think there was a driver cut back there, the number 27, which is Seiki Komatsu, one of our Micromax. Now, I believe that driver was a bit further back. We'll have a look in a few moments, but Harry Knight, Finley Bills, and the 46 of James Devroe still charging away.
Harry Knight is having a very commanding lead as it stands from Finley Bills, who has been very good off the start. Has managed to gain 4 places as the blue flags are shown, as we see. I believe that is the Komatsu, number 27.
Yeah. Seiki Komatsu, I think that was the driver who's cut adrift a bit at the start. So there we go, just letting them through now, I think. So they're unimpeded at the front. Still Ronnie Smart, Jack Wykes and Elliot Bork on the right-hand side leading the way for the Hondas.
Just to correct on you, Ronnie Smart was just briefly overtook him down onto TKM Straight. As we now go on board with the Micromax drivers, and onto the rival stream we see Riley Blakemore and Ronnie Smart with Elliot Bork. But now focusing on the Micromax, Harry Knight still leading this away from Finley Bills. Finley Bills is having a very good race so far, all over the back of a very quick Harry Knight.
Yeah, Harry Knight looking very good at the front of the field, coming under a lot of pressure from Finley Bills as they make their way down towards Kestrel Corner. And there we see the number 63 very neatly guarding the line. He's got to be careful into Kimbolton not to leave the opening, as Finley Bills has a little peek on the inside. Nothing really going there. Still the Hondas fighting away. Elliot Borg, Jack Wykes, Noah Clare, Riley Blakemore, Jack Paul Bracama, all fighting away as Finley Bills has a look. There are your Hondas coming out of the final corner. The Honda 200s over the line they go, and still very close between those drivers as the leading Micromax make their way through the Willows heading towards Derek's corner. And it is still Harry Knight from Finley Bills, James Devroe, Mason Munster, who's looked good this afternoon, starting to try and close the gap there as Riley Blakemore goes into second place in the Honda 200s.
And speaking of closing the gap, Mason Munster has managed to close the gap ever so slightly. At 48.03, Mason Munster has set. And it's really showing that he has the pace now. And every single time he goes out, he's getting more and more confident in that Micromax class.
So at the front of the field with the Micromax, here they go neck and neck in towards the first corner, although Harry Knight has got the line into the corner. Can Finley Bills get the switchback coming out of the Willow into the Willows? Not quite. This is all going to allow James Devroe and Mason Munster, incidentally, the fourth place driver, 127, who set the fastest lap of the race. Here are our leading Hondas, Ronnie Smart, and we've also got Elliot Bork, Jack Wykes right in there as well. Here's the lead of the Micromax.
As you see, Harry Knight and Finley Bills are still at the lead of this race, with James DeVoe still hanging in into a very respectable P3 with Mason Munster just catching and catching. He's managed to caught nearly 4 tenths on the leading pack. This is going to introduce the 4th contender into this battle for the lead. Let's see, Harry Knight goes defensive into Stowe Corner. He keeps the position from Finley Bills in 2nd place. He's shown a very good race, these two, as Finley Bills is all over the back of Harry Knight. Harry Knight is suffering from a lot of pressure here as he's going to go defensive. No, he does not. He won't go defensive into Derek's Corner. He's hanging on very well here in 1st place.
Yeah, having a great job here, holding on to that lead, coming under a lot of pressure. Battles, of course, both in the Micromax and in the Hondas. Elliot Bourke, 9th on the track, leading the Hondas from Jack Wykes and Ronnie Smart. Riley Blakemore right in there as well. There they are on the right-hand side of the screen as well. So plenty of action all the way through the field here as our leading Micromax make their way into Kimbolton Corner. Just over 1 minute left on the clock, plus the 1 lap remaining. And over the line goes Harry Knight, still leading the way, guarding that inside line as Finley Bills tries to have a look. But nothing going there. There are our leading Honda drivers, Honda 200s, coming towards the final corner. Elliot Bourke and Jack Wykes right in there as the Micromax make their way to Derek's Corner. But so far, the number 63 of Harry Knight doing a brilliant job here, John, of holding on to the lead with quite some pressure.
Yeah, Harry Knight's really demonstrating his defensive capabilities here. He's managed to hold on against a very fast Finley Beals, and he's really showing that Finley Beals, that synergy is very quick here, and it has been throughout the year. As through into Kimbolton Corner and onto the right of your screen, we see the battle between Esme Rosie and Jack Fulbrook. But
Here
now paying attention onto the Micromax, Harry Knight goes a bit defensive into Stowe Corner, but managed to keep his lead against Finley Bills, and into the Willows we go, into the Yamitsu Straight.
So this is the penultimate lap of the race now, 14 seconds on the clock. So next time they come round, the clock will be down to 0 and 1 lap to go. So Harry Knight still with a bit of work to do here, because James DeVroe has sneaked through to 2nd place, going up towards Derek's Corner. So a new driver in 2nd place. And Harry Knight, again, I think he's going to go all out defensively here, making sure he covers those apexes as the Hondas do battle further back there. Elliot Bourke from Jack White and Ronnie Smart, they're making their way through towards Dan Weldon Corner. The leads of the race going over the line, with the last lap board now being displayed, and Harry Knight extremely defensive there, coming in towards the 1st corner. Through Stowe they go, into the Willows, and let's see what James DeVroe can do.
As Harry Knight still leads, going through the Willows and into the Yamitsu Straight, Harry Knight will go defensive, and to the right of our screen we see Elliot Bourke and I believe Ronnie Smart, but looking at the Micromax, it's still Harry Knight. Oh no, it isn't, because James DeVoe has managed to sneak in a brilliant move from Dan Weldon Corner. You don't see moves there, but that's an absolutely beautiful move from James DeVoe. As we see Riley Blakemore and Ronnie Smart battling it out. But I believe James DeVoe will take the win of this Micromax 3rd and final heat before we go into the finals for the Micromax. A brilliant race from these young drivers.
And here come the leading Honda 200 drivers heading towards the line now. It looks like Elliot Bourke will take the checkered flag. Yes, he does. So Elliot Bourke, your race winner. Jack Wykes in 2nd. Riley Blakemore 3rd. Ronnie Smart, Noah Clare, Jack Fulbrook Hummer, Theo Hamilton, Esme Rosie, Harry Grant and Sawyer Henderson just a little bit further behind. So our cadets bringing themselves to a close with the heats. We'll see them again later on in the finals, the Micromax and the Honda 200s. We're going to move on very shortly, of course, to the KZ UK, what you might call the shifter carts. Big group of KZ entries here today. Plenty of racing action out there as well. And we look forward to that in just a few moments' time here. This is our 20th race of the programme. And we are now well and truly underway for our final heats of the afternoon. Each class has 3 heats across the day, moving through to the finals later on in the afternoon. The bright sunshine has abated somewhat, so perhaps the low sun, which tends to be a bit of a problem, you would say, for drivers and riders, depending on the competition in these latter months of the season, may not be a problem later on as we move on to the KZ UKs. And here they come, John, out onto the grid. We should be getting our grid lineups in just a few moments.
a very competitive class. These KZ UK drivers are, all of these drivers are so close together and competitive. You can't really judge who's going to win this. And I'd be really excited to see who will take first place when the checker flag comes out.
So they're all out onto the circuit now. You can see, of course, they cut out the Derek's corner. This is how they line up. Edgarus Visvegius in first position from Sam Johns, Ryan Green, Luke Fleming, Nat Thomas, Zilvinus Klimas, row number 3 from Ellis Bourchier, Derek Morgan, Hannah Langbo, Phillips, row 5, Isaac Smith, James Harvey, row number 6, Vito Semititis and Sam Ward on row 7, James Beecroft and Simon Harris on row number 8, Richard Palmer, Jack Baker, row 9, Stephen Loggin, Daniel Chabula, row 10, Charlie Flint, Bradley Calder, row number 11, Jed DeFriend and Bailey Rigglesford on row number 12, with Jason Baker and Aston Baker rounding out the 13 rows of drivers. So up here at the commentary booth, it's just me for the time being, of course, because John Richardson has to go back down to the paddock now and get ready for his race. He is competing in the Junior Max a little bit later on. Don't forget, of course, he is just 14 years old, and hope he's certainly getting to grips with the commentary booth today, along with being on the track. I've done that double duty in the past, and it's a bit difficult sometimes. You've got to get yourself out of commentary mode and into race mode, because you've still got a job to do on the track as well. We're going to cut back, of course, to our KZ UK's, the Apex-sponsored Apex Race Rooms kart of number 27, Edgarus Nisevigius. First position on the grid from Sam Johns, number 24, right alongside Ryan Green and Luke Fleming, raking up the second row of the grid. A bit further back, Nat Thomas, Zilvinus Klimas, Ellis Bourchier, Derek Morgan in there as well. There we saw the K-plate of Isaac Smith, the number 72, who's been running well today, of James Beecroft. Another start further down the grid for Beecroft, who's been very quick today, so we'll see how he gets on with that further down the start further down the field. A bit further back, Stephen Loggin, Daniel Chabula, number 12. There's the number 99 of Aston Baker, the final driver on the grid. So it looks like we're ready to go. The lights on red. We're waiting for the lights to go out, and away we go any moment now. Oh! Bogging down on the start there for Sam Johns. Gets away but loses positions. Oh, they tangle into the first corner. One driver going wide into the tyre barriers. Dramatic start here into the first corner. And it looks like the number 9 trouble further back as well. Look at that. 3 or 4 drivers in trouble. Just trying to pick out who they are. The drivers appear to be okay, getting themselves back into the reckoning. But amidst all the carnage, number 9, Ryan Green, is your early race leader. Out to the final corner they go. They're side by side out to the last corner, and putting the pressure on quite strongly here is Bo Phillips. Bourchier third, Morgan fourth. Good stuff. Isaac Smith up to 5th place as they make their way through. Wade Yellows on the Willows as the drivers caught up in that first corner melee sort themselves out at the side of the track. Isaac Smith in 5th place, Hannah Lang in 6th, James Beecroft 7th, Sam Johns in 8th position, Richard Palmer and Jake Baker rounding out the field. So looking further down, I think some of the drivers caught up was Edgarus Visvegius in 23rd place, the driver who started on pole position. One of the drivers caught up in that trouble on the first corner, Bradley Calder as well. And I think the drivers out of the race so far are Nat Thomas and Zilvinus Klimas, the 2 drivers who were in trouble when they went through the Willows on the first lap, as Ryan Green holds on to the lead. Here they come down the Yamitsu straight. And Green holds on. Ellis Bourchier in 3rd, number 58. Derek Morgan, number 6, just behind in 4th position. They're having a really close battle as the leaders make their way down towards Kim Bolton Corner. Through the final corner they go, all looking very close as they make their way down towards Stowe in the first corner. Guarding the inside line, Green does very well there as they all pile in behind. It's getting very close here as they make their way through the Willows once again. Down the Amitsu straight once again. Mo Phillips trying to have a look. Ellis Bourchier still right in there in third position. And down the back straight they go. Taking the lead now is the number 18 as they pile through in towards Kestrel Corner into Kimbolton. You can see the rest of the top 10 really closing up on the race leader. This is going to be a fast, frantic second half of the race. So Bo Phillips, your new race leader. Ryan Green and Derek Morgan fighting it out for second place. A bit further back, drivers under investigation. The 10th place, Sam Ward, and the 14th place, Luke Fleming. Both drivers under investigation, with some of the midfield tussles maybe getting a little bit too close for comfort for the race stewards, possibly. Leaders making their way down the Kimbolton towards the TKM, straight in towards Kimbolton Corner. And Bo Phillips, number 18, is still your race leader. Ryan Green fighting it out for second place with Derek Morgan, of course. Now moving into second position. Ellis Bourchier. Bourchier still in third. Ryan Green, Hannah Lang rounding out the top 5 from James Beecroft, who is right behind Lang at the moment as they go flying through the willows. Very close action here. Richard Palmer and Isaac Smith very close behind. They go charging down the Amitsu straight. And there is the number 91 of Hannah Lang coming under some real pressure here from James Beecroft. Trying to find a way through. Isaac Smith close behind. Richard Palmer, Sam Johns and Sam Ward all fighting their way through the first corner. They go. There's Lang just losing out momentarily to Beecroft. Ryan Green and Isaac Smith right in there as well. Bo Phillips up towards the top corner. Derek Morgan keeping that pressure on in second place. Ellis Bourchier still there in third place as they go flying through down towards the Kimbolton Corner. And Bo Phillips charging away at the front of the field now. Derek Morgan still in second place. Ellis Bourchier in third place. James Beecroft in the meantime. One of the drivers who had to start further down the field, of course. It's the random grid, so the drivers will start either towards the front or the back of the grid throughout the 3 heat races. So Beecroft really has had to gain quite some positions here. And there he is, number 72, coming under some pressure from Hannah Lang, who is overtaken on the previous lap. And Lang trying to fight back and repass as the last 2 drivers already going over the line. So we've got towards the back of the field Stephen Loggin and the 99 of Aston Baker as 17 hits trouble. That's Richard Palmer, who was on the edge of the top 10. That's up by the Dan Weldon corner. And Palmer, if the marshal just checking the driver's okay. Looks like he's gone off under braking. That's a very fast part of the circuit. So if Richard Palmer's a bit shaken up, then it wouldn't be a surprise, because if he's gone off the circuit there, that is a very fast part of the circuit to hit trouble with. Meanwhile, the leaders making their way out of the Kimbolton Corner down behind straight once again, and the number 18 of Bo Phillips still leading the way from Derek Morgan. Those two just starting to break away now from the rest of the field. Bit of trouble there, just there is the number 17 stepping out of the kart. Driver okay, which is always good to see. I think the marshal will be looking to try and get that kart away from that barrier, because it is in a bit of a prone position. There was another driver hitting trouble just now. You'll see the wave yellows coming through into Kimbolton Corner. Just trying to identify who that is. Sam Ward appears to have dropped out of contention as well. As the leaders go over the line once again, we have 50 seconds plus 1 lap remaining. So they should creep through just before the last lap flag goes out. Blue flags now being waved as our leaders start to close up on some of the tail enders on the Amitsu straight. So Bo Phillips still leading. Derek Morgan keeping that pressure on further back. They make their way through. 77 in there. That's Simon Harris. Charlie Flynn also we saw there. Charlie Flynn and Jed DeFriend in 15th position. Further back, Edgaras Nisvicius and Sam Johns battling it out for 19th position as well. There is Johns, number 27. Nisvicius, who started on pole position but got pushed out wide on the first corner and has had a difficult race so far, but still fighting away as the leaders now make their way up towards the Dan Weldon corner. Next time round we'll be seeing the last lap flag. The clock goes down to 0. And the question is here, can the number 18 of Bo Phillips hang on? Although Derek Morgan now taking the lead, of course. So here we go, 1 lap remaining, and Derek Morgan fighting through to first place, waving on the number 18 of Bo Phillips. Maybe hoping that Phillips can just keep that pressure on in second place and keep them well away from Ellis Bourchier, who's had a good steady race in third position. James Beecroft in fourth, Isaac Smith in fifth place now, Hannah Lang, Ryan Green, Bailey Rigglesford and Luke Fleming with Daniel Chabula running up the top 10. Here they come for the final time through the Dan Weldon corner, and down the TKM straight they go. There's the number 24, a little bit further back there, of Misfetius, the driver who was on pole position. But here is our race leader, and it looks like Derek Morgan is going to take the checkered flag. Yes, he does, by 0.2 of a second thereabouts from Bo Phillips. Ellis Bourchier in third, James Beecroft in fourth, Isaac Smith, Hannah Lang in sixth place, Ryan Green, Bailey Rigglesford, Luke Fleming and Daniel Chabula rounding up the top 10.
Is there nothing on the VUs? He's having a smoking break. Chugging a vape. This is quite nice.
So as the last few drivers who hit trouble in the KZ UK race leave the circuit, we should be underway very shortly with our next race of the day. It's the 250 monos getting underway for their third and final heat before the grand finals later on this afternoon. All of the action here this afternoon, of course, on TNL Sports here at the HKRC 2024 Club Championships. One of our guest categories getting underway, you might say, the 250 monos. Those wonderful 250 two-stroke machines. A lot of the power plants from these karts having their origins in motocross. Very fast, fearsome engine, of course, the 252 stroke, and these karts carry a lot of speed. Reese Woods will lead them away from Chris Lawson, Matt Olnett and Max Snell. Tim Woods and Kieran Metzen, Paul Lawson, Martin Smith on row number 4. Jack Bliss, Dan Brown, Lee Stamp, Ryan Lawson on row 6. Sam Harrison, Marcus Hudson making up row number 7. Jack Rolfe and Chris Morris on row number 8. And the final starter on row number 9 is the 73 of Matthew Duncan. So the drivers will go through again and have another formation lap here. A bit more of an opportunity to get some temperature into the tyres and into the brakes on these very fast machines. You may remember, of course, that in the previous race it was quite an incident-filled race. A few drivers hitting trouble. 1 or 2 collisions out there. And the caught up in the trouble, of course, was the series leader Lee Stamp, which gave Jack Bliss a real opportunity to try and get a better grid position for the final. But in the latter stages, he also dropped out of contention. So with both those drivers dropping out in heat number 2. That could potentially mean they have to start a little bit further back when the final gets underway later on today. So for both the O-plate of Jack Bliss and the number 1 of Lee Stamp, this third heat race will be very important indeed, as Reese Woods, number 27, lines up at the front of the grid. 34 alongside is Chris Lawson, Matt Ulnett and Max Snell on the second row of the grid. The last few drivers just starting to make their way down towards the grid. The marshals making sure they're correctly in position on the starting grid. Last few drivers now taking their positions, and we should be underway in just a few moments. 250 monos. This is the Northern Karting League NKL Series, their final round of the championship. Getting underway right here at Kimbolton. The lights are on red. We're waiting for them to go. And we are underway for our third and final heat of the day. Good start there from Reese Woods. Into the first corner they go. Bit of trouble further back. A little bit of smoke flying there, but they all get through safely. Great start there, though, from Reese Woods to break away through the first few corners. Chris Lawson holds on to second place. Matt Ulnett, Max Snell right in there as well. But brilliant start there from Reese Woods, number 27. As he looks to try and take advantage of that front row start in this third and final heat. Tim Woods, Martin Smith, Marcus Hudson and Sam Harrison all fighting out for third in the championship as well. But a brilliant start there from Reese Woods, who charged away at the front. Up to second place now goes Matt Ulnett. Chris Lawson drops to third momentarily, and it looks like he's been overtaken at fourth place there by Max Snell down the inside. Snell has made the move stick. Tim Woods, who looked very good earlier on today as well, number 4, he's fighting away a little bit further down the field. Kieran Metzen in there, number 72. And there you'll see the number 1 momentarily of Lee Stamp right in there with his title rival, Jack Bliss. They're fighting away as the lead. Spinner, a little bit just on the side of your screen there. The number 34, I think that was a Chris Lawson, who spins out just on the approach towards the Kimbolton corners. He drops out of contention. Reese Woods still leading the way, but coming under some pressure now from Matt Ulnett, who has set the fastest lap of the race, 36.61. I can see just out of the screen here that the number 34 trying to get the kart back underway, Chris Lawson, but he is in the middle of the track here, can't get it going. So here they come, the last of the pack coming through. Wade Yellow's here, and you'll see there he is just in the background there, number 34, the driver who was in second place at the start of the race, Chris Lawson. Unfortunately for him, having to try and get his kart bump started and back into the race. 5 minutes plus 1 lap to go, and the 27 of Reese Woods, after that brilliant start, continuing to lead the way here, but Matt Ulnett keeping the pressure on as they make their way down your Mitsui Straight. A little bit further back there, Tim Woods and Lee Stamp. The narrow series leader, you might say, coming under pressure. His main title rival, Jack Bliss, number 0, is right behind him as well as the leaders make their way down towards Kimbolton corner. And it is still Reese Woods that, I was going to say Reese Woods, it was that led the way, but now it's Matt Ulnett into the lead. On the E-plates, a new race leader. Woods drops to second. Tim Woods in third position as well. Ryan Snell a bit further behind. And it looks like Lee Stamp and Jack Bliss fighting away as they make their way up towards the top corner. All looking very close here as well. There is the number 1 of Lee Stamp. And right on his tail is Jack Bliss. So on the E-plate, your race leader, still looking very good today as he makes his way out to the final corner. This is the third heat of the 250 monos. 27 just losing the position there. Early race leader Reese Woods, number 4 nips down the inside, moving up a position. So Matt Ulnett, the new race leader. The driver we're looking at the moment is the number 4 of Tim Woods, of course, who has now got past Reese. There is the stricken number 34 you just saw in your shot there of Chris Lawson, spinning out of contention a couple of laps ago. Real shame for him, but Matt Ulnett looking very good at the front here. The E-plate, over the line he goes. The rest of the top 10 charging through, very, very close indeed. Reese Woods third, Jack Bliss and Lee Stamp. The 2 title rivals are neck and neck as they make their way through. Max Snell, Kieran Metzen in 7th, Jack Rolfe, Paul Lawson, Dan Brown in 10th, And a bit further behind, Dan Brown, then 10th, Martin Smith in 11th position. Sam Harrison, Chris Morris, Marcus Hudson, and Ryan Lawson rounding out the field. There is Matt Ulnott, your race leader. Tim Woods keeping the pressure on in second place, and there are the two title rivals there, the O plate of Jack Bliss. Very narrowly second in the championship, Lee Stamp. Both these drivers, of course, you may remember, failed to finish the previous heat race. So they will be determined now to try and get to the front. And the important thing here, you'll see just at the back of your screen there, the number 1, Lee Stamp. He has to get past Reese Woods here, but Woods closes the door. Reese Woods will not be too bothered about who's behind him. He'll be determined to hold on to that position regardless, you would say. As down they go, 2 minutes 10 on the clock, plus the 1 lap remaining. Number 4 keeps it tight on the final corner there, Tim Woods, and goes through into the lead. So Tim Woods, your new race leader. Our third lead change in this race. All very close indeed, and getting drawn into this battle now is Jack Bliss. Lee Stamp has got through into 4th, and this could be very important here for Jack Bliss. He needs to try and get through into the lead and get some karts between him and Lee Stamp. If he can gain some points on Lee Stamp in this heat race, it could benefit him in the final later on as they make their way down towards the final corner. So Tim Woods leads, Matt Ulnott second. Jack Bliss having a look there for the inside, but nothing going. And closing up all the time is Lee Stamp in 4th place. Early race leader Reese Woods just a little bit further behind. There is an oil flag at the top of the Imitsu straight. And I think there was a collision on the previous lap. You'll see some karts on the edge of the circuit there. And, oh, there goes the number 654, was one of the karts in trouble. That's Chris Morris. And the number 30 of Dan Brown. But there is an oil flag at the top of the Imitsu straight. And this could be very important indeed. Oh, as down the inside goes the 0 of Jack Bliss into second place. As they make their way to the Imitsu straight, there are yellow flags on the straight and the yellow and red stripe flag warning about oil as they make their way in towards the top corner. The driver's going to have to be very careful under braking here as the grip is not there. And now back onto a clean track they go. Tim Woods, number 4, your race leader. Crucially here, though, Lee Stamp is into second place. Jack Bliss, I should say. My apologies, sorry. Lee Stamp is actually in 4th position. Here they come. So 5 seconds left on the clock. Next time round will be the last lap flag. Here they come down the Imitsu straight. Don't forget, of course, there is the oil flag warning them of a slippery surface on the track. No overtaking here on the yellow flags. Here they come in towards the Dan Weldon corner. They all get through safely. Crucially here, though, of course, Lee Stamp has got the E-plate of Matt Ulnott separating him from the 0 of Jack Bliss, although down the inside he goes and makes his way through into 3rd place. That's good news for him. He needs to make sure he stays as close to Jack Bliss as possible. Bliss having a peek on the inside, going in towards Stowe. They make their way through the willows. Down the straight they go once again. That oil flag still being shown. That collision earlier in the race, seemingly dropping some oil on the circuit. And very carefully they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner. Now down into the back straight for the final time. Can Tim Woods hold on? Tim Woods, of course, looking to try and get 3rd in the title race. Down into the final corner they go. Tim Woods, number 4, out to the final corner he goes. Woods wins the race. Jack Bliss in 2nd, Lee Stamp in 3rd, and Matt Ulnott in 4th position. Plenty of lead changes as the race went on. Reese Woods brings it home in 5th place. Max Snell in 6th from Jack Rolfe. Kieran Metzen, Marcus Hudson. The number 30 of Dan Brown will be finishing a lap down. But there's been more than a bit of carnage in the second part of that race, and there may be a little pause here because there was some oil that went down at the end of the Imitsu straight. 1 or 2 drivers, of course, out of contention. There is the number 2 of Paul Lawson pushing the kart back onto the circuit, number 2. That's on the TKM straight. He'll be looking to get the kart back to the paddock as soon as possible. The officials getting the barriers out onto the Imitsu straight, of course, because we're moving on next to Junior Max as they look to try and sort themselves out at the top of the circuit. That's by the Dan Weldon corner. So I'm wondering, they just out of camera shot, possibly a collision between those two drivers well and truly off the circuit there, just at the top of the Dan Weldon corner. And it would appear that oil has been dropped onto the circuit. You'll see the marshals just checking the surface here. And they've got the cement dust now. You'll see that dust being thrown onto the circuit, the cement dust. If you're not sure what that is, basically that is what it is, basically cement that is thrown onto the track that is in place there to absorb any oil that's been dropped by karts. And the marshals getting the brushes down to make sure that any oil spillages are dealt with promptly. Suffice to say, of course, oil on the track is potentially a very dangerous situation. So the marshals taking no chances here and getting the cement dust down onto the track. Don't forget, of course, there is plenty of action coming up throughout the next few weeks on TNL Sports. Next weekend, we are at Wigan, Three Sisters, for the round number 8 of the British Supermoto Championships. Trips UK British Supermoto Series at Three Sisters. Next Sunday, 20th October, 12 midday throughout the afternoon. And we are right back here at Kimbolton for round number 9 of the HKRC, 10th of November. And a bit later on in November, Brawl on the Wall, 17th of November at 5:30. Don't forget to drop a like and subscribe to TNL Sports for all of the action.
Bit of extra friction from the chassis. Yeah.
So we have a brief pause now before the junior Rotax gets underway, because we've got one or two stricken karts from the junior Max that need to make their way back to the paddock. Those are fairly hefty machines as well, 252-stroke machines. One or two of those karts going into the tyre barriers later on in that third and final heat. The drivers, of course, that's the important thing. The drivers are okay. That's always what we like to see. It goes without saying, of course, that these motorsport meetings can't take place without the marshals and the medical crews. If a driver does take a knock or have a suspected injury, they would be taken away to the medical centre just to check them out and make sure they're okay. But nothing of that sort happening in that previous 250 mono race. The drivers appear to be okay and will make their way back to the paddock. We'll have a bit of downtime, of course, to get the tracks, get the karts repaired and get themselves out for the final later on this afternoon. Action right the way through our final race, expected to finish at around 5:30 this afternoon. So we are well into this 8th round of the championship, but there's still plenty of action to go. We've got quite a few heat races still yet to be completed, of course. And we have our finals later on this afternoon, the all-important points-paying races. And Ainsbury Plantire bringing us the Junior Max getting underway very shortly. My co-commentator today, John Richardson, who's been getting some great experience on the microphone today, as he looks, I think he's looking to go towards the Sky Young Presenters on the Formula One channel. So I certainly wish him the best of luck, and I hope that today will give him some good experience of commentating live on race meetings. But he's had to take his commentator's cap off, you might say, and get the racer's helmet on now as he gets onto the grid for the Junior Max, who are still in the waiting zone. There are a few moments delay here. They are still putting a bit of cement down onto the circuit. And delighted to bring you through the action today. My name's Chris Sora. Delighted to be back here, taking you through all the action with the Hunts Kart Racing Club 2024 season. And John Richardson, the name on the screen, who is, not with me at the moment, as I say, of course. He is somewhere in that dummy grid. I'm not too sure where at the moment, but he's fairly towards the front. He's had some pretty low down starts today, so I think he is quite near towards the front of the grid in the first 2 or 3 rows. So he is nestled in there somewhere. But like I was saying earlier, of course, I've done that in the past, commentated and raced on the same day. I think Phil G does a bit of that sometimes with the British Supermoto Championships as well here on TNL Sports. And it's not always the easiest thing to do. You've got to get yourself away from the commentary booth and get your racer's head on, you might say. Focus on the racing. Then switch back to calling the action up in the booth later on as well. So for the 3rd time today, of course, the Junior Max down in the waiting zone. I think the track work has now been completed. Shout out, of course, to end of November, beginning of December, Kart Mania at Silverstone, the big kart show every winter. And that will be there once again in just a few weeks' time, incredibly to say. It doesn't feel too long ago since the season started. It's always a whirlwind once the meetings get underway. Zach McDonald and Zach Starbuck on the front row of the grid from Owen Keenan, Lachlan Homer, Mikey Walker and John Richardson on row number 3, Dominic Parabuck and Joshua Smith on row number 4, Joel Dixon Cohn from Arthur Brownless, Lucy Wielden, Jack Owen Drawbridge on row number 6, Oliver Meek, Charlie F. Grave, row 7, Jack Stimson and Archie Flint on row number 8, Will Archer, Blake Southam, row number 9, Devon Taylor, George Phillips on row 10, Noah Sales, Harry Friel on row 11, Finley Jones and Aidan Mitchell on row number 12, Teddy Cooper, Kevin Evanoff, row 13, Harry Russell, Dejon Bennett, row 14, Oscar Keane, Toby Farthing, Logan Hartshorn, Archie Richards as they make their way through, but the start has been waved off. We're going to go around once again for another formation lap. Rotax Max. Heat number 3, Junior Rotax, of course, making their way out on towards the Willows. They are not racing at the moment. The start called off, and they'll go through for another formation lap here. Which gives the opportunity to get one of the stricken 250 monos off the track in that brief pause in the race activity as they make their way through the top corner. So this is the Junior Max, the Rotax here, heat number 2, about to get underway. And here they come, down towards Kimbolton Corner. Zach McDonald on the inside from Zach Starbuck. Owen Keenan, Lachlan Homer, Mikey Walker and John Richardson rounding up the 3rd row of the grid. And away they go! Charging down into the first corner. And getting nudged wide there. That looked like Zach McDonald going wide. A bit unlucky for him there. And taking the lead, looks like Owen Keenan going through as 1 or 2 drivers go off in the midfield further back on your screen there. And somebody you may just seen on the left-hand side going way off the circuit into the grass as they make their way through Derek's corner for the first time. The cement dust goes flying as the leaders make their way down the TKM straight in towards the Kimbolton corner. Here they come. And brave move down the inside there. Can he make it work for the number 29 of Owen Keenan? Not quite. It looks like Mikey Walker's held on. Owen Keenan 2nd, Joshua Smith 3rd, Zach Starbuck. Joel Dixon Cohen, good start for him up to 5th place. Arthur Brownless, Charlie F. Graves, Zach McDonald, Jack Owen Drawbridge and Lachlan Homer rounding out the top 10. Blake Southam, Oliver Meek, Harry Russell a bit further behind. Oscar Keane, Aidan Mitchell and Finley Jones in there as well. So for the time being, it looks like Mikey Walker just about holding on to the lead. A pass a little bit further behind there, and the rest of the top 5 as they go through over the line once again. So Walker leading, Keenan 2nd, Smith 3rd. Dixon Cohen up to 4th from Starbucks. That was Joel Dixon Cohen with a nice little move going into the Kimbolton corner. Wave yellows on the first corner. So well, there was an incident there, a cart on the side of the track, I believe, as the leaders meanwhile making their way through the Willows and up towards Derek's corner once again. Walker from Keenan, Smith in 3rd, Dixon Cohen, Starbuck running out the top 5, Brownless in 6th place, McDonald, Charlie F. Grave, Jack Owen Drawbridge making his way through. And look at that in 3rd place, Joshua Smith with a brave move on the inside, and it looks like he's made it work as well. So Joshua Smith into second position. Mikey Walker trying to break away at the front here, number 26. And a technical flag in the midfield for the number 72 of Jack Owen Drawbridge, who'd moved up to 9th place, but he will be out of contention. Technical flag, it's a black flag with an orange disc displayed on it. That means that the driver is required. It's been black flagged from the race, but nothing in terms of naughty behaviour. It is due to a mechanical issue, whatever that may be. Usually it's a bit of loose bodywork that's flailing dangerously from the kart, or it could be mechanical issue that otherwise means they feel it's unsafe to continue in the race. So unfortunately for Jack Owen Drawbridge, he will have to retire from the race. Sees the flag a bit further back, and he will pull to one side to let them through. The leaders meanwhile making their way through the willows, and it's all very close here, with Mikey Walker continuing to lead the way here, but Joshua Smith looking threatening in second place. Owen Keenan still third, and Joel Dixon Cohen, who had a good start to the race, tagging on to the back of this lead group in fourth place. As they make their way through Kestrel Corner down towards Kimbolton. Diving down the inside goes Joshua Smith. He makes that move work once again and now takes the lead. So Joshua Smith leading, Mikey Walker second, Joel Dixon Cohen in third, Owen Keenan in fourth, Zach Starbuck, Zach McDonald, Charlie F. Grave, Arthur Brownless and Aidan Mitchell rounding out the top 10. Blake Souther moving into 10th position from Finley Jones, Oliver Meek in 12th. But this third junior Rotax heat race, all important positions up for grabs here as they make their way back towards the final. Down in towards Kimbolton Corner they go. And having a dive down the inside, that looked like Joel Dixon Cohen. And he makes the move stick as well. Into second place he goes. So Dixon Cohen up to second place now. Joshua Smith, number 15. Stays as your leader as Joel Dixon Cohen dives down the inside into the first corner. Brilliant move from the number 67, and Dixon Cohen into the lead. And I think Mikey Walker may have sneaked through into second place at the same time. Yes, he has. So Joshua Smith drops from first to third in one corner, and Owen Keenan hanging on in there in fourth place. Dixon Cohen fastest lap of the race, incidentally, 41.39, as the leaders make their way down towards Kimbolton Corner. And yet again, Joshua Smith likes that inside line going into Kimbolton and makes it work as he goes back into second place and sets off in pursuit of Joel Dixon Cohen. Finley Jones in 10th. Oliver Meek has got through to 11th place from Blake Southam. Harry Russell, Oscar King, Teddy Cooper and Dominic Parrott fighting away in the midfield. Logan Hartshorn gets past Adrian Bennett, with John Richardson and Toby Farthing a bit further back on the edge of the top 20. Leaders making their way through Dan Weldon Corner, and Joel Dixon Cohen leads the way as they make their way down towards the Kestrel Corner. Into Kimbolton they go once again. And once again, I would say, Joshua Smith seems to carry a lot of speed into that final corner. That could be very important going into the final few laps of the race. Maybe he might just look to bide his time here as the race goes on. I would speculate he would do very well just to work together with Mikey Walker here. Mikey Walker maybe advised to hold that position in third. Just work together to prevent Joel Dixon Cohen from pulling away, number 67. Here they come down towards the final corner. Because Joshua Smith, again, you can see how quick he is going into Kimbolton Corner. He's got a nice line on that final part of the lap. Over the line they go once again then. So Dixon Cohen leading, Smith in second, Walker from Keenan, Starbuck in fifth, McDonald in sixth, F. Mitchell Jones and the 167 of Oliver Meek rounding out the top 10. Brownless 11th, Southern 12th, Russell, Keane, Teddy Cooper, John Richardson up to 16th from Logan Hart, John Bennett, Will Archer and Toby Farthing rounding up the top 20 at this stage as they make their way through the Dan Weldon Corner. Down towards the finish line, 10 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be tight here. They make their way up towards the line, Joel Dixon Cohen, and he times that to perfection. The clock goes down to 0 just before Joel Dixon Cohen crosses the line, so there's a fight for second place. And it looked to me like Mikey Walker went for second position, but comes off worse as Owen Keenan gets through into third place. Has Joel Dixon-Cohen done enough here to hold on to that lead in the closing stage of the race? Joshua Smith still in second place. Mikey Walker from Owen Keenan. Zach Starbuck, Zach McDonald. Here they come down the TKM straight for the final time. And Joel Dixon-Cohen looking very good in these closing stages. Into the final corner he goes. Dixon-Cohen over the line to take the checkered flag. It's a fight to the line for second place, though. Joshua Smith holds on from Owen Keenan, Mikey Walker, Zach Starbuck, Zach McDonald in 6th, Charlie Upgrave, Finley Jones in 8th position, Aidan Mitchell, Oliver Meek rounding out the top 10, Blake Southam, Arthur Brownless, Harry Russell, Oscar Keane, Teddy Cooper, John Richardson, Will Archer 17th, Devon Taylor 18th, Logan Hartson, Deirdre Bennett, and Archie Richards a bit further behind from Lucy Wielden, George Phillips, Harry Field, Jack Stimson, Kevin Ivanov making one of his early races in the Junior Max, Toby Farthing, Conor Large a bit further behind, Archie Buchanan, Dominic Parabuck, and Lachlan Homer, the last finisher in 31st place. We, of course, lost Jack Owen Drawbridge with the technical flag. Archie Frint and Noah Sales also failed to finish, with Sales, I believe, a non-starter. So heat races are completed for the Junior Max. And we're going to move on very shortly to the TKM Extreme. We are halfway through the heat races at this stage, with the TKM Extreme about to get underway. Each class, of course, has 3 heat races, and they then move on to the finals later on this afternoon. Action going right the way through till around 5:30, 5:45 or so. We are a couple of minutes behind schedule at the moment, with 1 or 2 of the stoppages between the races, just knocking a few minutes back and adding a little bit of time onto the clock. So I'm expecting things to be going through till about 5:30, 5:45 this evening. So plenty of action here at Kimbolton throughout the afternoon, as now moving on to the grid go the TKM Extreme, race number 23 out of 36 in association with Clarkson Motorsport. Seen him a few times on the camera as well. Stu Stretton Photography here, once again taking photographs of all of the competitors. So the TKM Extreme out onto the circuit now for their formation lap. Jessica Fitch Hall will lead them away from Leah Robinson, Liv Jakins, Jake Cox on row 2, Charlie Whitehouse, Thomas Shaw, Patrick Lee, William Bloom, Oliver Bowen, and Thomas Warner, I should say, amongst our front-running drivers. They make their way into position as they make their way through towards Kimbolton Corner. We're going to go straight through into the start for the TKM Extreme heat number 3. Out to the final corner they go. Keeping on the tram line towards the start. Over the line they go. Looks like a good start. Here they come charging into the first corner. Jessica Fitch Hall will lead them through. Gets pushed wide slightly as 1 or 2 drivers get together and spin, but nothing serious. They all seem to be okay and should get back into the race. So the number 43 of Charlie Whitehouse, my apologies, taking the lead, but straight back through into the lead goes Jessica Fitch Hall. Up to, one driver spinning out a bit further behind there on Derek's corner. I think Mitch Akins may have been in trouble on the first lap as well, but Jessica Fitch Hall leading them down towards the final corner. Whitehouse in there as well as they make their way out of Kimbolton Corner, heading towards the start finish straight. Over the line they go. So Leah Robinson, my apologies, not Jessica Fitch Hall. She dropped down a bit actually. I think was the driver that was pushed wide on the first corner. So it is in fact the number 3 of Leo Robinson that leads the way. Charlie Whitehouse in second place, Patrick Leave in third, William Bloom, Chris Whitton, Oliver Bowen, Luke Jarman in 7th place, Spencer Lane. So Jessica Fitch Hall actually in 9th position now. Bradley Peck and Luke Woodward a little bit further behind. So trouble on the first corner there, and we did see 1 or 2 drivers getting pushed wide as they all fought for position on that first lap. So unfortunately for Jessica Fitch Hall, she drops down to 9th place, and the other driver caught up in trouble, Thomas Warner, number 17, and the 48 of Liv Jakins, who I believe is out of the race. So 1 or 2 drivers hitting trouble in these early stages, but Leo Robinson looking neat at the front of the field here, number 3. Patrick Leaf and Charlie Whitehouse dueling it out for second place as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner. Chris Whitten in fourth position, Oliver Bowen in fifth, William Bloom in sixth. Here they come down towards Kimbolton corner, all staying as you were as they make their way through. And it is still Leo Robinson that leads the way. Leaf in second, Charlie Whitehouse, Chris Whitten, as you were. Spencer Lane, meanwhile, number 11, has moved into fifth position now, and Spencer Lane putting in a good steady drive as he starts to close up on the leaders. Luke Jarman, sixth, William Bloom, Oliver Bowen, Bradley Peck, all looking good. Thomas Shaw on the edge of the top 10 as they make their way down towards Kimbolton once again, and it is still Leo Robinson, number 3, that leads the way, and just ever so slightly putting a small gap between first and second place as they cross the line. That gap is 0.4 of a second, but that is just about enough just to give him the slenderest of cushions here, just to stop the second place driver from making that braking manoeuvre, and does, for the time being at least, give him the luxury of being able to run his own lines and not having to worry too much about defending the corner as they make their way through Derek's corner and into the Dan Weldon corner. Heading out towards Kimbolton, and Leo Robinson still leading the way, just about maintaining that gap at the front, all getting close on the edge of the top 10. We'll pick those up now as they come out to the final corner. There they are, all getting very close indeed. Here come our leaders. So Robinson still leading, Leaf in second, Chris Whitten up to third, and the battle on the edge of the top 10, we see Spencer Lane, Luke Jarman, Bradley Peck, William Bloom, Oliver Bowen and Thomas Shaw rounding out the top 10, with Luke Woodward and Jessica Fitch-Hall just a little bit further behind. Cian Bennett, Ashley Ruggles and Sean Abbott right in there as well. Gemma Kiddie in 16th from Jake Cox. As further back, we see Howdy Higgs and John Stafford, Thomas Warner, currently the final driver on the track with Liv Jenkins out of the race. Thomas Warner, incidentally, still charging away, cut adrift somewhat, but not giving up. Points still on offer at this final heat race as Leo Robinson continues to lead the way. Over the line he goes. Getting close into Derek's corner as Charlie Whitehouse trying to get through past Patrick Leave. Right behind is the number 11 of Spencer Lane. Is Lane now getting involved in this one as they make their way down the TKM straight once again. We have 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining, so still plenty of time to go in this race. And Chris Whitten is on the charge here. Number 1 is, down the inside. Nice move there from Spencer Lane. And it looks like he's made the move stick. But all the time, Chris Whitten is starting to close up on Leo Robinson, who has led pretty much the entire race, of course. But as we move into the closing stages now, less than 1.5 minutes on the clock as they make their way up towards the Dan Weldon corner. It is still Leo Robinson that leads the way. There's Chris Whitten, number 1 in second place. The battle of the third still raging. Patrick Leave, 22 in third, as down the inside goes Spencer Lane, and he makes the move. It can be difficult to make that move stick on the final corner, but he's done that though. Spencer Lane, number 11, now moving into third place and trying to close up on Chris Whitten in second position, number 1, who in turn is really pressuring the leader, Leo Robinson, as they make their way through towards Derek's corner, third, fourth, fifth. Down the inside goes Charlie Whitehouse on Patrick Leave, but he can't pull the move off. Further back, Luke Jarman, Bradley Peck, Oliver Bowen, Thomas Shaw and Cian Bennett rounding out the top 10. Down towards the Kimbolton corner they go. The time ticking down here. We've got 32 seconds on the clock, so next time round it will be the last lap. And time is of the essence here for Chris Whitten, who's fighting for the lead. Still charging in third, Spencer Lane, number 11, as he tries to get involved with the leaders. 22 and 43 right in there as well, Patrick Leave and Charlie Whitehouse battling for fourth place. Bradley Peck moves into sixth from Luke Jarman as they make their way through Derek's corner. So next time round, it will be the last lap. And Chris Whitten really starting to put the pressure on Leo Robinson as they make their way down towards Kimbolton Corner. Robinson knows he is there. Looks over the shoulder. And sometimes it can be a sign of weakness sometimes. Just try and concentrate on the road ahead. He keeps looking over his shoulder, guarding the inside line. Chris Whitten is going to try on the outside, going for the switchback here, but no, Robinson's got enough to cover the corner, and leads going through the willows in towards Derek's corner. Robinson again guarding that apex. Whitten trying to find a way through. Here they come towards Dan Weldon corner for the final time. And again, you see Robinson, number 3, really aggressively guarding that apex. Down the TKM straight they go once again. In towards the final 2 corners. Now or never for Chris Whitten. Can he go down the inside? He thought about it, but Leo Robinson had the line covered. He's going to try and fight back on the exit of the corner, though. But Leo Robinson fends him off to cross the line. Chris Whitten in second place, Spencer Lane in third, Charlie Whitehouse, Bradley Peck, Patrick Leave, Luke Jarman, Oliver Bowen, Kian Bennett and Thomas Shaw rounding out the top 10. As they make their way through, so TKM Extreme drawing to a close, and a brilliant drive there from Leo Robinson. Some real pressure from Chris Whitten. Spencer Lane looking threatening at the end there as well. But the number 3 of Leo Robinson taking that vital race victory in our third race. Coming up next, of course, we have the Mini Inters. They're down in the waiting zone and will be underway shortly. Mini Inters in association with iZone Driver Performance about to get underway. Theo Bradshaw, 44, will lead them away from Ed Spain. Sebastian Clark, Emily Davey, Lucian Smith and Jackson Heath rounding out the top 3 rows. 16 rows of drivers about to get underway. They slow right down as they make their way down towards the Kimbolton corner, our final corner on the circuit. Let's hope for a good clean start. They make their way onto the tram lines. Over the line they go, and we are underway. 3 abreast into the first corner. As down the inside, was that Sebastian Clark possibly? They get through cleanly. Everyone's staying out of trouble on the first few corners as they make their way. Looks like Theo Bradshaw has emerged, stays at the front. Through Derek's corner they go. They head Spain right in there as well, Sebastian Clark. There's a bit of trouble further down the field. A couple of drivers spinning out on Derek's corner, but the race goes on. And it's number 44, Theo Bradshaw, that leads the way into the final corner with a small gap at the front. Over the line they go at the end of the first lap. Charging in second place is the number 41. Good start there for Lucian Smith. Sebastian Clark in third. Hayden Fisher, Jensen Sale, Ed Spain. A few drivers having to fight their way through the field here, who ran strongly early on. Sebastian Behrman up to 10th place. Max Wheatley currently in 17th position. Max Jolly in 19th. So some of the front-running drivers from the earlier heat races, of course, have the disadvantage of the higher grid positions in the final race here. They've got a bit more work to do to fight through the field. And this could potentially, of course, give Theo Bradshaw the opportunity to try and control the race from the front. But Lucian Smith keeping that pressure on in second place. Sebastian Clark not too far behind in third. Here they come down towards Stowe. Down the inside goes Smith. Goes for the pass. He's going to try and keep it in there. He keeps the wheel towed in, and he does it. Great move there from Lucian Smith. He had to be brave to carry that one out, as Bradshaw tried to close the door. But Lucian Smith, 41, a well-worked pass there, you would say, as they make their way up towards the Dan Weldon corner. Heading down the TKM straight. In towards Kestrel corner they go. And Intinghan Bolt in the final corner of the track. Still Lucian Smith. Theo Bradshaw couldn't quite get the move. He tries to get the line out to the final corner. He's got 51. Sebastian Clark right on his tail in third place. And they make their way through Stowe, heading through the Willows, absolutely charging, and up towards Derek's corner. All very close at the front here. Hayden Fisher and Jensen Sale not too far behind, 4th and 5th. Ed Spain, 72, just a little bit further behind in 6th place. Nelson Taylor in 7th. Sebastian Behrman 8th. Adam Judatis in 9th. Josh Cook. Max Wheatley up to 13th, but he is under investigation at the moment with the K-plate. And Max Jolly currently in 16th place. Oh, was having a peek down the inside there was Theo Bradshaw. Didn't quite pull it off though. And Lucian Smith, 41, stays in the lead as Sebastian Clark and Hayden Fisher try to have a look down the inside. But Lucian Smith, number 41, holds on to the lead. Theo Bradshaw not too far behind in 2nd place. And Bradshaw again trying to find a way through here. Lucian Smith getting to the lead early on in this race, but has not been able to break away as such from this group of drivers, all very close to the front here, as again you see Sebastian Clark drifting wide on the exit to the corner just to try and find a way through, but doesn't quite make the move stick. And this is allowing Lucian Smith to pull away slightly at the front. Here they come, out to the final corner. And Lucian Smith still leading the way. Over the line they go. Just over 3 minutes on the clock, plus the 1 lap remaining here. Mini Inters, heat race number 3. And those all-important grid positions to be decided here, of course. So Smith still leading. And for the first time this race has finally managed to pull away slightly. Theo Bradshaw just dropping behind momentarily in 2nd place, but still coming under a lot of pressure from Hayden Fisher, Sebastian Clark and Jensen Sale. 3rd, 4th and 5th. Ed Spain, Sebastian Behrman up to 7th place. Nelson Taylor, Adam Judatis and Josh Cook rounding out the top 10. Here they come to complete the lap, and John Richardson back with us on the commentary point here in what is at the moment a very close race.
Yep, so I've just came back from my junior Rotax Heat 3, and already looking at the track from our commentary box, it looks like to be a very interesting battle, as Lucian Smith, as you said beforehand, has managed to pull a gap of around 3 tenths, which is good for him, as this is his first time into a Inter, so it'd be a bit of a new experience for him. Behind him, Theo Bradshaw is having a very good race. This has probably been his best result so far of the round 8, I believe it is.
Yeah, round number 8, this one.
Of the British Kart Championship.
So still number 41 of Lucian Smith. Got the lead early on and has been able to hold on as they make their way through the Willows. Still charging in 2nd place is Theo Bradshaw. 174 Hayden Fisher still in 3rd, as you were with the top 3, although Jensen Sale now into 4th in kart number 40. Sebastian Clark and Sebastian Behrman very close behind. Nelson Taylor, Benjamin Lawn and Max Wheatley now breaking into the top 10. Josh Cook, Adam Judatis a bit further behind. Oliver Barton, Max Jolly up to 14th position right now as Lucian Smith makes his way down into the final corner. And it's all very close to the leaders, just over 1 minute remaining, so they will squeeze through before the clock goes to 0. Still a couple more laps to go at the end of this one as they charge through, still with a bit of work to do here for Lucian Smith. And it's all looking very close at the front here. So Smith leading, Bradshaw in 2nd place, Hayden Fisher in 3rd, Jensen Sale 4th, and Lucian Smith, he is withholding this pressure quite well. He took the lead early on. Theo Bradshaw has stuck about though for the entire race here. It's going to be 2 laps to go at the end of this one, and Lucian Smith driving very well.
Yeah, Theo Bradshaw's having a very good race so far, as did start pole position for the Heat 3, but now he's doing a very good job in P2, and he's gaining ever so slightly on the number 41, Lucian Smith, and behind him, Jensen Sale and Hayden Fisher are having a bit of their battle of their own for the podium space.
You may see there, you just saw, I think it was Jensen Sale gesticulating to Hayden Fisher here. They're racing each other for position here, but I think that Fisher just saying we could work together here, just try and catch up with the leaders, because we are moving up towards the last lap very shortly. And Theo Bradshaw, he's going to have one last look here as we move towards the final lap of the race. Down the inside he goes, and he should make it stick from there. Nice little move there from Theo Bradshaw. 1 lap to go, and Bradshaw back into the lead.
Very clean move from Theo Bradshaw. Did him absolutely perfect. Forced him out wide and gave Theo Bradshaw the lead of this race. But Lucian Smith is not going to give up. Lucian Smith is just getting ever so closely on the Yamatushu straight, and through Derek's corner we go. Lucian Smith getting closer and closer, but I think Theo Bradshaw has got this in the bag. As now we go through TKM straight. Theo Bradshaw, I believe, has won it through Kim Bolton corner. Lucian Smith can't pose a challenge to him, and Theo Bradshaw wins Heat 3 of the Intermax and the last race until the final.
Lucian Smith then in second, Jensen Sale third, Sebastian Behrman fourth, Sebastian Clark in fifth, Hayden Fisher, Max Wheatley fights through to seventh, Benjamin Lawn, Nelson Taylor and Josh Cook rounding out the top 10 as the rest of the field go charging through on this cold afternoon here at Kimbolton. Although the rain, which has plagued us in recent weeks, has fortunately stayed away. Good, cool, dry racing conditions here today at Kimbolton as the minutes draws to a close. Rotax 177s coming up in just a few moments. That will be race number 25 in our 36 race program. 3 more heats to go then. We have the Rotax 177s coming up next, Senior Rotax and the Senior X30s. They will be getting underway very shortly indeed. And then, of course, our finals to round out the action throughout the afternoon here at Kimbolton. But we should be ready very shortly for our next race. Rotax 177s are in the waiting zone right now on the dummy grid, you would say, and they'll be waved out onto the circuit very shortly indeed. Here they are, John, and we'll have a look at the grid in just a few moments.
The Rotax 177 Heat 3 race is now going to commence. Simon Hilton will start on pole position. From Lee Todd will be alongside him. James Butcher and Samuel Cornell will round out row 2. Jack Taylor and Josh Bass on row 3. David Sherman and Simon Pugh will be on row 4. Sam Dickens and Toby Case will be on row 5. Stravos and Thanapolius will be on row 6, with Alfie Bray alongside Ollie Hancock and Elliot Kennedy will be on row 9. And Alfie Bray and Ollie Hancock. And to round out this grid, Liam Ferguson and Andy Shenry will round out this Rotax 177 Heat 3.
So here we go. Thanks to John for the lineups here as they make their way on towards the formation lap here. Everyone getting in position, hoping for a good clean start here as Rotax 177 Heat number 3 is about to get underway. Through Kimbolton corner they go, out to the final corner, getting on the power as they make their way over the tram lines, charging down into the first corner. Everyone guarding the inside line. Hilton to the extreme inside line as he looks to try and hold on, but he gets a little bit squeezed out. 3 abreast going into the Willows, all very close indeed. And 99, Jack Taylor emerges as the leader. And trouble in the middle of the field. 1 or 2 carts tangling wheels.
Car went airborne on the down Weldon corner. Hopefully his cart and himself are completely okay. But what a start from Jack Taylor. Just went round the outside and managed to get a perfect line into the Willows as Jack Taylor now leads.
Yeah, Jack Taylor with a brilliant start, a dramatic first lap there. Incredibly, all the carts are still in the race as well. We saw 1 or 2 carts tangle wheels and somebody getting really punted high into the air going down the Amitsu straight. But they're all still going. 1 or 2 drivers losing out. I think Josh Bass, Samuel Cornwell, Elliot Kennedy, Toby Case further down, but they're all still going. And Jack Taylor, after that brilliant start, leads the way and leads by just over 1 second from Sam Dickens, David German and Jimmy Galloway currently in 4th place. They make their way down towards Kimbolton Corner. There we see the fight for 3rd position as, down the inside goes Galloway, and it looks like he's made the move stick.
Fantastic move from Jimmy Galloway, and an even better start from him. He's gone from 16th on the grid all the way to P2, and now he has the momentum on his side to now try to catch up to Jack Taylor, who had an amazing start just a few moments ago. But Jimmy Galloway is setting purple sectors, and he should be able to catch up in a few laps or so.
We'll look out for Josh Bass as well, one of the victims of the melee on the first lap. He is down in 13th position, but sending some good lap times as he makes his way up towards 13th position now. Still in there, 2nd place, Jimmy Galloway, who has started this race so strongly. Made sure the kart was in the right place, managed to stay away from the trouble early on, and now trying to pursue down the leader. Galloway with the fastest lap of the race there, 41.5 seconds, brings the gap down to 0.7 of a second between 1st and 2nd place. Sam Dickens still there in 3rd position, James Butcher, David German up further behind, Simon Hilton, Liam Ferguson, rounding out the rest of the top 10 with Lee Todd and Simon Pugh. As Alfie Bray and Stavros Athanasopoulos in 12th position, Josh Bass still there in 13. Action then all the way through the field as Jack Taylor looks to try and hold on to that lead. Jimmy Galloway dragging Sam Dickens along here in 3rd place though, the number 45 of Sam Dickens holding on to that position as they make their way over the line.
It's very good race so far. Jimmy Galloway has managed to gain 3 tenths on Jack Taylor, and through they go, through the willows and onto the Yamatushu straight. And through the Derrick corner we go. Jimmy Galloway is just absolutely gaining and gaining. He looks so confident in that car, and it's really good to see it from him as he especially started his 16th and into the TKM straight we go. Jack Taylor has a look behind and he knows Jimmy Galloway is there, and half lunge from Jimmy Galloway doesn't make the move stick as into Hines straight we go, and another lap we go as Jimmy Galloway finds the inside. Down the inside goes Jimmy Galloway. Can Jack Taylor hang it around the outside? No, he doesn't, and loses a place to Sam Dickens. And this has helped Jimmy Galloway get away a bit, and this has also helped Sam Dickens make an extra position as he now hunts after Jimmy Galloway.
Yeah, lovely move there from Sam Dickens to go through to 2nd place as well. Jack Taylor losing a little bit of ground when Jimmy Galloway pushed him wide in that pass for the lead, and there was half a gap. Sam Dickens went for it, but Jack Taylor, the previous race leader, now coming to 3rd, but he is still right in there. These three having a fantastic scrap for the lead here. Jimmy Galloway has done very well to get his way through into 1st place, and around the corner they go. Still Liam Ferguson, James Butcher, David German charging away further back. Ollie Hancock, Simon Hilton, Samuel Cornwell and Alfie Bray rounding up the top 10, but Sam Dickens looking strong in 2nd place and keeping Jimmy Galloway under pressure. You'll see Jack Taylor in 3rd, valiantly trying to hang on to these 2 leaders as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner, making their way down the back straight, down towards Kimbolton corner, and it is still Galloway that leads the way, but Dickens looking threatening.
Yep, Sam Dickens is looking very strong in that car. He's really good through the corners, and just as I'm speaking of, he's going to pull out round the outside. He's going to try and go. Can he make the move stick? No, he doesn't. Gets a bit forced out wide, but it's not going to hamper him that much as Jimmy Galloway still holds the lead of this race. He's doing a very good job as we're now just under 2 minutes on the clock. Jimmy Galloway still leads, and Sam Dickens is all over the back of Jimmy Galloway. And Sam Dickens find a way through, going into Kimbolton corner. He's got a very good toe off of Jimmy Galloway, but Jimmy Galloway makes a slight mistake going into Kestrel corner.
He went a bit deep there, didn't he?
Yeah, really deep. That's cost him, and it's going to cost him through here. And through Heinz Street we're going to go. Sam Dickens has a look behind and sees Jack Taylor. But Jack Taylor has a bit of, they have a slight gap to Jack Taylor. As through we go onto the Yamaguchi straight.
He had to do well to recover from that, Jimmy Galloway, because he was very late braking going into Kestrel corner, and that had the potential to ruin his momentum, but he's recovered well. We've got just under 1 minute left on the clock now, plus the 1 lap remaining as they make their way down the straight, heading towards the Kestrel corner. And Galloway gets it much better this time. Here he comes into the final corner, still tagging on in there in second place is Sam Dickens. 41 seconds on the clock. It's going to be tight here, but I think Galloway should be starting the last lap next time round. That's going to be tight here, and it's all very close for the lead.
Yep, Jimmy Galloway's doing a very good job with all the pressure that Sam Dickens has given him. He's just been really perfect with his braking and his defending. But he's managed to evade his mistake going into Kestrel corner. And now he's managed to get a slight gap. Not very that big, but even the slightest gap here could help Jimmy Galloway in his defence against Sam Dickens. And into Kim Bolton corner we go. Is Sam Dickens close enough to make a move? No, he isn't. But he's going to get a very good run out of Kim Bolton corner. And through the hind straight we go. Is Sam Dickens close enough to make a move? No, he isn't. One major overtaking spot done. And into the willows we go. Jimmy Galloway's doing a very good job of holding off Sam Dickens.
And notably, I saw Sam Dickens waving at Jimmy Galloway there, so just warning him just to keep on going, because he does know, of course, that Jack Taylor and Liam Ferguson not too far behind. So here we go. This is where the move's going to happen if it does. Galloway, we look to try and guard into the final corner. Sam Dickens right on it still. Oh, gets a nice drive out of the corner. They're going to be side by side towards the line here. But Galloway just about does it by 700th of a second. Sam Dickens in second place. Jack Taylor, Liam Ferguson, Samuel Cornwell running out the top five.
A very good comeback from Samuel Cornell. Was up on the curb on Derek's corner and managed to come home in a very respectable P5. A very good comeback from the driver after going half airborne into the air.
So we've got 2 more heat races to go, of course. The Senior Rotax and Senior X30 getting underway in just a few moments. 7 minutes plus 1 lap for the heat races. After this, of course, we move straight on through into our finals. The Micromax and the Honda 200 final will start things off very soon, of course. But Senior Rotax, race number 26 in our program, is about to get underway. And the drivers in the waiting zone right now and will make their way out onto the grid. Senior Rotax with Ainsbury Plans Hire. Heat number 3 about to get underway.
Michael Morgan and Ben Horner will start on row 1. Joshua Burnett and Ethan Martin will be on row 2. Deacon Russell and Charlie Webb will be starting on row 3. And Cassius Diaz and James Harbishaw will be on row 4. Joe Fox and Aaron Osakis will be on row 5. Harry Bloor and Joshua Turnbull will be on row 6. Ewan Richards and Adam White will be on row 7. And Ryan Hedge and Zav Chapman-Lewis will be on row 8. Jack Spencer, Cam Ingray will be on row 9. George Allen, Isaac Reynolds will be on row 10. William Pemble, James Tester will be on row 11. And Ralph Young and Lucas Enningham on row 12. Tom Fryer, Lucas Blanford will be on row 13. Luke Bate, Tobias Alvarez will be on row 14. Victor Finlander and George Hartley on row 15. And rounding out this grid will be George Davies. And off the start we go. Good start from Ben Horner. Rounding outside is trying to go. Oh, carnage. Bunch of drivers going off in the middle of the track. The 81, maybe Tobias Alvarez was also involved in that, I believe. No, he wasn't, I believe. Yeah, no, he wasn't. Sorry if I said Tobias Alvarez. The number 96 looked relatively similar from afar. But it's been a very good start from the front runners as Ben Horner, his first ever race in a Senior Rotax, leads from the very quick Michael Morgan. As now into Hind Straight we go. Ethan Martin is in second place. He's been tremendously fast, and down the inside goes Ethan Martin on Ben Horner. Super move from him, and as Charlie Webb capitalises and manages to get into P2. It's been a brilliant race so far. Ethan Martin, who has demonstrated how quick he is with his lap times, especially in Heat 1, where he managed to set a 40 flat, which is only a 10th off of, I believe, the lap record. As now into TKM Straight we go. Ethan Martin still leads. Behind him is Charlie Webb, who's been ultimately very quick, and what a move from Charlie Webb. Down the inside he goes. Super move. You don't see lunges that late going into that corner, going into Kim Bolton corner. But now through we go into Stowe Corner and into the Willows. A brilliant race we're having, but their battling is causing Deacon Russell in the Jax Motorsport to catch. He's a very good driver, Deacon Russell. Does many races over the like British Champs races, but through we go into the TKM straight. Charlie Webb is having a fantastic race, a really good race. Managed to build a gap after that tremendous lunge on Ethan Martin. As down the inside goes Harry Bloor on Deacon Russell. Through the Hine straight we go. Charlie Webb still leads the race, currently running second place in the championship, and he needs all the points he can get against Lucas Ellingham, who is currently in P10. It's now we go into the Yamayutsu straight and into Derek's corner. It's a very good start from Charlie Webb, still extending his lead. It's around 0.6 of a second to the very pacey Ethan Martin, who sends some alright lap times out there. But now that he's in his clean air, he'll be able to set a really good one here. And into Kimbol's corner, down the inside again goes Harry Bloor on Deacon Russell. Super move as half a moment there from Harry Bloor as Deacon Russell goes very defensive against Harry Bloor. This allows Ewan Richards to make a half move but doesn't make it stick. And the number 69 of Callum Ingray is a bit, I think, audacious on the brakes and went a bit too hot into the corner. As now we see Charlie Webb, his lead, no, not Charlie Webb, sorry, Harry Bloor, and the fast drivers of Ewan Richards and Ryan Hedge just right behind him. He's having a very good race, Harry Bloor, currently running in a very good P5, made up 6 spaces from his original starting position as we now go onto the Hine straight and into Stowe Corner. He's doing a very good job to hold off the very pacey Ewan Richards in the Jax Motorsport. Jax Motorsport has been respected. It is in a lot of classes here today, notably though in junior Rotax and senior Rotax. Jax is very good in the Rotax category, and we should expect them to see them at the front today at this weekend. Now, moving on to the racing action, as we see Harry Bloor, and down the inside goes Deacon Russell. A very good move on his teammate against Ewan Richards, as Deacon Russell now attempts to catch up to Harry Bloor. Obviously, Deacon Russell thinking he is the quicker Jax Motorsport driver out there. As we see him now going through the Willows. Very fast they go around here, around 50 miles per hour through the Willows. As into Derek's corner we go. But their battling is costing them time to Ben Horner. Ben Horner's having a very, very good race so far. This is his first ever weekend in his senior Rotax. He's going to be finishing a potential third if the people behind him, notably Harry Bloor and Deacon Russell, keep on fighting. But now, as we move on to this battle, Harry Bloor is still ahead of Deacon Russell, and behind Deacon is Ewan Richards. These drivers have been doing very quick so far. As we see currently, Harry Bloor is managing this pressure, doing a really good job with this pressure. But as we now go on to Charlie Webb, Charlie Webb is doing a fantastic job so far. After overtaking Ethan Martin into Kimbolton corner, beautiful move he did. Has controlled the race, but Ethan Martin and Ben Horner both catched up to him ever so slightly now. It's now into the Yamayutsu straight. Charlie Webb still leads, followed by Ethan Martin and Ben Horner. Ben Horner having, as I mentioned beforehand, a very good race, but the gap behind is currently nearly 3 seconds. So with the fighting behind with Harry Bloor, Deacon Russell and Ewan Richards absolutely fighting it out, this has cost them a chance of maybe catching up to top 3, as we're now under 50 seconds. The number 121 of Deacon Russell is now under investigation. I'm not 100% sure what for, but the stewards will take a look at that. As now we watch this battle for the lead, Charlie Webb and Ethan Martin and not to exclude Ben Horner, all fighting it out. Through we go, through Dan Weldon corner. They're all really evenly matched on times. It's only a tenth that separate all three of them on lap times. It's been a super race so far. As will we get another lap? We'll get 2 laps, including the final lap. This will be the penultimate lap of this senior Rotax race. Through we go into Stowe corner. I believe that he does. Charlie Webb has a big enough gap now to Ethan Martin. And Ethan Martin is a bit under pressure from Ben Horner. Ben Horner is having a very good race, running a very respectable P3. As now we go into the TKM straight. Into Kestrel corner. Is Ben Horner close enough to make a move on Ethan Martin? No, he isn't. As we now go on to the last lap of this race. Charlie Webb still leads out from Ethan Martin. Ethan Martin in second place with Ben Horner behind him. Ben Horner down into the Yamyutsu straight. Is he close enough to make a move? Gets really close under the brakes. But no, he cannot make that move stick. As now we see Charlie Webb, who's having a super race so far. He did the move at Kim Bolton corner and has just let it through. But will Ben Horner make a move on Ethan Martin? No, he doesn't. But Charlie Webb takes home first position in Heat 3. Well, brilliant result for him. Ethan Martin will finish second place and take a bow Ben Horner on his first ever race in Senior Rotax. Finishes third. Ewan Richards will finish fourth, and on the right of your screen you'll see the rest of the drivers coming through. James Testov will finish 5th place. Championship leader Lucas Enning will finish 7th. Lucas Enning 6th. Harry Bloor 7th. Deacon Russell, who is under investigation, will finish 8th. Ryan Hedge 9th. Joshua Turnbull will round out the top 10. Tom Pryor will be 11th. George Hart 12th. Jack Spencer 13th. Aaron Asakis will be 14th. Victor Finlater will be 15th. William Pemble, Luke Bay, Ralph Younglin, Cassius Diaz, and Lucas Blanford will round out the top 20. Joe Fox, George Allen, Callum Ingray, after that spin, recovers to 23rd. Isaac Reynolds, Joshua Burnett, Gregory Davies will round out this amazing Heat 3 of Senior Rotax.
So there is the unfortunate Tobian Alvarez kart being pulled away on the infield just alongside the TKM straight, and that could have repercussions, of course, for the final later on as he drops some valuable points. We're going to move on very shortly then to our final heat race for the all-important finals to round out the afternoon. It is the Senior X30 who are about to get underway. Onto the grid they go for their formation lap. We'll have a look at how they line up. It's the 273 of Rylan Ekberg from Tristan Powell, Peter Jurovic, Joey Brown, Sam Falconer, Katie Ashman on row 3, Tiger Dixon and Monty Braithwaite on row 4. Row number 5 made up of Aaron Lascombe, Josh Jones, Morgan Hill, Samuel Cook, Kieran Barber, Jack Dan, Matthew Morgan and Luca Mann on row number 8. A bit further back, row 9 for Oliver Harris, Ty Stansfield, James Henson, Kieran Geraghty, Noah Osbaldiston, Sam Branston on row number 11, Rhys Barber and Zach Whelan on row number 12, with Matthew Jones and Roy Barco, kart number 100, rounding out the field as they make their way down towards the final corner. You may see just at the side of your screen there, one kart going sideways there and having to rejoin the pack. It shouldn't affect the start, hopefully. There's Tristan Powell, 88, 1-2-2 there, getting a bit of last-minute traction as they charge away. Tristan Powell immediately sweeps to the inside to guard the corner. And through they go Stowe for the first time. Spinners towards the back of the field. One or two drivers in trouble there, but nothing too serious as Tristan Powell, brilliant start for him, immediately snatching the lead on the first corner. Rylan Ekberg just behind in second place, number 273. as they make their way up towards Dan Weldon corner for the first time. A brilliant start there from Tristan Powell, number 88, to snatch the lead early on. Looks like Godovic and Brown fighting away for that third place as they make their way through the first corner, as Ekberg has a little peek on the inside, but immediately has to be defensive here because they make their way down towards the first corner now, and nipping to the inside goes the number 11. Gets the wheel in there, but oh, look at that from Rylan Ekberg, determined not to give that position up. And Joey Brown runs out of road onto the curbs. He has to settle the third place and will have to try and fight again. All good news, of course, with Tristan Powell as he tries to break away from this little fight for second place. But Rylan Ekberg starting strong as the midfield runners go charging through. King Geraghty, of course, starting quite far down in the field in the random grids. So he's fighting his way through the field up to 7th place, as, of course, is Monty Braithwaite. Katie Ashburn 9th, Aaron Last running out the top 10. Over the line they go. And there we see it's still as you were. Tristan Powell holding on to the lead. Rylan Ekberg not close enough to go for a pass. Joe Brown, Tiger Dixon further behind. Morgan Hill, Keon Geraghty still charging with the GP plate. Making his way through the field and heading through towards Derek's corner, in towards the Dan Weldon corner, and back down the TKM straight they go. And it is still Tristan Powell that leads the way as they charge down into Kimbolton. Oh, down the inside. Brilliant move there from Rylan Ekberg. A very late, deep lunge into the corner. He saw half a gap and he made it stick. I don't think that Tristan Powell was quite expecting that one, as there's trouble further back. That, I think, is on the Dan Weldon corner. You'll see on the inset there, two karts getting together. Drivers appear to be okay. Let's try and pick out who they are in just a few moments as the leaders make their way through. Wave yellows, though, on the approach to Dan Weldon corner. They will have to hold position here. May have been Morgan Hill, James Henson, quite possibly, as the leaders make their way through. One or two drivers then further back now because there were a couple of incidents, and the blue flags may be a factor here as they go charging through. The number 14, that is just ahead of the leading group at the moment, and that is Matthew Jones. I think it might have been Morgan Hill, one of the drivers caught up in that melee. Rylan Ekberg, with that brilliant move on the previous lap, is now into the lead. Notably here, I've just seen that there's an investigation for Tristan Powell, the third place driver, as Joey Brown goes through into second place. Tiger Dixon, Kean Geraghty slowly but surely making his way through as the slower driver moves to one side there. Matthew Jones lets the leading group go through, concedes the racing line, but Rylan Ekberg with a brilliant move there, holding on to the lead here with just over 3.5 minutes to go, plus the 1 lap remaining. Joey Brown, and a little bit further back there, Kean Geraghty looks like he's lining up a move possibly as they make their way through into the first corner. Ekberg leading, Brown second, Powell third. Geraghty indeed has moved into 4th position right now, and Kean Geraghty starting to look quite threatening as the race goes on. Geraghty now through into Derek's corner, and still leading the way though, Rylan Ekberg. Time running down here, and it's working well for Ekberg as they make their way down the TKM straight. Brown still in second position, Powell third, Geraghty fourth. It's as you were as they make their way down towards the Kimbolton corner. And Brown, I think, was trying to have a look under braking. Doesn't quite make it. Rylan Ekberg holds on to the lead.
Rylan Ekberg is doing a very brilliant job to hold off Joey Brown in that Fusion Motorsport kart. Joey Brown is driving really good so far. Through the willows we go and into the Yamatushu straight. But Joey Brown has lost a bit of Ryan Ekberg, as Ryan Ekberg is really good through Sector 2, but Joey Brown is really good through the Sector 1 complex as into the TKM straight we go. Oh, Joey Brown uses a bit of curb on the exit of the Dan Weldon corner as into the Kimbolton corner we go into. Joey Brown is getting ever so closely to Ryan Ekberg as into the Kimbolton corner we go. Kimbolton corner? In Stoke corner we go, and an investigation flag for the number 64 is out, which is the number...
That's a bit further down the field, isn't it? It's from the midfield runners, Matthew Morgan, so under investigation.
As now we go through into the Derek's corner and into Dan Ashton corner, approaching some back markers. It's now through into Kestrel corner and into Kim Bolton corner. Joey Brown is getting ever so closely, but down the inside goes Kean Geraghty on Tristan Powell. That is a very important move, as they're losing a bit of Joey Brown and Ryan Ekberg, as now Kean Geraghty believes that he is the faster driver here, and he's catching Joey Brown, as Joey Brown is doing a very good job to hold off the very fast charging Kean Geraghty, as we see Ryan Ekberg getting past the other back marker, and Joey Brown does so successfully. But with the back markers, Kean Geraghty is really caught up to Joey Brown. He's managed to gain nearly 2/10 into that middle sector. It's now through Kim Bolton corner we go.
There was some
go through and into the Heinz straight.
Some good racecraft there from Kean Geraghty on the previous lap. They were lapping Baracroy Barco, currently in 23rd place, at a very difficult part of the track, under the willows there, but Geraghty just managed to make that line his and take the corner away, so he is starting now to close up on Joey Brown. Time could be against him here. I think next time around they should be getting the last lap flag. It's going to be tight here. We've got 22 seconds on the clock. They might just squeeze through. We'll have a look at Mr. Starter in a moment as we look at the 273 of Rylan Ekberg. He'll be hoping that the board goes out for him. I don't think it's going to, though, because he will get through just in time. 4 seconds on the clock, so the race effectively going 1 lap longer now for Rylan Ekberg. As Geraghty goes down the inside, makes the move stick. Brilliant move there from Kean Geraghty to snatch second place.
It's a brilliant dive from Kean Geraghty, as now he aims for Ryan Ekberg. As now through we go through Derek's corner. Kean Geraghty is just getting closer and closer to Ryan Ekberg, and with that extra lap, that's going to help him even more. As through we go into TKM straight. I believe no, he hasn't. Joey Brown is now slowly catching the likes of Ryan Ekberg. No, not Ryan Ekberg. Sorry, Tristan Powell. That's my bad. Ryan Ekberg is currently in P1 as through into the last lap we go. Ryan Ekberg still leads from Kean Geraghty. Kean Geraghty is slowly but surely catching the Ryan Ekberg, but that lap was very, very important for Rylan Ekberg. He managed to do a 40.6 while Geraghty did a 0.8, and this can be very, very crucial for Ekberg. As through we go, through down Weldon corner we go, and into the TKM straight. I believe Ryan Ekberg has managed to solidify a very good gap to Kean Geraghty. As through we go into Kim Bolton corner, and for the final heat of the day, Ryan Ekberg takes the win in Senior X30, as we now will move on to the finals.
Yeah, brilliant driving there from Alan Ekberg to hold on to the victory from the hard-charging Kean Geraghty, who has to settle for second place. Tristan Powell in third, 0.8 of a second covering the top three. Joey Brown, Peter Jurovic, Tiger Dixon, Monty Braithwaite, Aaron Lask, Jack Dan and Katie Ashburn rounding out the top 10. A bit of a nasty moment off track a few moments ago with one kart. It may possibly have been Kieran Barber or Reese Barber, one of the two, spinning off and actually going backwards into one of the Marshall points. The safety barriers and tyre barriers doing their job, and that driver is okay, just out of camera shot, as the rescue crews, of course, go onto the circuit to pick up the stricken karts. That's the parents, the mechanics of some of the drivers who have not had the race they would have wanted. And there'll be a brief pause here before the finals get underway. Always a flurry of activity here, though, isn't there, John, as they get the karts back onto the track.
Yeah, as a driver, you don't really want to be suffering with mechanical failures. Obviously, some drivers will be here for fighting for the title, like Lucas Ellingham and William Webb, as they're both first and second in title. But ultimately, it sometimes isn't the driver's fault when they DNFs. Most of the time, sometimes it's mechanical failures, or they have to retire for whatever reason. But ultimately, it's very unfortunate when a driver suffers a mechanical failure.
So we're going to move on very shortly to the first of our finals, Micromax UK Honda 200s. Joined here today, of course, by John Richardson on the microphone, who's combining the commentary with the driving. Speaking of the driving, John, of course, tell us a little bit about yourself. Only 14, I believe, and how long have you been racing for now?
I've been racing for around 5 years now, which compared to other drivers is nothing, as most drivers here started around 6, but I started around 9-ish, and obviously we've been at the back foot in most races, especially when in younger classes like Intermax. They didn't have the kart ready until June, and we only just started getting good in like September and October-ish, and I believe now in Junior Max we've been showing really strong pace, especially in this race. So yeah.
So we're going to move on to the finals. Micromax UK Honda 200s. Harry Knight from Finley Beals, Mason Munter, Roger Gullinghath, Jensen Darlow, Piers Taylor, row 3, Max Armit and James Rowe. Seiki Komatsu and the first of the Hondas with Riley Blakemore, Ronnie Smart, Theo Hamilton, Elliot Bork, Jack Fulbrick-Harmer, Jack Wykes, Noah Clark on row number 8, Esme Rosie, Harry Grant, Soy Henderson, George Wielden, Jerry Dufficy, Reggie Dufficy, and Edward Munns rounding out the field. 2 races in one, you might say, for our cadets. We've got the Micromax and the Hondas. Any moment now should be taking to the track. There they are at the back of your screen. So we'll keep an eye out on both of these races as they get underway. Been very close between Harry Knight and Finley Beals towards the front of the field. Mason Munster looks threatening and could be a shout of victory as well. Could be wide open. Further back in the Hondas, Riley Blakemore has been the driver to beat. Ronnie Smart and Theo Hamilton, Jack Fulbrick-Harmer, all names to look out for as they make their way down towards the grid.
Is now about to approach Kimbolton Corner. The drivers all well organised and I believe in their respective positions as they start to accelerate all the way up to top speeds into the tram lines. We go. Do we get a start? Yes, we do. Through Hines Street we go. Does Finley Beals doesn't manage to get ahead of Harry Knight through Stowe Corner as the Honda Cadets start to get underway, but Harry Knight leads from Finley Beals and from a very quick Mason Munster.
So the Hondas get underway. Riley Blakemore and Ronnie Smart fighting through into the first corner, a little bit further behind there with Elliot Bork and Jack Fulbrick-Harmer also well placed. Meanwhile, with the Micromax through Dan Weldon Corner they go for the first time. Harry Knight with a very good start. There's the number 27 of Seiki Komatsu. One of the newcomers towards the back of the field, still charging away. There's trouble a bit further back in the Hondas, I can tell you, down on Derek's corner. A few drivers spinning out, but doesn't appear to be anything too serious. There are the remaining Hondas going down the back straight. There we see the number 30 of Theo Hamilton as the leaders make their way down into the first corner. Harry Knight holds on. Finley Beals, Mason Munster still there in third, all very close. The big names, you might say, who qualified well, all looking good. And further back, Jack Fulbrick-Harmer has taken the lead in the Hondas. They're making their way down into the first corner now from Ronnie Smart, Theo Hamilton and Jack Wykes all in there.
It's been a very interesting race so far, I would say. Harry Knight has managed to extend his leads just to under 0.4 of a second, but Finley Beals has had a very good lap so far. He's managed to gain nearly erase that entire lead off of Harry Knight. As into Kimbolton Corner we go now. Finley Beals is ever so close to the number 63 of Harry Knight, and into Stowe Corner we go. Is Finley Beals going to make a move? No, he won't. As now he sticks behind Harry Knight, and through the willows we go.
So the number 63 of Harry Knight continues to lead the way as they make their way through towards Derek's corner, but Finley Beals is keeping that pressure on in second place. A little bit further back, the Hondas making their way. There they are, actually making their way through the willows. And it's still the K-plate of Jack Fulbrick-Harmer that leads the way from Theo Hamilton, who's putting the pressure on as they make their way into Derek's corner. Then we have Theo Hamilton running strongly, and there they go, out towards Dan Weldon Corner. All running very closely indeed. I think they might be actually closing up on Seiki Komatsu, who is not part of this race. That's one of the Micromax drivers. So it just goes to show the pace of these Honda 200s. They're already closing up on some of the Micromax drivers as Komatsu concedes corner to that leading group of drivers. And they all get through. So Fulbrick-Harmer leading. There they go. And it's Theo Hamilton up to second. Ronnie Smart, Elliot Bork right in there. Oh, down the inside goes Hamilton. Makes the move, and following on the inside there is Ronnie Smart, all very close as they make their way through. A little bit of banging of wheels there.
Ooh.
As the all three are... Oh, look at this.
Oh my. You will never see... I bet you'll never ever see this in a heat, but they went full wide going through into the Yamitsu straight. Luckily, no one was involved in an incident or anything, but... Wow, just competitive of... The competitiveness of this car
some very close racing
insane.
here.
I know.
Here they come. So the Hondas making their way through. It's all very close. Everyone's staying on the track, though. That's good to see. No one's race over. And it is still Theo Hamilton that emerges as the leader. We go back to our micro-backs, and they're making their way through towards Derek's corner. And it is still Harry Knight that leads the way. It was Finley Beals, and it still is, actually. Finley Beals in second. Mason Munster still looks close in third. The time now, just over 3 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. So both finals wide open here between the Micromax and the Hondas. The Honda's about half a lap behind these guys fighting through the final corner, as Harry Knight has drove very well so far. Driving defensively down into the first corner, looking to guard that line, as Finley Beals has a peek on the inside. Nothing going just yet, but still watch out for Mason Munster and James DeVoe third and fourth. They could still yet win this race.
Very interesting race so far. Finley Beals having a sniff on the outside of Harry Knight, as we now go on to the Honda Cadet with the K plate of Jack Fulbrook-Harmer, having a very good race so far in the lead, and following behind him is Elliot Bork and Theo Hamilton. So Theo Hamilton is a very quick driver around here. Raced with him a couple of times in the past, and he's obviously been a very competitive driver to race against. As we see, still Jack Fulbrook-Harmer still leads against Elliot Bork. Elliot Bork in the Zip Kart factory, in the Zip Kart chassis, as we now move on to the Micromax grid. Still Harry Knight leads from Finley Beals. Finley Beals and Harry Knight have pushed together a bit and have now managed to get a bit of a gap to Mason Munster. Mason Munster's dropped a bit, around 0.5 of a second, I would say, looking from our commentary box. As we see, now looking on Finley Beals, is he going to try and make a move on Harry Knight? If I was in Finley Beals' position, I believe it would best to work with Harry Knight, and at least the minimum you could get without collisions would be a second place, and you could be able to build a gap against Mason Munster.
So heading towards the closing stages of our first final, it's the Micromax and those Honda Cadets making their way through. Looking at the Micromax at the moment, it's still as you were, with Harry Knight leading from Finley Beals, Mason Munster and James DeVoe. No change at the front here right now, but it's all very closely poised. No margin for error as they make their way through Derek's corner. The Honda Cadets a little bit further behind, and it is still Elliot Bork from Jack Fulbrook-Harmer, and Jack Wykes now moves into third. Here come the Micromax down towards Kim Bolton corner, as Finley Beals has a peek. The leading Hondas making their way through the Dan Weldon corner. As down the inside, nice little move there from James DeVoe, and makes the move stick. He goes through into third place. Leaders now going over the line. We've got 29 seconds on the clock, so next time round will be the last lap, as James DeVoe again fighting down the insiders, because of course Mason Munster managing to fight back.
James DeVoe and Mason Munster make a bit of contact going through the first part of the Willows. Mason Munster squeezed James DeVoe a little bit into the curb, and James DeVoe made a bit of contact with it, but Mason Munster keeps that third place. As we now look at Harry Knight and Finley Beals. Finley Beals is catching Harry Knight, as we'll now move on to very shortly onto the last lap of the race. As we now moving into Kim Bolton corner, is Finley Beals going to try and make a move? No, he won't. As we now move on to the Hines Straight for the last lap of the Micromax, as the number 46 has shown a warning, as Harry Knight has left the door open, but Finley Beals doesn't take the opportunity to take the lead.
That was some confidence there, wasn't it, to leave that door open.
It's a very quick corner, that East Stowe corner. As we go through the Willows and into the Yamaguchi Straight. Into Derek corner we go. Harry Knight still leads this race. He's done a brilliant job to manage the pressure. As now through we go into Dan Weldon corner. There's only one big major overtaking opportunity, and that is Kim Bolton corner, as Harry Knight goes defensive and cuts Finley Beals off and into Kim Bolton corner. Is Finley Beals going to try and make a move? They make a bit of contact on the exit, but Harry Knight will keep the lead, and Harry Knight wins the Micromax race, followed by Finley Beals, and Mason Munster takes a very respected...
Here come the Hondas, and it's going to be Elliot Bork, and that very closely fought final that takes the checkered flag. from Jack Paul McCarmer in second. They got past Max Armitt in the end there. Jack Wykes in third, Riley Blakemore, Noah Clark and Ronnie Smart. Harry Knight, he took his hands off the wheel rather early there. I thought he was a bit brave of him, because he had it in the bag, I think.
Yeah, I believe he was rather confident that he knew he had it in the bag, but usually you don't want to take your hands off, especially that early, as he was nearly going towards the marshal barrier.
I was a bit worried there watching it. I thought he might have been celebrating a little bit prematurely there, but nonetheless, he takes the win, 7/100ths of a second. Very close finish there, Finley Beals. That little collision between Mason Munster and James Devroe, perhaps proving a bit costly for them. They were unable to fight for the lead. Jensen Darlow and Roger Gokulnath in sixth, Pierce Taylor a bit further behind. So we're going to move on to our final. Is that a looking at the Cambridge to Sky? There's a balloon there. Give us a good aerial view of the Kimbolton circuit. We've seen a few times this year, we've seen plenty of aviation related incidents, well, not incidents, but happenings in the sky around here at Kimbolton, which is perhaps a little bit apt because it is a former airbase, the former home of the 379 bomber squadron from the US Air Force in World War II, the famous B-17 bombers, and a notable part of world history here at Kimbolton, one of a small part of the Allied fight in World War II, which of course, the legacy of that in some ways as well, on a more practical level, is some of these motorsport venues, many of them tracing their origins back to airbase. So we move on to KZUK, Derek Morgan from Bo Phillips, Isaac Smith, James Bearcroft on row 2, Ellis Boursier and Ryan Green on row 3, Bradley Calder, Daniel Tribula, Sam Johns, Hannah Lang on row 5, Sam Ward, Bailey Riddlesford row 6, Jake Baker, Jed DeFren on row 7, Bilius Zementitis on row 8 from Luke Fleming, Charlie Flynn, Jason Baker, James Harvey and Nat Thomas taking us down to the 10th row. Silvinas Klimas, Edgaras Misvegius on row 11, Simon Harris, Richard Palmer, and the final two drivers on the grid, Aston Baker and Stephen Loggin. They will go, of course, on to a second formation lap to get a bit more heat and a bit more temperature into those tyres. These KZUK karts carrying a lot of speed, and you see one driver making a quick dive into the pits there. I believe it was Sam Ward, according to our lap charts, so whether he's got some mechanical issues possibly. So we're going to move on to the KZUK final in just a few moments. John Richardson making his way out to the commentary point. He goes down back to the paddock and he will be getting underway. Of course, his final is the Junior Max, getting underway in not too long, about just over 15 minutes, I would say. Gives him a little bit of time to get himself ready to go racing a bit later on. But we have got some races before that, of course. The KZUK final is about to get underway, of course. These grid positions formulated from the results of the heat races, so they've all started at various positions during the day, either at the start, either at the front or towards the back of the grid. So this is the culmination of those heat races towards the final here. Derek Morgan emerging as the best driver throughout the afternoon, and he has the luxury of pole position alongside Bo Phillips, Isaac Smith in third, James Beecroft in fourth. Wide open final here. I would say any one of those drivers could potentially win this one. Good steady driving throughout the day so far from Ellis Boursier, who has been round and about the front of the field, so you wouldn't write Boursier off either. Ryan Green, Bradley Calder, Daniel Tribula, they all know their way around the Kimbolton circuit very well. Sam Johns and Hannah Lang, other drivers who could be in with a good result as well. The last few drivers just taking their positions on the start grid, and KZ UK final is about to go underway. The grid is good. We're ready to go. 4 lights on the start. 1, 2, 3, 4. Red lights are on. The lights go out and we're away. Final gets underway. Brilliant start there from Bo Phillips. Really got the jump as the lights went out and takes the lead. Here they come through the first corner, a bit tight towards the back of the field. Will they get through the willows safely? It's all a bit tight, but yes they do. Down the Imitsu straight for the first time, and a brilliant start there though from Bo Phillips to snatch the lead from Derek Morgan. They both got away very well, as one driver gets it all wrong into the Dan Weldon corner, into the tyre barriers. Driver appears to be okay. Well, couldn't see the numbers of that car. I'll try and pick that up in a few moments on the timing charts when they come through. But at the end of the first lap, it is Bo Phillips that leads the way. Derek Morgan, Ryan Green, Elliot Bourchier, that stricken driver in the barriers, getting some help from the marshal. Possibly Bailey Ricklesford, but that's just purely on the lap charts here. Here they come. There is a stationary yellow flag, so the stricken driver out of harm's way at the moment, it would seem. Bo Phillips continuing to lead the way. Derek Morgan, Ryan Green starting to look threatening in third place as the rest of the pack make their way through. We focus momentarily there on the number 96. That's Jake Baker, currently in 10th place, with Daniel Tabula, Jed DeFriend just behind him. Back to the leaders, into the first corner they go, and at the moment Bo Phillips, after that brilliant start, holds on to the lead as they make their way down the Imitsu straight once again. There is a waved yellow here because that stricken cart is currently being towed away. The marshal, we might just see them on the side now. They've done a great job getting away very quickly, I should say. But Bo Phillips getting the jump on the field at the start. Brilliant start for the number 18. Now the question is, can he hold on? Because we've got some very strong drivers behind here. Derek Morgan, Ryan Green, Ellis Bourchier still there in 4th place. James Beecroft rounding out the top 5. So Beecroft in 5th. Bradley Calder, Sam Johns, Hannah Lang, Isaac Smith, Jake Baker rounding out the top 10. That's how they stand at the moment. Still with plenty of time to go in this final for the KZ UKs. They make their way down towards the final corner now. Into Gimbolton they go. And at the moment, Bo Phillips looking very strong as they cross the line once again, just starting to spread things out a bit now. Fastest lap of the race for Bo Phillips, 36.15 for the leader. And at the front of the field, the KZ UK class is just starting to settle down momentarily here. But do not assume that the race is over here. There's still plenty of track time to go, and Derek Morgan still looks like he could be a factor in this one. They're just pulling away ever so slightly from Ryan Green in 3rd. There's Bourchier still there in 4th. James Beecroft, Sam Johns moving in there. We see the battle, down the inside of Hannah Lang. Going, I believe that's Isaac Smith. Lang trying to fight back on the cutback out of the final corner, but he doesn't quite find the traction as we see, he did well to save that one there. Isaac Smith very late on the brakes. Just seemed to lock the back end up there. The cart stepped out on him and he almost lost the back end. That didn't quite allow Hannah Lang to repass, but Isaac Smith desperately trying to get up with the leaders, trying to go down the inside of Bradley Calder. And there is the race leader, Bo Phillips, who is now coming under a bit of pressure here now from Derek Morgan as they go charging down into Stowe Corner. The rest of the top 10 go charging through, and back to our lead group of drivers. And the move down the inside this time. Isaac Smith makes the move stick on Bradley Calder. No, Calder fights back. But no, it is the number K plate of Isaac Smith that finally makes that move stick. Hannah Lang right on the tail as they make their way through into the Dan Weldon corner. Lang, number 91, on the rear wheels here of Bradley Calder, number 19. There is the number 58 of Ellis Bourchier, still there in 4th position as Derek Morgan goes through into the lead. Change of lead at the front, so they make their way down to the first corner. So Derek Morgan, your new race leader. Morgan leads, Phillips second. Green in 3rd, Bourchier 4th. Here they come up towards the Dan Weldon corner, fastest part of the circuit here. The carts almost approaching 100 miles an hour down that straight. They really do carry some speed down the straight. And here they come back towards the final corner once again. So Derek Morgan is your new race leader. Qualified on pole position, of course, after 3 heat races. And living up to the form book here as he goes into the lead. But Bo Phillips could still be a factor here. Ryan Green and Ellis Bourchier fighting for 3rd place, just a little bit further behind. There you see them just at the back of the camera shot there. but the leaders are starting to close up on a slower driver. I think it may well be the 23rd place Aston Baker, number 99, who is coming under range from the leaders. The blue flags should be flown any moment now, just to warn that driver that faster drivers are approaching. There we just saw going out to shot the slower drivers, and here come our leading group down into the first corner they go. So Morgan leading, Phillips still in second place, Ryan Green there, number 9 in third place, Ellis Bourchier in fourth, James Beecroft, Sam Johns and Isaac Smith just a little bit further behind as they make their way up to the top of the circuit now, heading towards the Dan Weldon corner. There is the second place driver, Beau Phillips, just losing a little bit of ground now to Derek Morgan, who's put some nice laps together here, and a bit of a fight here for third as Ryan Green comes under some pressure. Oh, lovely move there from Ellis Bourchier, who moves into third place. Sold him a bit of a dummy there, I think, when he went down in towards Kim Bolton corner, and Bourchier now into third place. James Beecroft moves to fourth as Ryan Green now dropping into fifth position. Still Derek Morgan, the number 6 that leads the way. Morgan heading out of the Dan Weldon corner, goes past the back marker, just ahead of this little battle here with Ellis Bourchier now clear in third place. Derek Morgan continues to lead the way. The leaders now making their way out to the Kim Bolton corner as we focus on this battle for third place. So Morgan still leading, Phillips second, Bourchier, Beecroft and Ryan Green all very close. Oh, we're spinning out there, a small mistake from the number 72, James Beecroft. Very quickly gets back onto the track though. But what a shame for the number 72. And I can tell you a little bit further back, Beecroft is back on the circuit now, struggling to get back into pace and immediately having to find a way to stay ahead of Isaac Smith and Hannah Lang. The race goes on, of course. Derek Morgan still leading the way. Beau Phillips still in second as we move on to the last lap of the race. So Ryan Green, Sam Johns, number 27, now moves into fifth place, of course, with James Beecroft after that spin dropping to sixth position. But number 6, Derek Morgan, goes down the Amitsu straight for the final time. Beau Phillips is still keeping that pressure on in second place. They make their way through the Dan Weldon corner for the final time. Derek Morgan with that brilliant helmet design there, a bit of a Union flag on the front and a bit of a homage to almost like Ayrton Senna-esque on the back. You have to be quick to have a helmet design like that, but Derek Morgan certainly is as he takes the checkered flag. Beau Phillips in second place, 1 second down, Ellis Bourchier in third, Sam Johns in fourth position, and James Beecroft on the last lap of the race breaks back into the top 5. Isaac Smith, Hannah Lang, Bradley Calder, Daniel Tribula in 9th, Jed Defriend rounding up the top 10, Nat Thomas in 11th place, Luke Fleming in 12th position. Could come back for him, I would say, after that disappointing start to the day. Jason Baker, Vilas Semates, Ryan Green, though, dropping out of contention on the last lap of the race, and I think that's down by the Willows. There is a stricken cart on the side of the circuit, and I think that was Ryan Green, actually. So one of our front runners dropping out of contention right at the end of the race as the number 24 goes over the line of Edgaras Misvicius, who will be credited with 23rd, I believe. So KZ UK drawing to a close as one or two of our casualties making their way off the circuit. Drivers are okay, though. That's the important thing as we move on very shortly, of course, to our final race of the day for the 250 monos. They'll be out on the grid very shortly, just waiting for this stricken cart to be moved off the circuit and should be underway very shortly. Don't forget, of course, still plenty of action on TNL Sports. The motorsport season drawing to a close, but there's still plenty of action here with TNL Sports. Next weekend, we will see the next round of the British Supermoto Championships taking place at Three Sisters right here on TNL Sports. So don't forget, of course, to tune into that, where Phil G will be taking you through all of the action at that fabulous Lancashire circuit at Three Sisters. I believe that the 250 mono carts will be making their way out onto the circuit. There they are, right on cue. And they will line up with Tim Woods as the fastest qualifier. This is part of the Northern Karting League. It's going to be Tim Woods, who is looking to secure third in the championship from Matt Ulnett, second on the grid. Lee Stamp in third. That's good news for him in terms of his title aspirations. Reese Woods in fourth. Kieran Metzen from Martin Smith. Marcus Hudson and Jack Rolfe on row number 4. Dan Brown and Max Snell. Jack Bliss down on row number 6, though, from Paul Lawson, Sam Harrison, Chris Lawson, Chris Morris and Ryan Lawson on the 8th row of the grid, with Matthew Duncan, the final qualifier. So Lee Stamp, of course, number 1 on the kart, we're looking to retain his title, has a small advantage in terms of the title race ahead of Jack Bliss, but Bliss hitting some trouble earlier on and is starting quite a bit further back than Lee Stamp. Tim Woods, of course, number 4, the driver who will lead them away, is in front of a 3-way tussle for third in the championship from Martin Smith, Marcus Hudson and Sam Harrison. But Woods has drove very well today, and he'll be looking to try and take victory to secure that third in the title. But crucially here, I would say both Lee Stamp and that driver we just saw there, the O-plate of Jack Bliss, who are fighting it out for the title, they have both had a difficult day at times. They both failed to finish one of the heat races. And that does mean they start just a little bit further down the field. So Lee Stamp, of course, is third on the grid, though, so he is still very well placed. These karts, of course, with the front and rear brakes, by virtue of the extra speed, these 252 strokes, they really do sound quite throaty on the starting grid. Drivers settling into position. Tim Woods, number 4, knows that he could grab that third in the title race with a good result here. Lee Stamp looking to grab the title as the lights are switched on. It goes 1 light, 2, 3, 4, and away we go for the final of the 250 monos. Oh, brilliant start there from Matt Ulnett from the centre of the grid. Here they come into the first corner, and it looked like Reese Woods sweeping to the outside. They all get through the first few corners safely. So 27, your race leader, Reese Woods, charging down the Yamitsu straight into the Dan Weldon corner he goes. And Matt Ulnett, despite that great start, he has to drop down into second place. I think Lee Stamp got away well into third. And Tim Woods dropping to fourth place. I'm going to keep an eye a bit further down to where the 0 or the O-plate of Jack Bliss. He didn't get a good start. So this could be great news here for Lee Stamp, who dives down the inside. And Stamp into second place. Stamp having a look on the inside of Reese Woods as well, but can't quite make the move. Lee Stamp, I'm sure, doesn't know that his main title rival is way down the field. Jack Bliss is down in 12th place right now. But Lee Stamp here, I would say, is taking matters into his own hands here as he tries to fight Reese Woods for first position. Woods still leading the way. Stamp having a peek on the inside. Reese Woods will be determined to try and hold on and grab the win for himself. Stamp down the inside, in towards Stowe, and takes the lead as somebody a little bit further down, I think it was Jack Rolfe, locked up into the first corner. Sent the tyre smoke flying, but holds on. Reese Woods loses momentum through the willows, and that allows Matt Ulnett to sweep by into second place. There is your race leader, Lee Stamp, getting through to first place nice and early. He will want to try and control this race from the front. Pretty sure if he wins this race, he would surely be guaranteed the title here. Over the line he goes. Ulnett second, Woods in third. So Tim Woods looking to grab third in the title race. And he is ahead of all of his title contenders at the moment. So Tim Woods looking good at the moment. Jack Rolfe moving into fourth place as Reese Woods drops down to fifth position. Max Snell, Kieran Metzen, Sam Harrison in eighth. Dan Brown in ninth. Marcus Hudson, Martin Smith and Jack Bliss only in 12th position for the O-plate of Jack Bliss right now. So he's having a tough race further down the field with Chris Morris, Ryan Lawson and Chris Lawson fighting away. Paul Lawson and Matthew Duncan, it appears, out of the race at this stage. Max Snell, number 6, moving into 5th place there as they go through to complete another lap. And Lee Stamp, 35.6, fastest lap of the race, just trying to break away at the front. But Matt Ulnut in 2nd place. The E-plate is not letting him too far down the road right now. Tim Woods, Jack Rolfe and Max Snell all running very well as Lee Stamp, the number 1, looking to secure the title, makes his way around the final corner, charging through just under 4 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining for him here. And he is in a great position where he can control the race from the front. He will know, I think, from the engine noise that he's not under any direct threat for the lead here. As the leading group make their way down the Amitsu straight once again, heading towards the Dan Weldon corner. There is the pole sitter, number 4, Tim Woods, now in 3rd position. Wade Yellows, though, on the Dan Weldon corner. I think somebody's gone off. Just looking out of the vantage point to see who that is. There is 1 or 2 drivers a bit further back making their way through. Over the line they go, so certainly not amongst that leading group of drivers. Lee Stamp, Matt Ulnut, Tim Woods still there. Jack Rolfe, Max Snell in 5th place. Reese Woods, Kieran Metzen, Dan Brown in 8th position. Marcus Hudson into 9th, and Jack Bliss breaking into the top 10. I wonder if it was Sam Harrison, possibly, number 59, that hit trouble on the previous lap. Track is now under green. There is a driver out of contention just by the Willows, pushing the kart off the circuit. Chris Morris, it appears, is out of the race. The driver is okay, but the kart looks like it's had enough. Morris pushing the kart into a safe location behind the tyre barriers, and will watch the rest of this race as a spectator. None of this, of course, bothering Lee Stamp, number 1, who charges down the Amitsu straight, maintaining that gap on Matt Ulnut, who's coming under a bit of pressure now from Tim Woods. Lee Stamp with the fastest lap of the race, 35.57. Down the TKM straight they go into the final 2 corners. Lee Stamp leading the way. Over the line he goes, just over 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining. As we watch the E-plate of Matt Ulnut in 2nd place. Ulnut in 2nd, Tim Woods keeping that pressure on in 3rd. 24, Jack Rolfe from Max Snell on the number 6. As the number 4 of Tim Woods keeping that pressure on Matt Ulnut in 2nd place. They make their way down the TKM straight, heading up towards the final 2 corners. Kestrel, Lincoln Bolton, the leader, well clear there. Lee Stamp drives away from our cameras and into the final corner as we focus on the fight for 2nd place. 24 closing there, Jack Rolfe and Max Snell, as down the inside goes Woods. Tries to make a move stick, he's got the line going into the Willows, and Tim Woods into 2nd place. Matt Ulnut trying to fight back as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner. At the moment, Lee Stamp looking to secure the title, well clear at the front of the field. This would be good for Tim Woods for 2nd in the title race, one would say, as he makes his way out to the final corner. Less than a minute to go, so there'll be a couple more laps to go here before the race draws to a close. Max Snell, Reese Woods a bit further behind there. Kieran Metzen, number 72, still in 7th place. Jack Bliss now moving into 8th position. Dan Brown in 9th, Martin Smith rounding out the top 10 from Marcus Hudson, Chris Lawson, Ryan Lawson and Sam Harrison. At the moment, the final driver left in the race as we look at the number 4 of Tim Woods. Woods now starting to pull away in 2nd place. There's a 2.2 second gap between 1st and 2nd place. There goes the race leader, Lee Stamp, over the line. 20 seconds left on the clock, so next time round he will get the last lap board as they charge into Stowe Corner for the penultimate time. Tim Woods, number 4 at the moment, looking good in 2nd place. The race leader, Lee Stamp, charging down the Amitsu straight. There he goes. Coming back into view into the Dan Weldon corner as Tim Woods actually with the fastest lap of the race last time round, 35.4, bringing the gap down to 1.8 seconds between 1st and 2nd place. Time might be against Tim Woods here because at the moment Lee Stamp has got the race under control. As we look a little bit further back here, number 27, Reese Woods, still fighting away into the final corner from Kieran Metzen. Meanwhile, number 1, Lee Stamp, goes through the Willows for the final time. sweeping around the outside of Sam Harrison, who is currently in 14th position. And Lee Stamp closing in on the victory and the title as he makes his way out of the Dan Weldon corner for the final time, flies down the TKM straight and into Kimbolton corner, the slow right-hander. Checkered flag now being readied, and number 1, Lee Stamp, will take the final, and that should give him the title, of course, in 250 monos this year. Tim Woods in second place, Matt Olnett, Jack Rolfe and Max Snell rounding out the top 5. The rest of the top 10 charging through. Reese Woods, Jack Bliss on the line, snatches 7th place from Kieran Metzen, number 72. And the rest of the top 10 making their way through. Martin Smith in 9th place, Dan Brown from Marcus Hudson, Chris Lawson in 12th, number 34. And the last driver left on the circuit should be coming through any moment now, will be the number 53 of Ryan Lawson. Sam Harrison, the final finisher, finishes a lap down in 14th place. So Lee Stamp taking the victory, and with it should be secured the 250 mono final for 250 mono championship, I should say, for 2024. So the afternoon well and truly moving along here as we move on to our junior Rotax final very shortly. Once again, of course, a big group of drivers. They'll be underway very shortly for their final race. Thanks, of course, to Ainsby Plant Hire for all their support in 2024 as the 250 monos leaving the track now, and our Rotax driver should be out very shortly. The junior Rotax final getting underway very shortly. A reminder, of course, that Kart Mania taking place between November the 30th and December the 1st, between 9:30 and 5 each day at the Wing at the Silverstone circuit, just down the road in Northamptonshire, the big kart show of the year. All of the big names, of course, the big exhibits. So if you're looking to get into karting a bit more, get yourself down to the Wing. That is the exhibition area by the main Hamilton Straight nowadays at Silverstone. You can't miss that when you get to Silverstone. Back to the Junior Max. Joel Dixon-Cohn will lead them away from Joshua Smith, Mikey Walker from Charlie Epgrave, Will Archer from Finley Jones, Zach Starbuck and Teddy Cooper on row 4, Zach McDonald, Oscar Keane, John Richardson, row 6 from Aidan Mitchell, Blake Souther, Moen Keenan, Harry Russell and Oliver Meek on row number 8. Row 9 from Deidron Bennett and Arthur Brown, the Slogan Hartshorn, Lucy Wielden on row 10. Devon Taylor, Toby Farthing, Dominic Parabuck and George Phillips on row number 12. Jack Owen Drawbridge from Archie Flint, Jack Stimson from Archie Richards, Kevin Ivanoff on row 15 from Harry Friel, Connor Large and Noah Sells on row 16. Archie Buchanan and Lachlan Homer will round out the field on row number 17. So once again, of course, big group of drivers in Junior Rotax, the Max final here, making their way out to the final corner. Let's hope for a clean start. Over the line they go. And it looks clean as they make their way through into the first corner. Very tight. Oh, as somebody outbreaks themselves straight off the circuit there. 2 drivers go off on the first corner. It looks like the number 88 there, I think, of Zach Starbuck may well have emerged at the front of the field. And trouble as we go into Derek's corner there. 2 drivers go off as well. It's a fast and frantic start to this Junior Max final as it looks like down the inside a fight for the lead. And more trouble coming out of Dan Weldon corner. Another kart off the circuit. Yellow flags flying all the way around the circuit. As now it is the number 61 that goes into the lead. Will Archer is your leader after an eventful first lap. Over the line they go, so he paused for breath here. Will Archer, Aidan Mitchell, Owen Keenan, Finley Jones, Zach McDonald as they fight for the lead into the first corner. Aidan Mitchell having a look there. Charlie Epgrave, Arthur Brownless, John Richardson up to 8th position. 9th for Oscar Keane, Deidron Bennett rounding up the top 10. So we've lost quite a few big names in this one on that first lap. And the Battenberg flags are out. So look out for the marshal points here. Any moment now you'll see the Battenberg pattern, the black and yellow flags. So let's have a look. We lost a few drivers. I think Lucy Wielden, Kevin Ivanoff, Connor Large, Arthur Buchanan tumbling down the field, Jack Owen Drawbridge quite far back as well. So this is going to liven up the race here. We're under Battenberg conditions for at least one lap here. Quite a few incidents on that first lap. A lot of drivers getting into trouble. So we're just making sure the track is safe. But it looks like we should be ready to go very shortly. And the race leader is still Will Archer. Don't forget, of course, we are under race conditions here. But the Battenberg flag effectively neutralising the race. The drivers have to slow down. No overtaking allowed. So they just have to hold position here. And this is effectively a rolling start and the race getting underway. We are looking at here what will be, when they get back towards us, in effect a 4-minute plus 1 lap dash to the flag here, with Will Archer still leading the way, and they see him swerving about, getting the temperature into those tyres. The start here will be very important. We are still racing, of course, but the restart under race conditions, very important indeed. Just getting a bit of the airflow into the radiators there. The green flag is being ready. We should be under racing conditions any moment now. Green flag goes out. 4:24 on the clock as they charge into the first corner. Will Archer guards that inside line. Aidan Mitchell right on his tail. They all go flying through the willows. Owen Keenan, Finley Jones, Zach McDonald, Charlie Fgrave, John Richardson right in there as well. So the co-commentator, there he goes, just on the inside into Derek's corner. And John Richardson going down the inside of Charlie Fgrave there. Charlie Fgrave moving into 7th place there as Richardson breaks into the top 6. So our man on the mic also having a good run. There he is. He just saw him there in 6th place. Will Archer, meanwhile, still leading the way. Archer doing a great job of holding on to this one. Aidan Mitchell in 2nd, 23 in 3rd. Finley Jones now moves into 3rd place. Owen Keenan, McDonald, Charlie Fgrave has now moved back into 6th place as they go fighting through the first corner. Absolutely charging through the willows. Arthur Brownless, Oliver Meek and Deidron Bennett running up the top 6. Mikey Walker, one of the drivers caught up in the melee on the first corner, is now recovered back to 11th place. So we had, of course, those Battenberg flags at the start of this race. So this has really bunched things up even more, you might say. What it effectively does is turn the race into a 4-minute plus 20 dash to the line. But Will Archer controlled the restart very well and continues to lead the way. Aidan Mitchell in 2nd place. Finley Jones, Owen Keenan as they go charging through Stowe into the willows. Time ticking down here. Still plenty of time to go in this race, of course. As a look on the inside there for the 22 of Finley Jones. And he makes the move stick. So Finley Jones moves into 2nd position. Making their way through Dan Weldon corner. Will Archer leading. Finley Jones is the new challenger in 2nd place, making his way down towards Kim Bolton. Is he going to go for the move? There's your race leader, number 61. The back wheel just lifting off ever so slightly under braking as he makes his way through Kim Bolton. Over the line he goes once again, and Will Archer continues to lead the way. Finley Jones in 2nd place. Aidan Mitchell 3rd, Owen Keenan 4th, Zach McDonald in 5th, John Richardson 6th from Charlie Fgrave, Oliver Meek, Arthur Brownless and Mikey Walker. But it's all very close here. And there is an investigation flag for Mikey Walker in 10th position. Less than 2 minutes to go, plus 1 lap in this closely fought junior Rotax final. The gloves are off here. There's nothing to save it for now with only a few laps to go here. Will Archer defending that lead. Everyone else bunching up behind him here. Will Archer just driving a little bit defensively at this stage as he looks to try and hold on to the lead. Again, you see him diving to the inside. But of course, will leave a gap under the exit of the corner. All keeps things very close. And the top 6 all very close indeed now. Will Archer holding on to the lead here. Finley Jones still there in 2nd place. And you'll see, of course, Will Archer with those defensive lines going into the corner. That means he'll hold on to the lead, but it means that it bunches everyone up behind him because they aren't particularly fast lines that he's using. He's going the defensive method right now. He's holding on to the lead. He wants to make sure he keeps that first place. Doesn't want to fall back through the field as the race goes on. Again, very defensive. And right on his tail there, number 23. Finley Jones with a little bit of a tap there. Just let him know that he's there. Out of the corner he goes. Technical flag for number 71. A bit further down the field there. That is Jack Stimson down in 24th. So Stimson, unfortunately, his race will be over. But the race goes on here, 32 seconds on the clock. They should get through just before the last lap board goes out. 22 seconds left on the clock here. A warning a bit further down the field for the number 61 as well. Here they come out to the final corner. Finley Jones trying to find a way through. 11 seconds on the clock, so they'll go around one more time before the last lap board goes out. Into the first corner they go. Finley Jones trying to have a look down the inside, but doesn't quite make the move stick. Aidan Mitchell still there in third. Zach McDonald, Owen Keenan, Mikey Walker, Charlie F. Grave, John Richardson, Oliver Meek and Oliver Brownless rounding out the top 10. Joel Dixon Cohen moving up to 11th place from Deidron Bennett and Teddy Cooper. Blake Southern right in there as well. But we're going to move on to the penultimate time down the TKM straight for our race leader, Will Archer, who has guarded and fought for that lead for the entire race. And he has got one more lap to go here to try and snatch the victory. Round the final corner he goes. The last lap board goes out. It's now or never for Finley Jones. And again, you see on the inside line, guarding the inside line, the race leader, 61, Will Archer, holds on to that lead. But brings everyone else into this one now as well. Zach McDonald in third place. He could be a threat as well as they make their way through Derek's corner for the final time. Will Archer holding on to the lead here. Number 61 in towards the Dan Weldon corner for the final time. Again, very aggressively grabbing that apex there. Number 61, Will Archer, down towards the final corner they go. Could we see a late lunge here for the lead? Finley Jones has a look, but no, look at Will Archer. Can Finley Jones get it on the exit? Here they come over the line, and Will Archer takes the checkered flag. Brilliant drive for him after all that pressure. Finley Jones in second place. It's going to be Zach McDonald in third, Owen Keenan fourth, Aidan Mitchell from Mikey Walker in sixth place, Joel Dixon Cohen in seventh place, Charlie F. Grave in eighth position, John Richardson in ninth, and Arthur Brownless rounding out the top 10 from Oliver Meek, Deidron Bennett, Teddy Cooper, Blake Southam, Joshua Smith in 15th, Zach Starbuck in 16th position, Dominic Powerbuck, Archie Flint, Jack Owen Jawbridge 19th, and Toby Farthing rounding up the top 20, who were only covered by 8 seconds. Very, very close indeed. Fantastic racing here at Kimbolton. And yet again, of course, the Junior Max, the Junior Rotax, of course, leaving us with plenty of action out there on the track as we move forward to our next final of the day. The Junior Max TKM Extreme, of course, getting underway very shortly indeed. So this means we have 5 more races to go here at this 8th round of the championships here at Kimbolton. TKM Extreme out onto the circuit now. Chris Whitten will lead them away from Leo Robinson, Spencer Lane from Bradley Peck, Luke Jarman from Charlie Whitehouse on row 3, Thomas Shaw and Ashley Ruggles on row 4, Patrick Leave, Sean Abbott on row 5, Kian Bennett and Liv Jenkins on row 6, William Bloom and Oliver Bowen on row 7, Jake Cox and Luke Woodward on row 8, Thomas Walker, Jessica Fitch Hall, Harry Higgs, Gemma Kiddy and John Stafford will round out the field. So the drivers now on their formation lap. And they make their way down the TKM straight. Chris Whitten, who has looked so good today in this class, will lead them away from Leo Robinson, another really threatening driver in second place. This could be a very wide open final between these two drivers. Don't forget, of course, about Spencer Lane, Bradley Peck, Luke Jarman further behind as they go over the line. And we get underway. Everyone diving to the inside here. One driver pushed out wide there, number 27, Ashley Ruggles, but recovers the kart and gets back on the track very quickly. But a good start there from Chris Whitten to hold on to the lead. Takes a wide sweeping line into Derek's corner. Looks like Leo Robinson has been overtaken in the fight for second place as number 43, Charlie Whitehouse, with a very good start, moving into second position as they make their way down towards the final corner. Chris Whitten goes through the final corner, and Spencer Lane fighting away there with the number 43 of Charlie Whitehouse. Leo Robinson right in there in fourth place. Luke Jarman in fifth position. Bradley Peck, Thomas Shaw, Sean Abbott, Luke Woodward and Patrick Lee rounding out the top 10. But this is exactly the start of the race that Chris Whitten would have wanted. Got away nice and cleanly at the start, and a bit of a fight for second place, which has allowed him, just for the time being, to open up a small gap. It's about 0.7 of a second right now as they make their way down the TKM straight. So the TKM Extreme final here in association with Klaasen Motorsport, piling through into the final corner. Oh, cheeky little move down the inside there from Leo Robinson to get himself into third place now. Charlie Whitehouse just losing out on the final corner. They pile through that first corner very quick indeed as Chris Whitten leads them through. Still charging in second place is Spencer Lane. Leo Robinson and Charlie Whitehouse very closely fought indeed. Luke Jarman and Bradley Peck still in there as well, but Chris Whitten half a second at the front, which doesn't sound very much, but a tightly fought final. That's just the advantage he needs. And Chris Whitten, you see him just trying to get the better drag, the back wheel lifting off as he goes charging in towards the Kestrel corner. Chris Whitten doing all he can here to try and break away at the front of the field. Spencer Lane still charging in second place, and up to third still there, Leo Robinson. Charlie Whitehouse, Bradley Peck meanwhile has moved into fifth place from Luke Jarman. Rest of the top 10 made up of Thomas Shaw, Sean Abbott, Luke Woodward, Patrick Leave, Oliver Bone 11th, Kian Bennett up to 12th place from William Bloom, Jessica Fitch-Hall and Gemma Kiddy in 15th place, Jake Cox, Thomas Warmer, Ashley Ruggles recovering from that spin at the start up to 18th place, with John Stafford, the last driver left in the race so far. Liv Jakins and Harry Higgs, I believe, have retired from the race. Meanwhile at the front here, Chris Whitten. Out to the final corner he goes, but it looks to me like the pack are closing in second and third. Spencer Lane, Leo Robinson, fastest lap of the race for number 3 as we look at the number 82 of Bradley Peck with Charlie Whitehouse right on his tail. Luke Jarman, they go flying through the willows in towards Derek's corner. Leo Robinson 42.76, the fastest lap of the race so far. Leo Robinson and Spencer Lane are both closing up on the race leader. Meanwhile, the number 82 of Bradley Peck coming under some serious pressure. But here is the fight for the lead. Chris Whitten tried to break away at the front, but Spencer Lane and Leo Robinson keeping that pressure on as, down the inside goes number 18. Luke Jarman moves up another position. Leaders going over the line now into the first corner. Chris Whitten still leading the way as we see this fight for fourth place. Bradley Peck with Luke Jarman right on his tail. Charlie Whitehouse in there as well. They go flying through the willows. Chris Whitten number 1 on the kart. Will he be number 1 in this final? We shall find out over the next 3 minutes plus 1 lap. Whitten makes his way through the Dan Weldon corner, heading down towards the TKM straight, and up towards the finish he goes. But Spencer Lane, number 11, right in there. You just see him trying to shave a few tenths going in. And down the inside goes Leo Robinson. So Robinson now up to second place. And Robinson, you may just have seen him there gesticulating to Spencer Lane, telling him not to repass here. Just try and work together. And this is where you sometimes see the tactics amongst karting drivers. You would imagine it's a 7-minute plus 1 lap final, so sometimes when you look at that format you think it might be a free-for-all, but there's a little bit of tactics going on here, particularly between Leo Robinson and Spencer Lane. As we watch the number 82 there, Bradley Peck, Luke Jarman and Charlie Whitehouse all go charging through. Back to the leaders. So what you might see here is Spencer Lane just holding off going for the battle here to try and repass, because if he can get drawn along here with Leo Robinson, they could both fight for the lead here. This is where the tactics come into play on a final like this. We've got the number 82, Bradley Peck, closely followed by Luke Jarman, Charlie Whitehouse and Thomas Shaw. Back to the leaders. That wonderful autumnal setting in the background here. As, down the inside. Lovely move there from Leo Robinson. To say, of course, the autumnal background here at Kim Bolton. We're moving towards the final part of the 2024 season. Just a couple more rounds to go here, and the track looking great for racing here today in this cool weather as Leo Robinson goes into the lead. And this is where the tactics come into play here for Spencer Lane, because he is right in there in the fight for second place and could still yet go for the lead in this one. Here they come down towards the final corner. Leo Robinson driving very well here to get himself back into the lead. Chris Whitten in second position now, and Spencer Lane threatening in third, but Chris Whitten determined not to give that lead up lightly, and he is still right on the rear wheels of Leo Robinson here as they make their way up towards the top corner. Leo Robinson still leading the way. Down the back straight they go, and right on his tail is Chris Whitten here. We've got 40 seconds left on the clock, so this is going to be 2 laps remaining here. And again, you see Spencer Lane not diving, going for an all-or-nothing move there, because he knows that there's 2 laps to go left in this race. Any one of these 3 drivers could still potentially win this race. Leo Robinson with a great move to snatch the lead on Derek's corner a couple of laps ago, but he's still got work to do here as they make their way down the Amitsu straight. And at the moment, I think that Bradley Peck and Luke Jarman are starting to close up on this fight for the lead. Just look at the back of your screen when they come through. There's the chasing pack, and they're starting to close up on Spencer Lane here as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner for the penultimate time. Down the TKM straight and in towards the Kim Bolton corner they go. And here we go. It's going to be tight on this final lap. Can Leo Robinson hang on here? The last lap board goes out. And there you see the chasing pack right behind there. Bradley Peck, Luke Jarman, Charlie Whitehouse, and Thomas Shaw right in there. So this race is still far from over. Into the last lap of the race they go. Leo Robinson flying through the willows for the final time. Just pulls away slightly as going for second place there is Spencer Lane. Oh, but he doesn't make the move stick. And I think Chris Whitten holds on to second place, but this is great news for Leo Robinson. They're fighting for position, and this has allowed Leo Robinson to pull away as they make their way down towards Kim Bolton for the final time. And all on his own, Leo Robinson comes out to the final corner and will take the checkered flag. Brilliant victory there, but it's all to play for second place. Oh, it's too close to call. Chris Whitten in second place. Bradley Peck snatches third on that final lap. Spencer Lane in fourth. Luke Jarman, Charlie Whitehouse, Thomas Shaw, Oliver Bowen, Cian Bennett and Sean Abbott rounding out the top 10. Patrick Leaf, Luke Woodward, Jessica Fitchall, William Bloom and Jake Cox. Ashley Ruggles, good fight back for him after that incident on the first lap, up to 16th place. But a great finish there as well for Bradley Peck as well, I think there, I would say. Honours to him as well for getting that third place on the final lap. And it just goes to show sometimes when they fight for position, it all gets very tactical, and that fight for second really allowing the machine to pull away there. Robinson taking the checkered flag in quite some style. So we move on from the TKM Extreme, moving towards the Mini Inters for their final. They'll get underway very shortly indeed. Out of the dummy grid they go, and we look at how they line up. In just a few moments, it's going to be Sebastian Behrman that leads them away from Theo Bradshaw. Max Wheatley will be in third position, and Jensen Sale in fourth place. Benjamin Lawn, we'll look at the grid in a few moments. Here we go. So Behrman from Bradshaw, Wheatley, Sale, Lawn, and Lucian Smith on row number 3. Max Jolly and Josh Cook on row number 4. Look out for them as they look to fight their way through to the front as well. Sebastian Clark, Ed Spain, Adam Giditis, Oliver Barton, Nelson Taylor, Hayden Fisher, Akil Nani-Gioni and Ryan White on row number 8. Jackson Hilton, Oliver Dawson, Jackson Heath and Lowen Wilcox on row 10. Lewis Herbertson, William Horton, Teddy Higgs, Toby Wortley on row number 12. Arthur Brooker, Ellie Rideout, Logan Baker, Jack Charles Bailey, Emily Davey, Komatsu and Baker running up the field as we go over the line. And Mini Inters gets underway. Behrman on the inside line, fighting for the lead in the first corner. All very close. Will they get through safely? Trouble in the midfield, I think. But looks like Sebastian Behrman has got the lead.
It's a false start.
Oh, sorry, yeah, good spot there, John. I thought they were racing for the corner there, but it was a full start. My apologies. So John Richardson, who's back on the mic now. Always good to have somebody spotting these things out. There is a full start here. So Sebastian Behrman just calming the pack down onto the TKM straight. And John Richardson, congratulations on your top 10 finish there.
Obviously a bit happy with it, but it could have been better since I should have finished around top 5, hope maybe top 3, but oh well, I'll take the points.
Yeah, good result there as we see Sebastian Behrman, number 137, on the inside line here. So the start was called off. We go once again. Here we go over the line. One driver caught at the back of the grid, but they go over the line into the first corner. And Behrman squeezed out slightly there by Bradshaw into the first corner. Driver spinning out. Oh, let's hope he doesn't collect anyone. One driver gets caught up in that. as they go through. So the spinner on the first corner, Behrman leads them though down into Derek's corner. Looks like is that Jensen Sale, I think, in second position. Good start for Sale. Yes, indeed it is. And Max Wheatley in third. A warning flag for number 33. A bit further down, Charles Bailey, as they make their way down in towards the Kimbolton corner. And it looks like it's a good start here for Sebastian Behrman. Cousin, of course, of Ollie Behrman, the Formula One fame. Max Wheatley looking strong on the inside line, going for the lead, and goes into first place. Jensen Sale right in there.
A very good overtake from Max Wheatley in the K plate through the Willows. Really good overtake as now we go into the Derek's corner with Sebastian Behrman in second place and Jensen Sale in third, who is currently running P3 in the championship. Overall, it's been a very clean race at the front as Max Wheatley is trying to aim to extend his lead and has done so by around 3/10, I'd say, to Sebastian Behrman.
So look at this for Max Wheatley. This could be a very crucial couple of laps for him here. Can he get a jump on the rest of the field? Because Sebastian Behrman at the moment is having to fight hard here with the battle for second place. Jensen Sale nips down the inside, pushes Behrman wide, which also allows the number 44 of Theo Bradshaw to go into third place. And also, I believe, Benjamin Lawn as well. So Sebastian Behrman losing a few places there. And this could allow Max Wheatley to pull away as they fight for second place. Wheatley making his way through the Dan Weldon corner. Jensen Sale trying to close up in second position. Theo Bradshaw, Benjamin Lawn, Lucian Smith right in there. Look out for Max Jolly as well, who ran strongly in the early heat races, but a bad second heat, dropping him down the field. There's a little bit of nudging there in as they all jostle for position in the Kimbolton corner. So it's Wheatley leading, Sale, Lawn, Bradshaw, Behrman drops to fifth. Lucian Smith, Max Jolly, Josh Cook, Sebastian Clark and Oliver Barton running at the top 10. And as Max Wheatley tries to break away here, John, this race is still wide open.
Yep, Max Wheatley has a bit of a gap to Jensen Sale after Sebastian Behrman and Sale and that group all started fighting. It's allowed Wheatley to escape from the main pack as Benjamin Lawn is now all over the back of Jensen Sale. It's good. It's a strong showing from Benjamin Lawn, especially as this is a really good race from his.
Sebastian Behrman tries to square the turn off here as he comes out to the final corner, trying to make the move on the number 41 of Lucian Smith. But Smith has made that move. Stick goes into fourth position. Theo Bradshaw momentarily drops to sixth place. So it's all action here at the front of the field. Meanwhile, look out for Jensen Sale here and Benjamin Lawn. They are both just starting to break away from this peloton of drivers, as it were, in the rest of the top 10. As they all scrap for position, a little bit of banging and buffing further back there in Derek's corner. But Jensen Sale and Benjamin Lawn. It was interesting to see there a couple of laps ago there, John. We saw Sebastian Behrman pushed wide on the first corner. I think there is a couple of drivers in trouble further back on the TKM straight.
Sebastian Behrman involved.
Yeah, Behrman, I think, has dropped down the field. So not a good final for him so far as he drops out to the top 10. He's had some good outings here at Kimbolton this year. But this mini inter-final not going the way he would have wanted as the leaders make their way through. Max Wheatley still looking strong. Just goes to show, though, sometimes there, John, if you get pushed wide on a corner, lose one position, 3 or 4 get through at the same time, and just spoils that rhythm, really.
Yeah, obviously, you might be having the momentum and gaining forward, but if a driver pushes you wide, other drivers will notice that you've lost momentum, and next corner they'll just chuck it down the inside, and then it will just go on and on and on.
So this is where Sebastian Behrman, who's gone way down into 17th place, it just goes to show how quickly a dramatic final can unravel for a driver. He's got work to do to try and fight his way back towards the top 10. But meanwhile, Max Wheatley, who has controlled this race so well, still leads by 0.7 of a second. Jensen Sale and Benjamin Lawn desperately trying to close up. And you can see when you see those two drivers chasing, there they go. The rest of the top 10 fighting away, but Jensen Sale and Benjamin Lawn, I think, are working together here. They're not really racing each other at the moment. They're just trying to close the gap on the race leader as the rest of the top 10 gloves are off here for the rest of the top 10. It's all so close. Theo Bradshaw, Max Jolly, who's had a great drive to 5th place. Sebastian Clark, Oliver Barton, Lucian Smith and Ed Spain all fighting for position here, with Ryan White a bit further behind. Less than 2 minutes to go, plus the 1 lap remaining. Max Wheatley still charging away at the front. Benjamin Lawn's gone through to second place now, number 85. And I think here, John, these two in second and third place would do very well here, just to try and work together now and just try and close up on Wheatley, the race leader. Saw a little nudge there from Jensen Sale, just pushing Benjamin Lawn along a bit there. So I think there's a bit of teamwork going on here.
Well, obviously they're not in the same team, but Overdrive, they should be trying to catch up to each other. And although they lost around a tenth to Max Wheatley in the first sector, they are seeming to be catching through the middle sector.
You see that little bit of a nudge there on the previous lap. Sometimes it's better just to very gently tap the driver in front rather than try and go for the overtake, just to share that speed almost. Technical flag for number 41. That's Lucian Smith in 7th place. Oh, what a shame for Lucian Smith, who's running so well in the top 10. But a technical flag has been shown at race control. Again, just to remind you, that means, of course, that the kart has a mechanical fault.
Something to do with the nose cone from the looks of it.
I think it's the nose cone.
Box. Looks on outside the commentary box. It does look like something to do with the nose cone, but obviously my facts aren't 100%.
Yeah, we'll see if we can pick him up in a moment when they come through on the camera. But number 41, Lucian Smith, will be out of the race. He's running at the moment in 7th place. As again, you see those two just still working together there. Jensen Sale and Benjamin Lawn. Theo Bradshaw looking threatening in 4th place, though. All the time, Max Wheatley pulling away quite smoothly. I think you might be right there, John. That nose cone does look very low, as the unfortunate Lucian Smith has pulled off the circuit and is out of the race. But I have to say here, though, what a drive from Max Wheatley, who's now leading by 2 seconds.
Yeah, absolute fantastic drive from Max Wheatley, current championship leader in the Intermax, and currently is pulling away from
Theo Bradshaw getting involved there up to 3rd place.
Yeah, Theo Bradshaw is showing really good pace so far and has managed to get past Jensen Sale as we now about to move on to the final lap, as Max Wheatley is now on the hind straight. We're going to pay attention to this battle for the podium places. Benjamin Lawn in 2nd place, Theo Bradshaw in 3rd. Theo Bradshaw's going to try and hung it round the outside, but Jensen Sale goes through on Benjamin Lawn. What a switchback, a double switchback from Jensen Sale. And that probably has to be the move of the weekend so far. It's absolutely superb. As Jensen Sale gets a bit pushed off by Benjamin Lawn, and this allows Theo Bradshaw to capitalise off. As now we go on to the TKM straight. Jensen Sale still in 2nd. Theo Bradshaw in 3rd. Benjamin Lawn in 4th. But Max Jolly is now in 5th as Benjamin Lawn hits off Theo Bradshaw, as Max Wheatley wins the final in Intermax. Following will be Jensen Sale, Benjamin Lawn, Theo Bradshaw, Max Jolly to round out the top 5. Sebastian Clark, who had a very good race, finished in 6th. Oliver Barton, Hayden Fisher, Ryan White and Ed Spain round out the top 10.
Great driving there in that Intermax final. You have to say Max Wheatley really dominating the race, winning by almost 4 seconds, which is incredible in a final, really. Jensen Sale, Benjamin Lawn, Theo Bradshaw, Max Jolly having such a good fight there as well, but some fantastic driving. And you have to say full credit there to Max Wheatley for controlling that race from the front. We have just 3 more races to go. We've got the Rotax 177 coming up in just a few moments' time. It was a good, clean racetrack there, so I think we should be getting the start underway for the 177s in just a few moments' time. The Senior Rotax and Senior X30 will round out the action here at Kimbolton. Don't forget, of course, that next weekend is the British Supermoto Championships at Three Sisters, so plenty of action. Don't forget to check out the action here at TNL Sports, where we move to Lancashire next weekend for the British Supermoto Championships. Back here at Kimbolton, round number 9 on the 10th of November. And Brawl on the Wall, the climbing the bouldering competition down in London on the 17th of November. In the evening, of course, starting from 5:30. All the action here on TNL Sports as we get underway with Rotax 177s.
Jimmy Galloway will start on the first row, followed from Samuel Cornell. Sam Dickens and Jack Taylor will be on row 2. Ollie Hancock and Liam Ferguson will be on row 3. And Toby Case and Alfie Bray will be on row 4. Elliot Kennedy and James Butch will be on row 5. Simon Hilton and Lee Todd will be on row 6. Josh Bass and David German will be on row 7. And Stravos Anthanopoulos and Andy Kennedy will be on row 8. Gordon Chenery and Simon Pooh will round out this grid on row 9. As now as the leaders are going pretty slowly for a start. It seems like they really do want to urgently get this start underway, as Jimmy Galloway has been the man to beat, been on really super consistent throughout the races. It's now going through Kid Bolton Bend. Hopefully we'll be starting this round out. They start accelerate to the line, the lights go out, Jimmy Galloway doesn't get the best start of all. Samuel Cornell is in second place. Oh, big crash from, I believe, Sam Dickens involved in that. Went airborne and got hit from, I believe, the number 99. Obviously, not 100% sure, but a very chaotic start that was. But Jimmy Galloway leads off at the way. Brilliant start from him with Samuel Cornell running in second. As now through we go in Dan Weldon corner and into Crestall corner. It's a brilliant start from Jimmy Galloway, and Samuel Cornell goes down the inside of Jimmy Galloway. We haven't said that much recently, but it's happened today. But Jimmy Galloway gets the switchback on Alfie Bray. Oh. Hold on. No, it is seems like it is Alfie Bray. Apologies there. But it's a very, very good start from Jimmy Galloway. Now, Alfie Bray in the, I believe, air cart, running in second place. And Toby Case in third. And the recovering Sam Dickens, currently in ninth, having a pretty alright race, especially after his incident. But Jimmy Galloway has checked out proper, set the fastest lap at 42.05, especially in like the start. That's a pretty decent lap from the driver. It's now through we go into Derek's corner. Still Jimmy Galloway still leads. It's through Dan Weldon corner. Jimmy Galloway is still checked out, but Alfie Bray is a bit under pressure from Samuel Cornell, and down the inside goes Samuel Cornell on Alfie Bray. Brilliant move from the MLC kart chassis, but down the inside goes Toby Case on Alfie Bray. A very good move from the driver in, I believe, a Tony Kart chassis as well. As you see, still Toby Case behind the number 60 behind the number 60 of Toby Case is now through. You see the rest of the drivers going through. We'll now see Jimmy Galloway, Samuel Cornell and Alfie Bray is now through Hines Straight. Jimmy Galloway still leads this race from nearly half a second. Samuel Cornell running still in second. Toby Case in third. But that's very quick Josh Bass, who's gained 9 places from the start. That's an absolute super drive he's having. And he's now all over the back of Toby Case. They both had the same sector 1. But Toby Case has really put this time so far a 15.13 and a 14.10 in the first and middle sector. Sets the fastest lap of a 41.05, 2 times quicker than Samuel Cornell and nearly half a second quicker than Jimmy Galloway. But Jimmy Galloway has been caught by Samuel Cornell. We don't really say that often now, but Jimmy Galloway is under a huge amount of pressure from Samuel Cornell, and Samuel Cornell does make a move, and Toby Case follows a brilliant move from the number 168 of Samuel Cornell. This is now Jimmy Galloway, and oh my goodness, what a move went for the double overtake, but it doesn't work out. I don't think you ever see proper double overtakes like that going into Kim Bolton corner, as now the whole pack is here. Down the inside goes Jimmy Galloway on Toby Case. The whole top 6 is in this battle. All from their fighting has allowed the other 3 more drivers to come here. As we see now, Samuel Cornell has a bit checked out now. Gapped Toby, Jimmy Galloway. As we see, Josh Bass all over the back of Liam Ferguson, who has also had a pretty good start as well, gained 3 places from 5th. But still, Samuel Cornell still leads out from Jimmy Galloway, who's just been a bit gapped at the moment, bound 0.3 of a second now, and he's been caught a bit by Liam Ferguson. So Liam Ferguson's going to have a real good shout at catching Jimmy Galloway. Now through Crestral Corner we go. Samuel Cornell has had a fantastic race. Under 1 minute 27 on the clock. Here comes the leading pair as we see the rest of the drivers come and shot. But Samuel Cornell is in the lead of this race, and he's done a brilliant job so far. As down the inside goes Liam Ferguson, I believe. Yep, Liam Ferguson managed to take 2nd place from Jimmy Galloway. Jimmy Galloway's had a superb weekend, but he just seems to have lost the pace at the time being. Perhaps he went too high on the pressures, or maybe he's just saving something up for something miraculous. And now through Crestral Corner and into Kim Bolton Corner, Jimmy Galloway in 3rd place. He needs to get past Daniel Ferguson. 2 laps until the end. It's a good race so far. As Samuel Cornell goes through the Willows and onto the Yamato straight. As it through Derek's Corner and about to approach Dan Weldon Corner. Liam Ferguson has catched up to Samuel Cornell a bit. And through the TKM straight we go. He's just edging it ever so closely. As are we going to get another lap? I believe this next lap will be the final lap of the race. Yes, it will. Final lap board is shown. Samuel Cornell leads over Liam Ferguson. Liam Ferguson's getting ever so closely to Samuel Cornell. Samuel Cornell has done a fantastic job after his brilliant overtake he did on Jimmy Galloway. But through into Derek's Corner, Jimmy Galloway does brilliant defensive moves through Derek's Corner. And now we're approaching down Weldon Corner and the back markers ahead. Is he going to let the leaders through this time? Yes, he does. That's very smart driving. But that's held off a bit of Liam Ferguson. But Samuel Cornell will take the win in Rotax 177. A super drive to take the win, followed by Liam Ferguson gaining 4 places in that final. And Jimmy Galloway, although he won't be pleased with that result, I believe he'll be very happy with that 3rd place. Toby Case will be 4th position. Josh Bass will be round out the top 5 after gaining 8 places that race. Alfie Bray will finish 6th, followed by Jack Taylor in 7th. Sam Dickens will be 8th. Ollie Hancock, Stravos Anthonotodis, sorry if I pronounced your name wrong, will round out the top 10. David German, Simon Hilton, Elliot Kennedy, Lee Todd, Gordon Chenery, Andy Chenery, Simon Pugh and James Butcher will round out this Rotax 177 race.
Very well done there, John, for calling that 177 final. Just 2 more finals, I should say, to go now. We've got the Senior Rotax coming up for the penultimate race of the day. Of course, we're moving on to October now. It's the earlier night, so the vision can become a factor here. It's a little bit dark and a little bit gloomy out there on the track as Joshua Turmel leads them away from Ethan Martin, Ewan Richards, Charlie Webb on row 2, Lucas Brantford and James Tester on row number 3 from Harry Bloor, Ben Horner on row number 4. Row 5 made up of Tom Pryor, Jack Spencer, Lucas Ellingham from George Hart, Deacon Russell, Luke Bate, George Allen, Ryan Hedge on row number 8. Row number 9 is Ralph Youngling from William Pemble, Victor Finlatter, Aaron Sarkis, Callum Ingray and Cassius Diaz on row 11, Tobian Alvarez and Isaac Reynolds on row number 12, Michael Morgan, Joshua Burnett, Joe Fox, Gregory Davis, James Harbison, Zav Chapman-Lewis and Adam White rounding out the field. So some pretty top names. Didn't get the heat races they would have wanted, starting a bit further down the field. That could add a bit of intrigue in the midfield as this race gets underway. Senior Rotax final, very aggressive start here as they pile into the first corner. Bit of banging and buffing in the midfield. Oh, there's a few drivers spin out there. That was always going to go wrong there. They were very aggressive into the first corner.
I think that involved Lucas Blanford, especially at a pretty decent start position, but obviously got taken out in that melee.
Well, difficult start there for some of the drivers as the top 3, as a result of that, of course, breaking away a bit now. It's Turnbull who's looked very good today, charging down into the final corner, all very close to the top 3 in this position here where they can try and break away. If they can just try and work together, just put some good lines in here. What's going to happen though? Or are the gloves going to be off here? It's down the inside into the lead. Oh, into the lead. Oh, the side-by-side to the Willows here. Ethan Martin having a go. But no, Charlie Webb holds on. And as a result, those 3 fighting for position in Stowe Corner. Look at this now. Look at the pack of drivers behind here. It's brought them into the fold here somewhat. Got Ewan Richards, Ben Horner, Jack Spencer, Tom Pryor, Deacon Russell, Luke Bate all getting involved in this one. Lucas Ellingham's gone to 11. As a few drivers spinning out. Oh, one driver spins off on the approach to the Kimbolton corner. But it's still...
Martin.
Who's that, sorry?
Ethan Martin.
Ethan Martin. Yeah, good spot there. He was in the top 10, of course. So Charlie Webb is now in the lead. Joshua Turnbull drops to second. Ewan Richards still wide open, though, of course. Ben Horner, Jack Spencer, Deacon Russell, Tom Pryor, Luke Bates, as they all make their way through in towards Derek's corner. Off the track, Ethan Martin with a rather bent-looking kart. He's marching away in disgust off the camera. Ralph Youngling is also out of the race. Sam Chapman-Lewis way down the field as well. So quite a few drivers who would be hoping for a good result dropping out of contention here. And at the moment, it's looking very good for Charlie Webb, who is just trying desperately to break away from the rest of the field. Fastest lap of the race, 40.75. Just breaking away from Joshua Turnbull and Ben Horner here. So at the moment here, John, I think for the likes of Turnbull and Horner, second and third, they've really got to try and stay with that leader.
So obviously, Joshua Turnbull and Ben Horner should try, obviously, push to catch up to Charlie Webb, as Charlie Webb is currently running second at the Kimbolton Championship, as Lucas Ellingham, currently in 8th, is championship leader. And I would believe Charlie Webb wants as many points as he possibly could get to maximise the deficit to Lucas Ellingham.
Yeah, he's looking good at the front here so far as we look. Of course, Lucas Ellingham really has fought back well here up to 6th place. There is a warning flag a bit further down the field for the number 18 of Ryan Hedge, currently in 16th position. But look out here for Lucas Ellingham, number 99, who didn't get a good grid position in this final, had some difficulties in the heat race, but has slowly but surely made his way through the field and is now up to 6th position behind Deacon Russell. In the meantime, though, of course, Charlie Webb, 24, that driver there, continues to lead the way as he makes his way through the Kimbolton corner. Joshua Turnbull still charging. Ben Horner, Ewan Richards close behind. Looking for Lucas Ellingham. He's still there in 6th place, but keeping the pressure on that 5th place Deacon Russell as they go piling through the willows once again. Charlie Webb, though, has put some good laps in here. He's got a lot of pressure on, but Joshua Turnbull with the fastest lap of the race, incidentally, 40.42, closing the gap slightly. But I think here Charlie Webb is doing a great job of holding on to this lead.
Charlie Webb is doing very consistent at times. And especially once you're in the lead, you're going to have like no chase or anything, and the chase and tow his extremely powerful, but he's putting in some very good laps as we see across the Hine Straight. A 40.58 matches with Joshua Turnbull, who also got a 40.58, and these like last couple of laps have been extremely important for Charlie Webb.
Yeah, Charlie Webb just trying as best he can to maintain that gap at the front, but Joshua Turnbull really making life difficult for him. They set identical lap times last time round. The pace of this race is very fast indeed here. Not much overtaking here. Everyone just working together just to try and get as close as they can as we head towards that all-important final lap. There is a driver under investigation further down the field. The number 47 of Cassius Dieth, currently in 24th. Race goes on at the front, of course. Charlie Webb continuing to lead the way. Joshua Turnbull just chipping away another tenth of a second here. 2 minutes plus 1 lap to go. This is a very finely poised race as the midfield runners go charging through the Stowe corner to start another lap. It's all very close throughout the field here. We looked at Tobias Alvarez, Tom Pryor, Victor Finlatter further down. Tobias Alvarez, another driver who had some difficulties in the heat races, broke into the top 10 here. And with 2 minutes to go plus the 1 lap, as we look at some of our midfield runners all running very close throughout the field here. You see the number 64 there of Jack Spencer, currently in 9th place. Oh, was down the inside there. Nice little move there from Tobias Alvarez to move into 9th position. Back to our leader, 1:24 plus 1 lap to go. And this is a very closely fought final here. Charlie Webb, Joshua Turnbull, Ben Horner. There's not much overtaking going on here, John, but it's all very tactical, I think. Everyone's just trying to work together and get as close as they can for that final lap.
Although there isn't that much overtaking going on with the front pack, looked like Ben Horner just had a moment on the exit of the Dan Weldon corner, but the drivers are still... hold on, Ewan Richards has just gone down the inside of Ben Horner. Brilliant move going into the Heinz straight, but as I was saying, there hasn't been that many overtakes, but all these drivers have been so competitive in lap times, but once you just start battling, the gap just starts to form, and in grids like this, you can't really afford to have a gap.
It just feels like nobody wants to take that risk and lose time just yet. It's all about keeping the momentum going into the final lap, it appears, because they're all running so fast at the front here. Very quick race here.
As now we go into Kim Bolton corner, Joshua Turnbull is now being chased by Ewan Richards. Showed really strong pace in Heat 2 and 3. As we see, Ewan Richards is catching Joshua Turnbull and Charlie Webb. Around a 10th that lap so far, but he's looking really quick at the moment. As you see him getting closer and closer through down Derek's corner we go. And we're watching Charlie Webb as right now, but the battle for second place with Joshua Turnbull and Ewan Richards as through the TKM straight we go. Ewan Richards is getting ever so closely as Charlie Webb goes through Kim Bolton corner. Joshua Turnbull goes very defensive through Kim Bolton corner as Charlie Webb starts the final lap. But Joshua Turnbull has tons of pressure behind him from Ewan Richards. Joshua Turnbull goes defensive. Ben Horner gets a very good switchback on Ewan Richards. Side by side they go. Oh, so close.
Yeah, that's very close there through the willows on the final time. This is all going to benefit Charlie Webb here on the final lap. He's done all the hard work here. And it's all been very, very close indeed. No real margins here in this race, but half a chance. They've been going for the overtakes here. Charlie Webb at the moment looks like he's going to win this one as he makes his way down towards Kim Bolton for the final time. All the action for third place. And here they come out to the final corner. Charlie Webb's driven so well, and he will take the checkered flag to win the final in senior Rotax. Turnbull second, Richards third, Horner in fourth, Ellingham fifth, Luke Bate, Deacon Russell, Harry Bloor, Tobias Alvarez, and Jack Spencer running up the top 10. James Tester, Victor Finlatter, Tom Pryor, William Pemble, and Lucas Blanford just a little bit further behind. A very close and very hard-fought final there in the senior Rotax. Everyone just driving so tactically there, trying to avoid making the overtaking moves until it mattered at the end of the race. But it was not enough to get anywhere near Charlie Webb, who managed to maintain that gap and brings it up to 1.5 seconds at the flag. Turnbull second, and Ewan Richards then in third, as we very slowly but surely move on to our final race of the day. Been a busy day's racing here at Kim Bolton, and we're going to kick things off very shortly with our final race of the day, Senior X30.
A very exciting Senior X30 grid there is, with many super drivers in this, such as the likes of Kean Garrity, Joey Brown, Ty Stansfield, just so many drivers there are that could potentially win this. Really highly competitive grid this is, and you could ultimately not judge the outcome of this race.
Yeah, it's too close to call, really. Ty Stansfield will start at the front of the field, but there's quite a few names in there. As John said, of course, we've got a shout of victory as we move towards our final race of the day. The green flag, I can tell you, has come out on the finish line, so we should be ready to open up the dummy grid and let the drivers out onto the circuit now for our final race of the day. Don't forget, of course, the next round of the championship on the 10th of November. But this is how they line up on the X30s. Ty Stansfield from Joey Brown, Rydlan Ekberg from Monty Braithwaite, Cian Geraghty, Tiger Dixon, Peter Jurovic and Sam Branston, Katie Ashman, Aaron Lask on row 5, Tristan Powell, Luca Mann, Matthew Morgan and Oliver Harris taking us down to the 7th row. Row 8 is Samuel Cook and Jack Dan. Noah Osbaldeston, Morgan Hill, Sam Falconer, Kieran Barber on row 10, James Henson and Zach Whelan on row 11, Josh Jones and Matthew Jones, the father and son, on row 12, Reese Barber and Barack Rai Barco on row number 13 as they make their way down towards the TKM straight. You'll see the drivers again swerving about, getting the temperatures down into the tyres. It's a cold afternoon here at Kimbolton. The temperatures started to drop in the later part of the afternoon. You can really feel it trackside, how much colder it is getting out on the track. But the on-track action has been red hot today as they make their way out to the final corner. Everyone's slowing right down, coming through Kimbolton corner. The start is going to be absolutely vital here with so many names in with the shout of victory here. Over the line they go, and we get racing underway. Everyone going to the inside line. It's tight into the first corner. One driver gets pushed a bit wide and a couple of spinners at the back of the field. Trouble in the midfield as well. Several drivers getting caught up in a bit of a melee there. Coming out of the first corner. I think Stansfield may just have got the verdict there as well. Here they come up towards Dan Weldon corner for the first time. Well, it's actually Cian Geraghty who's looked so good today, getting to the front of the field nice and early. As one driver gets pushed a bit wide through the Dan Weldon corner. Trouble at the start here. Several drivers caught up on that first corner melee. One driver out of the race, I can tell you off camera, storming away in disgust back to the pits. Race is over. But Cian Geraghty with a brilliant start there. Ty Stansfield second. Joey Brown, Rydlan Ekberg and Sam Branston rounding out the top 5.
A very good start from Cian Geraghty, but he's been absolutely magnificent at these starts, coming from 26 to almost win the race in Heat 2. As we now see the battle for the podium spaces with Ty Stansfield, Joey Brown and Ryan Ekberg, as Cian Geraghty going through Kestrel corner has absolutely checked out at the moment. But this is an important battle as down the inside goes Ryan Ekberg on Joey Brown. A brilliant move from the 273 as he now sets his sights on Ty Stansfield.
One of the drivers out of contention on the first lap, I think it might have been the driver who didn't look too happy, was Tristan Powell. You can't really blame him because it could have been a driver in with a good shout at the final here, but the race is over. On the first corner, Matthew Morgan, another DNF. The kart sounding rather sick when it came over the line there. But Cian Geraghty getting the jump on the field on that first lap, 41.85 last time round, fastest lap of the race so far, and looking to try and pull away from the chasing pack as Ty Stansfield does battle here with Rydlan Ekberg for that second place. There is the number 273 of Ekberg. Joey Brown, Sam Branston, Monty Braithwaite, Tiger Dixon, all very close indeed as they make their way down towards the first corner. Geraghty now well clear at the front of the field. As the rest of the top 10 go charging through, Sam Falconer, Katie Ashman and Aaron Lask currently rounding out the top 10. There we just saw Geraghty pulling away from the rest of the field as they make their way through Derek's corner, up towards the Dan Weldon corner. And the chasing pack just a couple of seconds behind here. So Ty Stansfield at the moment holding on to that second place. But Cian Geraghty so far here, John, the race has gone perfectly for him. Yeah,
he's been extremely good at these starts. And he's just demonstrated he has the pace as he sets another fastest lap, a 41.02. While everyone else is just in their 41.2s, but he's absolutely just going in time trial mode as the number 62 of Jack Dan is now under investigation. But as we see this battle for second place between Ty Stansfield and Rydlan Ekberg. Rydlan Ekberg, after overtaking Joey Brown, is now set his sights on Ty Stansfield. As through we go through Dan Weldon corner and onto the TKM straight. It's really close between these two as they go through Castro straight and onto Lasers.
Oh, down the inside of Ekberg.
Down the inside goes Rylan Ekberg on Ty Stansfield. Brilliant move, but now in this position.
To interrupt here, Keon Geraghty setting another fastest lap of the race here, 40.79. Really does seem to be coping well out there. Just a question here, John. It feels noticeably colder outside. The temperatures really have dropped into this final race. Would that affect the track temperatures and the conditions out there? Because Geraghty really does seem to be coping well out there.
Obviously, it does really massively affect the drivers at the very beginning of the race. You really have to put effort into warming up your tyres, because if you don't just warm up your tyres, you're going to be absolutely nowhere at the start.
He does seem to have really dropped the hammer at the start of this race. Geraghty really pulling away. The gap is nearly 4 seconds, which is quite incredible in the final, really, to see a gap like that. Geraghty absolutely nailing this final right now. All of the attention at the moment is on this battle for second place, with Rylan Ekberg holding on to the second place from Ty Stansfield. Joey Brown, Sam Branston, not really much change in the top 10 right now. Monty Braithwaite still in 6th place. Tiger Dixon, Sam Falconer, as we watch Ekberg just guarding that apex at the moment. This is turning into a race for second position. Kean Geraghty is gone and away at the moment, consistently setting fastest laps of the race. Let's have a look as they make their way out to the final corner. Geraghty already well clear of our camera.
Another fastest lap from Kean
Yeah,
Geraghty.
quite right. 40.69. He's motoring here.
At this rate, he's going to be absolutely flying. As we see now, the battle for second place. Joey Brown has now managed to get into third place, but with the overtake from after the overtook Ty Stansfield, this has allowed Rylan Ekberg to get away a bit.
So here they come through in towards the Dan Weldon corner. The time ticking down in this race. We've got 1.5 minutes on the clock. Peter Jurovic moving into 12th place further down the field. Morgan Hill still charging away at the back of the field. He's almost a lap down, but still just picking off a few drivers at the back of the field. One of the drivers caught up in the melee on the first lap. Geraghty now well clear at the front, 40.73, still maintaining a good pace out there. Blue flags for him. He's just ahead of this little battle we're looking at the moment as he goes round the outside of the number 100 of Barack Roybako. We've got Rylan Ekberg, Joey Brown, so Ty Stansfield just dropping a few places there. There you see the race leader just zipping through there, and then the lapper just behind him, currently the 22nd place driver, Barack Roybako, who will receive the blue flags in a moment because some of the faster drivers in this fight for second place are bearing down on him. And they are closing up on some of the tail enders in this race. One or two drivers dropping behind a bit now. Kieran Geraghty, meanwhile, is catching up on Matthew Jones, currently in 21st place. There's Roybako, number 100, who will get the blue flags. It's a bit of an awkward place here, though, because they're in the willows. And Roybako, you see him just holding his line there, letting the faster drivers find their way through. Good driving there from the tail ender. Not really getting involved in this battle, but it can be awkward when you get behind a slower driver in a tighter part of the circuit. There are now 16 seconds left on the clock, so I'm just keeping an eye as we watch this battle for second place as to where Kieran Geraghty is. He's just coming out to the final corner. He will cross the line with 5 seconds left on the clock. So effectively another lap going on this race, 2 laps to go here, and Kieran Geraghty looking very strong. All of the action here though, John, in this fight for second place.
Yep, and Joey Brown goes very defensive on the number 58 of Sam Branston. Sam Branston has managed to overtake Monty Braithwaite and has the momentum on his side. They have a bit of a moment coming out of Derek's corner. Sam Branston just had a half moment of a spin there as Joey Brown goes defensive as I think the number 100 nets all of the carts through it. That is very sensible driving from the back marker, but the number 273, has had a very good race so far in second place as the last lap board comes out with Kieran Geraghty absolutely checking out. Nearly a 4.5 second lead now. We're going to watch this path as we still with Kieran Geraghty absolutely dominated this race from the very start.
Yeah, Kieran Geraghty here to coin a motocross phase after, say here, he's almost got time to stop for a beer. If you know, you know. But Kieran Geraghty is making his way down towards the final corner in these tough conditions. He's been getting noticeably colder in these final 2 races, but Geraghty coping perfectly with the cold weather. Over the line he goes, and Cian Geraghty taking a comprehensive race victory. 40.55, fastest lap of the race on that final lap. Ekberg in second place, Joey Brown third, Sam Branston, Monty Braithwaite, Ty Stansfield, Tiger Dixon, Katie Ashburn into 8th position, Sam Falconer and Josh Jones breaking into the top 10 on that final lap. Aaron Lask, Peter Jurovic, Jack Dan, Oliver Harris, Noah Osbaldiston and Luca Mann just a little bit further behind. We'll call the rest of the field as they make their way through. Barack Roy Barker going through a lap down from Matthew Jones, and the rest of the drivers on the lead lap being James Henson in 17th place, Kieran Barber I should say, in 18th position, Morgan Hill, and the final driver on the lead lap is the 20th position, Zach Whelan, with, of course, Barack Roy Barco, Matthew Jones, the final finishers, a lap down, Matthew Morgan, Tristan Powell, Samuel Cook, and Reece Barber, non-starters, of course, Cook and Barber. But a brilliant finish to the day there for Cian Geraghty, fastest lap of the race on that final lap to take the win from Ralph Ekberg and Joey Brown. Just before we see our goodbyes, of course, thank you, of course, for coming along to check out the action here at round number 8 of... Oh, give a wave to the camera. There he is. That's John Richardson up here as well. Big thanks, of course, has to go out to the marshals and the track crews for all their hard work today, the event officials here at the Hunts Kart Racing Club. Thanks, of course, for tuning in today. Big thanks to Meditech Global, our medics, who I don't think have had too busy a day, which is always a good sign as well. We're going to wrap things up, and a big thank you, of course, we'll say to John Richardson, our 14-year-old commentator and driver today, who's had a good day, not only on the microphone, but getting into the top 10 in his final, looking to get into the Sky Young Presenters thing, I believe. So has it been a good experience for you today?
Yeah, it's obviously just for the experience, just to see how it goes. I haven't commentated in, like, ages now, and feel like I'm getting better and better every single time I'm doing it, and I'd like to thank TNL Sports for giving me the opportunity to do this. Well, thanks a lot, John, and he certainly really got into the swing of things as the day went on, was even able to call a few races on his own as well, which is really great achievement and very well done to John as well. So I'm Chris Sora, wrapping things up here at Kimbolton. Thanks for coming along today. Don't forget, of course, British Supermoto next weekend at Three Sisters on TNL Sports. But in the meantime, we will see you here at Kimbolton on November the 10th.